have waited for this. They are ready to see what Piglet can bring to the table.
This should be easy for elimination.
Oh, that's the Tibbers. You can't get out of that one alive. They're going to keep going on Liquid here. That's the damage coming in.
This is a synergy issue.
Yeah.
Obviously, there is some divide because we don't really speak Korean.
That was not what Piglet wanted to have happen.
There was a lot of expectations on this team. Piglet, tremendous pressure to be a godlike AD carry.
Cock! Oh my god, takes down his replacement on the team.
Team Liquid announced that they would be benching Piglet. Keith would return.
Keith, their sub from week 1, he bagged 15 kills in 2
One hit
games.
from dead. The bounce is not going to do it. Double kill for Keith. Make that another one. Big shoes to fill. And Keith McBrief, 6-1 and 11. Keith played out of his mind.
Protect the substitute AD carry. Let's do it.
That's something that we don't see very often out of players on the LCS stage for the first time.
Keith trying to focus down a Link. That was a headshot. Can he get one more Peacemaker?
Keith is fed.
You kind of have to ask, if Keith does well, is this going to be a permanent change?
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Week 5 of the North American LCS Spring Split. We've got a packed house here in Los Angeles ready for a full day of action. And the fans, they are fired up, representing their teams. Team Solo Mid, you see there, some Team 8 fans as well. And of course, we've got Winter Fox walking to the stage with their new support, Imagine, and Coach Paragon. After their 2-0 finish last week, they will be facing off against Team Liquid. You see Phoenix here in the front, and Keith, who will be stepping in once again. Hello, everyone. I'm James Patterson. Great to have you with us. Filling out the analyst desk for our first 3 games are Aiden Zyrene Moon and David Freak Turley. Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
Good day. Actually, it's noon. Good noon to you.
Yeah, right? That's like such an awkward time. I don't ever know how
You say good noon.
Just good noon.
Good noon.
Good noon. Well, earlier this week, there was news that a few teams would be changing up the roster. I think the top of everyone's mind, we've got Keith stepping in for Piglet's spot on Team Liquid.
Yeah, here's the crazy thing is Keith did actually incredibly well in week 1. There's so much hype on him to perform. Liquid, obviously, they benched Piglet. He was not performing well with the team, partially emotionally, partially actual performance-wise. There's actually a great video that Team Liquid themselves put out about their troubles with Piglet overall. Thing is, we're halfway through the season at this point, or halfway through the split. You have to fix your issues really soon and make that run towards playoffs, and it's a very tight race that Liquid are in.
Yeah, and you have to remember, even though Keith had a very high KDA, he was against 2 squads that were also fielding substitutes at the time. This week, Keith is immediately going to be tested against the resurgent Winter Fox and TSM. This is the true gauntlet for the man behind the hashtag, and we're going to see if Latucan truly has arrived.
Well, Coast have also announced a roster change with ManCloud taking over the mid lane for Jezus.
Yeah, fans will remember ManCloud from Vulcan and then later XDG, but after the team lost their spot in the 2014 Summer Promotion Tournament, ManCloud has been playing in Challenger, and we've seen a little bit of him, but he does not look like his old self, where he set the all-time kill lead for a split.
Yeah.
That is not the ManCloud that we're seeing mostly in his recent performances, but the team thinks that he's going to bring a new variance to the mid lane and an aggressive style so that they can possibly leverage the game from there.
Yeah, we'll see if he does well, because he's been more like Man Fog than Man Cloud.
Yeah.
Well, of course, and finally we have Winter Fox, who we're finally seeing their entire roster come to fruition here with Imagine and Paragon stepping in at the coaching role.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see, because Winter Fox actually started doing pretty well with Glebe. They're in a big tie for 3rd place right here. They've got an equal score line. And it's really weird. I actually ran into Altec. I asked him about this, and he's like, well, you know, it's tough. He just came in recently. He's a little bit jet lagged still. He's only been here 5 days. But this was the lineup they scrimmed with for a month in Korea. So if they relearned all those skills, they should be okay. But you're halfway through the season. It was working. Now are you shaking it up too much?
I spoke to them as well. They did seem confident bringing him in there. They have a lot of faith in his individual talents as a player. Now, Winter Fox were able to move themselves up in the standings to a 5-way tie for 3rd place, as Freak had just mentioned. Team Solo Mid won sole possession of 1st place, which moves CLG into 2nd place. Sharing 8th place, we've got Team 8 and Dignitas, and then 2 games back, it's Coast in 10th. Now, we'll track how those changes with our 5 games today, starting with Team Liquid versus Winter Fox. Then Team 8 will take on Gravity, and we'll conclude the day with TSM versus Coast. Now, this week, there are a few players that we're going to be keeping an eye on, starting with Zion Spartan.
And I am such a big fan of Zion Spartan. Even his teacher calls him impressive. He's been a great pick for Counterlogic Gaming so far. He split pushes well. He team fights well. He's not just playing Jackson and Aurelia, but his Sion and Rumble are on point. It's Golden Age Zion. That's how it is.
and I'll be watching Cloud9's high. The team has been a mixed bag this year with near perfect games followed by upsets and everything in between. A big part of their return to dominance will hinge on high shot calling and if he can perform individually in the mid lane.
And then from Dignitas, we'll keep an eye on Gamsu. He has consistently been playing well, and with the team playing more aggressive overall, he may become a top lane bully.
There's a mid laner, though, I want to look at, and it's Xiaowei Xiao from Team Impulse. This is a guy who was the reigning MVP from summer 2014. He went to Worlds with his old team, LMQ, and he's looking really poor so far. He's not dealing with jungle pressure. He's getting solo killed in the mid lane. This is a player I did not expect to underperform.
And then lastly, we want to take a look at Altec. He had an outstanding week 4 and put up very impressive numbers, but he's pretty much the benefactor when his team is winning. But I'd love to see if he can have more of an impact in the early game and help his team secure those early leads. And this week, he also has the task of synergizing with a brand new support.
Yeah, that won't be easy, to say the least. Now, we want to get your thoughts on the subject of standout players. So we're asking, who's your midseason MVP and why? Send your thoughts to @LolEsports and use the hashtag LCS so we can find them in the series of interconnected tubes that is the internet. And now we're going to hand the reins over to the guys on the caster desk to get us into Game 1.
Thanks, Dash. Hello, everyone. I'm Rivington Bills in the third, and holding down the fort with me today is going to be Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler. No special intros. I'm sorry, guy. Let's take a look at our first match, Team Liquid versus Winter Fox. A lot of fans are excited to see how these teams will perform today with their new rosters in place. As we just heard, Team Liquid, Keith is stepping back in as AD carry and hoping to help the team rebound after last week's 0-2 finish.
Yeah, I mean, after that impressive week 1, there was a groundswell of support on Twitter with people using that hashtag #KeepKeith, but not many people actually expected that to happen. Liquid has been struggling with those internal issues since Piglet came back, though, and this move is more focused on fixing those issues rather than the individual performance. And this time around, Team Liquid and Keith are going to be facing opponents with their full rosters, so they have a bit bigger of a challenge this time around.
They sure do, because now they are facing an emboldened Winter Fox. They went 2-0 last week, defeating Impulse and Cloud9, and have moved into a tie for third.
Yeah, they look strong in those games, but right now they're only really finding success when they go with Pobelter on an Assassin and both of the Shin brothers, Helios and Avalon, on champions with hard CC. It's a fairly straightforward team right now, but they will be changing up one thing this week as their new support, Imagine, has finally arrived from Korea, and he's going to be replacing Glebe, who, you know, as they said, had some really good plays, especially last week, turning a couple games for Winter Fox, so maybe they'll actually miss him.
Yeah, it was really starting to turn up some points. We'll have to see if Imagine can do the same. And Korean mid laners play with a different set of objectives, and Team Liquid's Phoenix has had to adjust to his new role in the NALCS.
미국 같은 경우에는 그냥 라인전에 초점을 두기보다는 한타를 보고 그리고 파밍하는 스타일 같지만 한국 같은 경우에는 정글러와 같이 뭐 로밍을 가거나 또 정글러와 같이 플레이를 만들려는 점에서 좀 다른 것 같습니다.
Well, it seems like they've somewhat gotten that style of play back down, at least for the NALCS side, but hopefully they can keep that with whatever the jungle can keep doing.
Yeah, I mean, one of the strongest strategies is to get not only mid, but also supports roaming really early along with the jungler to have a bit more surprise factor.
Been big to have Dominate doing things for the team, shot calling, whatnot. We'll see if they can keep that style. Let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it is Team Liquid. Quas in the top lane, Dominate, as we were just talking about in the jungle, Phoenix in mid, Keith at AD carry, and Xpecial at support.
And on the red side, it's Winter Fox with Avalon up top, Helios in the jungle, Pobelter mid, Altec AD carry, and Imagine supporting.
It's going to be very interesting. It's kind of like having week 1 with these guys back in. New players, we're going to see if the teams can kind of come back to where they were, if they can keep the momentum. Like we said, a resurgent Winter Fox here, and Liquid definitely kind of trying to pan out and see if anything is found out with these games back with Keith, and then if Piglet can come back next week and round out the composition again.
That's the thing, with all of the North American teams, everybody making so many changes. We've constantly been hearing the same excuses, basically. We haven't had enough time to practice with our full roster.
Yeah.
It's been really true for almost all of the teams in North American LCS, especially true for these two. But since they're both at different people in the bottom lane, we'll see how those bottom lanes do match up.
Keeping an eye on everything this game. It's going to be an interesting one to start off week 5 here. We're just about to get to the halfway point of the season, so teams need to buckle down. As we start the picks and bans here at game 1 today, Callista, Zed are off the board along with Lysandra in there. So it looks like Pobelter actually getting hit up with that Zed pick.
Yeah, so Team Liquid here, banning out just really strong champions, target at specific players, whereas Winter Fox focusing all on that top lane. If they do focus all on that top lane, I'm interested in what they're going to have Avalon on, because every time they've had Avalon on Gnar, they have not been able to sync up with that champion. It's one of the harder ones to coordinate with in the top lane, and they really need Avalon to have some very reliable CC for their type of game plan to work out.
I think Maokai on the way back around would be really good for something in that. Unfortunately, they have to ban Lysandra being on purple side this time, so they won't have that. Morgana goes away, so a little play to imagine there, but we've also seen Morgana's top lane, mid lane quite a bit in every lane in different regions. Janna's going to be the first pick up here for Team Liquid.
And I like Janna against Winter Fox, especially because of that style that we mentioned where they have Pobelter on Assassin and they have everybody else on hard engage. They're always looking to go straight into the enemy team. No surprise here. They do lock up Maokai once again. I think that he's valuing Gnar less and less because they haven't had success coordinating with it. Maokai's much easier to coordinate that engage on.
Yeah, I feel like teams also playing against Gnar, you're just kind of like, oh, look, the bar's up. Let's walk away. You really have to execute a nice teleport to get Gnar effectively into a fight. So opening up options with the Maokai and the Graves pick to keep the fights whenever they want. And Liquid's definitely taken a bit of time here to lock in the next few, but they decided to go jungler mid lane already. And he blind picks that Xerath.
Well, they already have Janna, which is always good to have when you do have the Xerath as well. So Team Liquid are going to have some disengage along with their siege so far. And right now, Rek'Sai, still one of the very strong junglers, going to give him a lot of mobility in the early game still, even though the dueling power was taken down a bit. Still definitely one of those top 3. Jarvan is definitely still available, though, for Winter Fox, and Jarvan's very strong against Xerath.
Yeah.
We shall see.
The Ahri was one of the last bans here from Team Liquid, so Pobelter doesn't get too many assassins this game. Still looking at LeBlanc to be on the board, however.
Yeah, exactly. And Helios had a lot of success with the Vi last time around. So once again, same old plan as we expected. 2 forms of hard engage from Winter Fox with Avalon and Helios, the brothers taking those up, and Pobelter on the Assassin. This is their formula for success. We will see if Team Liquid can protect Keith, though. They've gone with a lot of Kog'Maw-oriented team compositions where they get a couple extra buffs for him and focus on keeping Keith alive in the backline. Maybe a Lulu top could be run into the Maokai. Or we'll see Quas on a more split push-oriented threat because he has also gone that round. Quas is a very dynamic top laner. Capable of
Irelia is actually still available. Not a bad matchup versus the Maokai. However, we haven't seen Quas play too much Irelia. Actually, none this season, to be exact on that. You mentioned the Kog'Maw for Keith, one of the few who has played that this season here in the Spring Split. Could be the Jinx, however, though, and the Mundo pick up for the top lane. That has been getting a lot of play, but some AD Fizz in that top lane as well has been, I wouldn't say secretly getting it, but definitely more behind the curtain.
It wasn't much of a secret. A lot of people, after the changes to Fizz, took to taking him in the top lane. Trinity Force into like Frozen Heart is a fairly popular build. Blade of the Rune King also pretty popular on him. We will see it for the first time in the North American LCS. Actually, nope, we've seen it one time before. But yeah, Quas is going to have the Fizz. Very, very good at dodging Maokai. So we'll have to see if he is able to create enough chaos, because Keith is also on a fairly low mobility AD carry here. Both him and Phoenix. Special's going to have his work cut out for him, protecting this back line. Neither of them with much mobility and a lot of hard engage here from Winter Fox. So we'll see if Special can keep the back line safe.
It's going to be pretty tough We'll see. Annie getting picked up for Imagine here, so that actually slips all the way through as a lot of the mid and top laners get banned here. Obviously the Morgana support, but Imagine will have a way to engage for the team along with the rest, so they round out the composition nicely. Remember, Phoenix picked that Xerath up after they had Janna, so blind pick there. He feels confident, and he's actually been one of the better performing mid laners that we've actually seen coming into the spring split. Definitely putting up some numbers for the team. This game to see if Team Liquid can start to round things out, put a buffer on that score list, if you will, and here Winter Fox to still keep surging, and we'll see how Imagine fares with the team now. It's been a question, but a lot of people imagined if he was even going to be here.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how this one's going to play out. A lot of this is going to be on the early game, I think, and if Dominate can take advantage of Rek'Sai's mobility. Oh yeah, crowd is hyped up and ready to get into it because Winter Fox, they're very, very clear with the direction they're going with this team comp, even with the Annie and LeBlanc locked in as well to follow up all of this hard CC. They're coming straight for the back line.
So with these different type of top laners, Fizz, put any other top laner in there than the regular meta, does that allow Dominate on Rek'Sai to do anything different? Do they get an extra type of invade?
Well, the thing is, it's a pretty
invade?
good dueling combo.
Yeah.
The Rek'Sai and the Fizz early because they can dodge Vi Qs pretty easy.
All right. Before we jump into the game, we want to obviously remind everyone, head over to Twitter, share your time or real-time reactions, send hashtag TLWin or hashtag WFXWin to @LOL Esports, and we'll be checking in shortly to see how the vote stands. The fans are ready. We are on to the Rift, and the players are ready as we get this matchup going. Like we said, we're going to keep an eye on Keith. We're going to keep an eye on Imagine. It may not take us both to the bottom lane if we get a lane swap on this one, but that's something we'll keep an eye on as well. Biscuits everywhere this game.
The other thing is, Winter Fox might want to go for a lane swap here. Maokai has a better early jungle start than Fizz does, being able to do a camp really easily. So far, though, standard lineup as far as the early trinket dropping goes. Keith getting ready, warming up his fingers.
Feeling good.
All right, so the mid lane's going to be really interesting too. Xerath versus LeBlanc, especially since it is Poe Belter, because he has a very aggressive tendencies, and it's all about Xerath being able to land his skill shots very early on LeBlanc rather than focusing on shoving, because Vi definitely does have the early threat while she has her flash, but after that, it's not going to be as pronounced.
Looks like the lane swap will be called
So
here.
yeah, they tried it, but it is going to be called by Team Liquid. Maokai going to get a very early start. Fizz will start the Wolf Camp by himself too, it looks like. We'll see how quickly Quas can actually finish that Wolf Camp off. I feel like Avalon's going to have a bit of a head start on him because of the sapling stack. Of course, you just start throwing those at 1:20.
He starts with Seastone Trident.
Yeah, you need that extra on-hit damage to take them out.
So you go for the small ones first.
Yeah, that's also a tip for junglers. If any junglers are having a hard time clearing the early jungle, I know you need to stay out there a bit longer now that the upgrade cost for your jungle item is a bit more. And people were complaining about it. They'll be fine. They'll be fine. Everyone's getting worried.
Come on, you got to build it up.
Not even close. All right, but as you can see,
Not even close.
as we expected, Avalon on the Maokai got the early head start because he can clear camp much quicker by stacking those saplings. So he gets the experience advantage, getting to that lane much quicker. Both of them opt to use the teleport on the turret for the reduced duration. And we will see what Avalon can do with his extra experience. On Maokai, you definitely want to get a bunch of mana potions after your camp because you can sustain really easily with your passive. Just keep on spamming out your spells and shove down the wave. Basically, all that your goal is as Maokai early in the laning phase like this is to be able to not only hit the minions with your Q, but also tag your opponent. Much easier since Fizz is melee.
Being a beefy tree. Looks like he'll be safe down there. They start off farming, and the Avalon has just a little bit of a head start. We saw Helios picking up a Scuttle Crab there. Actually one of the higher junglers in CS at 10, so he keeps his farm right. at the top of that list. Helios should be able to clear this out. Pretty hurt. Go back after that. Dominate's just about the same in the jungle, so we're not going to see their presence anytime soon. Push in the top lane has 17-10 for Alltech right now over Keith. We'll have to see if Keith can still put up those numbers. We saw the Reddit video conversations from Liquid. They said when they used Keith, it was more of kind of a push, a run and gun strategy rather than playmaker for him. So with Jinx, I think the push strategy kind of falls into play there.
Yep, Jinx likes to sit towards the rear of the team fights until she can get that single kill for the reset. Him and Phoenix are going to be playing very safe, watching their positioning. There's so many threats on Winterfox once they start to roam around.
That is scary. Warding's definitely going to be bigger than usual here for Team Liquid to make sure the fog of war is cleared for them already. Pink wards start to come out as Dominate makes his way back out of the base. Making sure Quas does have an easy early game. The back and forth, very fast. Ethereal Chain just missing.
And you can see right there what I was talking about with Xerath targeting LeBlanc rather than trying to hit all of the minions to shove. Going for the harass on him. Enables you to gain control of the lane so that your CS later is much easier to get. Does pop the passive of LeBlanc. However, Belter is crushing right now as far as CS is concerned. Here comes the early roam. Now, that's why I really like pairing Annie with Graves especially, not only for the crazy burst that they can have at level 6 for the all-in, but also because Graves is great at shoving up a lane really early and allowing Annie to roam. One of the really scary roaming supports there. Dominate does see him and counter that early roam, though. We'll see if the junglers mirror here on the mid lane.
This could be scary. Belter may have put that thought to the wayside that Dominate was above him. Then again, he is LeBlanc, so he can just distort out if necessary. He plays that one calm, cool, and collected. Bit of a trade here in the top lane. Especially with the nice Howling Gale right across Imagine and Alltech, and they lose out on that trade big time.
Yeah, good job there by Xpecial covering that one.
Playing strong still. Down 10 CS in that lane, but we said Graves going to be pushing a little bit, so they've been trying to shove Keith and Xpecial into the turret. And Helios figures this would be a good time to take that dragon.
Yeah, Vi definitely capable of taking the early dragon. Sometimes what you'll see is people even putting their early 4th point into a 2nd point of W to take it even quicker. However, Helios going with the standard build here, maxing the Q first. All that means is that the ganks are a little bit more powerful, but it puts a lot of pressure on hitting your Q. I've actually been experimenting a lot with early points in W rather than maxing Q first. And it's fairly strong. There are bonuses because your Q mana cost is a bit lower as well, and you can get around quicker, but that does earn them the early dragon. And there has not been a response from Dominate yet. Oh, man. Only hits one.
That would have been the kill, however, if he was able to hit all 3. So Phoenix, the ulti, does pressure Belter out. He'll be back to lane quite soon, but this should be Phoenix's push as well to get back to lane and buy without any mana. 56-43 as those two part for the first time and go back to get their first purchase on. And in that lane, Quas has actually done quite well versus Avalon in the bottom. 54-36.
Yeah.
A hard time.
A lot of people turned to that Fizz after the rework in the top lane because he was really strong as AD now, but also because good Indy 1 versus 1. Quas definitely taking advantage. Doran's Blade start for him. Yeah, and it's only going to get harder for Phoenix to land those ults too. That was a bootsless Belter.
Ooh.
Still doesn't have them. Wow, the all-in and Avalon is toast.
You are kidding me. Itemless Quas hits level 7, takes down Avalon.
The other thing about the rework of Fizz, if you do hit the ultimate, you get that bonus damage.
Yep, it's kind of like your DFG there. R.I.P.
Wow, the solo kill. That's going to be huge for Team
That's
Liquid.
especially already being down that far in CS. That's just taking him while he's down and down even farther. So the passive once again as Phoenix starts to hit a few of these skill shots. It's good to keep Belter at bay because Quas is going to try to carry this one for the team. Phoenix staying steady in the mid lane. Blue buff over to him, so these potential, or rather close to kills will now probably be kill secured.
And they've also called the swap here. So Avalon is not going to be able to escape Quas. He's still going to be under a lot of pressure, especially after giving up a kill to a Fizz. It's going to be really, really difficult for him. So we may see him actually start roaming around as well. A lot of kill pressure in that top lane. I mean, with the Fizz rework, it's all about all the power that was moved to the Seastone Trident. The W active is ridiculous now.
So should there be a reaction from Helios to Avalon's lane now, or is that an almost impossible lane to gank with the escape?
Fizz is also fairly difficult to gank as Vi, so they would have to coordinate it really well. You have to land Twisted Advance into either Vault Breaker or Assault and Battery for Vi to lock him up. But right now I think that there's just too big of a lead up there. You can't risk a counter gank. If Dominate is in the area, Winter Fox would really come out behind on that. So,
all right, well,
want to avoid your losing lanes usually, especially if you don't have vision of the enemy jungler and it's somebody as mobile as Rek'Sai. So Helios takes the safer route, pushing down to this lane that has plenty of kill pressure. The Graves and Annie level 6 burst we already talked about.
Looking for Imagine to make a play, put his name on the board here.
Yep.
It's been very quiet from him in the early game. We saw
he stepped into creep range there.
A few of those aggressive moves in the top that Xpecial was able to thwart. Avalon getting pushed out here in the top lane. This may actually activate Helios to go hard in the bottom now that they see Dominate here.
Yeah, you can see that's exactly why Helios did not go to that top losing lane. Dominate heads straight up there, and they want to press that lead. So something on the bottom side of the map really needs to happen for Winter Fox. They've got all the tools here, and you can see Keith and Xpecial doing a great job respecting the level 6 Annie Graves, both with Flash. Don't want to get anywhere towards it.
And that's a good move by them. Just textbook recognizing their junglers and vision at top. They back off, take Gromps. The lane was at reset pace, so no reason to walk out with a level 6 Flash stun from Imagine. They're still playing very, very cautious here. Not wanting to give Winter Fox any edge in this game. A lot more communication here between these bottom lanes. Farming with his zap from very far away. Waiting to see Dominate do quite a bit for the team here. He's already been to top lane to put a little bit of pressure on, but just using the tunnels to get where he needs to farm.
Yeah, and when he was up there, not only did he pressure that weak point on Winter Fox, but he also dropped wards really deep on this red side jungle, not only at the red buff, but also the Trinket one in the lane. So keeping some vision on his move up to the weak side there from Winter Fox.
Looks like mid lane may be taking a bit of damage. No, just to help clear for Phoenix. We may actually get a roam here. We see Special coming up with Keith, actually. So they may start to get that push on they were talking about earlier, actually. The minions are there for them, and Belter, Helios cannot do much. They watch mid go down.
Yeah, good roam here because they do not want to fall to the burst here from the Winter Fox lane. Just move up and take a turret really quickly. Whenever you do have Jinx with that attack speed bonus that she has, supplemented with the Janna attack damage from the shield, can take down turrets very quickly if you just roam up in time. Now that they have that middle turret down, it can open up that mid area. They need more vision there because Xerath is a prime target for a Vi LeBlanc combo post 6. Looks like they are going to head down the bottom though.
Doing everything well based off of the time of the game right now. Taking that mid turret, now knowing that they would have to back on this one. The Dragon goes over to Winter Fox. The vision was not able to be grabbed that would make this contestable. So 2 Dragons here in favor of Winter Fox. Dominate doesn't even try for it. So it feels like Liquid are comfortable with what's happening on the map right now. They have that first blood lead, but that's about it. It's 2K sitting here.
Let's see what Avalon can do because he is getting starved so heavily by Quas. The 1 versus 1 power was just way too much. Since they've already taken the Dragon, though, off the bottom side of the map, Avalon can farm fairly safely up on this top side and get back into this game. He really needs to complete his Rod of Ages as soon as possible to start get that stacking so that he can start building some defensive items. Right now, though, first big power spike in the game is Trinity Force on the Fizz.
Yeah, that's a good timing at 13.
He's a very, very powerful assassin at the moment.
So looking for Team Liquid to pressure their advantage. Bottom lane here with Keith. They may be able to get a kill on lone Altec, but he backs out of the lane. They know it's not safe to be going past the river alone right now. Clear out for Helios. 50 to 52 on junglers. They've been trying to make themselves very present in the game. Another right of the arcane to the face of Pobelter, pushing him out of lane, but Phoenix still not able to find those kills. 118 to 126 for as many times he's been pushed out. That's a pretty even lane altogether due to the lane swaps. Here we have a little more pressure from Liquid at the bottom lane.
All right, so the mid turret down. They want to keep on knocking down the outer turrets with the Jinx Janna combo. They've brought some extra support here. Not to only dominate, but Quas as well, and that will be number 3, all outer turrets down.
Ooh, exploded. Imagine the first number on the board is actually going to be an assist already. It was almost a death next up. Avalon teleports into the fight, and he's trying to be a front line. Tibber is able to take the stun, pretty much saving Avalon's life there, and dominates, the only one to go down.
I like the play from Imagine so far, even though he got hit with the ultimate. Able to survive Quas's all in, and then able to move Tibbers as well to take that stun. Nice little bit of micro there from the new support. Winterfox, though, they are down a gigantic amount of global gold because of the 3 outer turrets that were taken by this Jinx Janna combo and the powerful lane advantage that Quas got over Avalon.
Altec needs to spend some money.
That discrepancy, though, in gold, it probably won't grow too much unless Team Liquid are able to find some Winterfox players out of position.
Right.
Right now, the secondary turrets are a lot harder for them to take, and they haven't quite established enough vision yet. Ooh!
Oh, just the save. Avalon couldn't get in range for a twisted advance. And Xpecial, the Monsoon and Flash to save his own life.
Yeah, it's Winterfox's time to strike back now. They've got Vi Ultimate ready, plenty of CC on their side.
This is what they've been waiting for. Little dodge there. The blue buff helping very nicely on Pobelter. Morella Namakan and his Sork boots matching up with Phoenix. And Quas, he can just be a menace now, whether he decides to split push or set up ambushes like this.
Yeah, Avalon really needs some defensive vision inside their jungle if he's going to continue to stay up top. Also, there's a teleport advantage for Team Liquid, so they can make a move on the other side of the map if they just keep Quas up top and have him pressure. I mean, really, the next stages of the game are who's going to gain vision control of this upper red side jungle. If Team Liquid can do it, then they're going to gain a whole bunch of pressure with keeping Quas up there and using that teleport advantage. And Winterfox, exact same story. They need to defend against it. Everybody heading bottom, though. Imagine does have Tibbers now, but still no flash. Look at the bait. Oh, no, Helios! You have to charge your wall breaker up all the way. That wall is extremely thick.
A little bit longer. Hard to flash, hold the vault breaker. What are you going to do?
Well, probably should have flashed it then. That would have been a kill.
LCS big plays, almost. New hashtag. Minute and 30 left on to Dragon. We can see Team Liquid thoroughly pushing the lanes. Gonna have Quas up to the top lane here, which if he does get that split push on, he is able to call up Avalon. It makes it easier. Phoenix has then 4 pretty much squishy targets to be firing those skill shots through, so it makes it that much easier as Team Liquid just uses their advantages.
And I do want to point out, as you bring up Quas, that he has upgraded his yellow trinket to the ward dropper, so he can drop multiple wards up here for himself now.
You're a big fan of that.
I love the upgrade for the new yellow trinket. It is ridiculously efficient. And as a top laner, you are much, much safer than the support is and going out to drop these deep wards in the Fog of War. So Quas, with that upgrade, should be able to keep a decent amount of vision up on that top side and allow himself to continue to split push.
I gotta believe you now. I saw a Reddit thread about it. I said upgrade it. You said it. I'm just gonna do it now. It's what has to be done. Quads.
I mean, it was already ridiculously efficient, but then once they added that it can hold charges, it's definitely
it's the bee's knees now. 25 seconds on to Dragon. Winterfox nicely clearing out the vision here, but they still missed one. Just missed a spot. Uh-oh. Sonar vision given over. We see a special saw that as well. He turned right as he saw the footsteps. Altec should be able to drop the turret here. This is good global gold that WinterFox needs to kind of recuperate on, being 2K gold behind, and a third dragon possibly in their name would help that cause.
All right, so right now, Team Liquid, they just want to make use of their extra range here with Phoenix just poking a bit and buy time for Quas to get some damage on that top turret. Team Liquid are not the ones who want to force this. It's all on WinterFox to make this happen quickly so that they can at least pull that teleport out from Quas. They're taking a lot of damage in the process, though. Avalon already down to half.
That's what I was talking about, Kobe. The 4 squishy targets. Helios goes in, and he's not that tanky himself. If they have the focus, he gets squashed immediately. Quas is going to be coming in on this one. He's the level 12, not even needed for that. Still has his ulti, and they are chasing WinterFox every which way on this fight. Dragon will be theirs, the third one of the game. Chum the Water's just missing on that, but it was just to zone them out a little bit more. Team Liquid looking strong here, 20 minutes in.
Yeah, bit of a blunder there for WinterFox. Helios goes in extremely deep and does not respect that special peel.
Yeah.
I mean, it was also a really good job from Keith there. He dropped the flame choppers halfway through, so the team just retreats, and nobody can even follow Helios, even if they wanted to. Let's take a look here. He comes from around the dragon, scaring everybody off, and nobody can get across the flame chopper line with Quas coming in and a teleport.
Here's a smoke grenade.
Just immediately jump back out. It's really well played by Team Liquid because they know they have the vulnerable backline, so everybody just collapses and they peel. WinterFox not able to coordinate all of this hard CC that they have. I mean, they really need to layer the Maokai with the Vi and the Annie for them to pull that off, but it was a bit disjointed there.
It was good that Pobelter was able to pick up a kill towards the end off of Phoenix. He was pressuring him out all mid lane, so he gets a little bit back. Hopefully a carry that WinterFox can put the bag on and stick the rest of the team in here. The gold lead only growing slowly in favor of Team Liquid, and Keith. Look at his first real blunder there. He is way out of position.
Yeah, hard to account for the Flash Annie stun, but he was pushed up way too far. As we said, Team Liquid, they should be aware their back line, while very powerful, is also very vulnerable and should never be up front. That's Dominate's job and Quas's job, because he can get away with the playful trickster.
I think that was a learning process right there. That's kind of like touch the hot oven, don't do it again. He's got a little lax. He's been having easy games. He's got a good KDA. He found out that he can still get burned. Pobelter not getting back there. Nice job by Phoenix.
All right, so they should just return to having Quas try and split push and take that advantage. Right now, though, Avalon does have teleport, so he can hug his turret and just hold the minions very easily against Quas, and then try and make a play somewhere else on the map. Vision, though, has been reduced to almost 0 for WinterFox. Team Liquid have taken complete control of both sides of the map. Very few wards out here for WinterFox. They do not have one of those upgraded yellow trinkets. So it's pretty much all on that Sightstone and a couple of pink pickups.
And it seems odd that you say that. Obviously, they're getting some swept out, but they do have double Sightstone, so they should have a good amount of wards on their side. They're just not able to protect anything right now. So far behind, and Quas, with his upgraded, is able to throw down more wards as well. So they are just littering this map with the security and safety.
Yeah, Helios, he has the Sightstone, but right now he has 0 of 3 wards placed on the map. That should almost never happen if you do have a Sightstone.
Unless you're Lisa. Maybe.
We're trying to hold all of them for big plays.
See? You need that hashtag. Almost LCS big plays. Coming up, 4th Dragon still has a bit of time to go. That's gating a bit of the speed of the game here. Everybody wants to be safe while they do this and not get picked off. Obviously, Keith knows what that's about. Just a few minutes ago, we saw him getting taken out in mid lane. And that flash, actually, of Imagine is just about 75% cooldown, so we could have another Tibbers initiation here within the next fight.
Yeah, as is very necessary on Annie. He's gotten the distortion upgrade really early.
Right.
Because that's pretty much the entire thing they're looking for with Imagine. They want one of those group plays, though. WinterFox, they really need to make their next team fight count. If they let this Team Liquid team get any more ahead, it's going to be really hard to stop. They definitely need to have Vi and Maokai on the same page for their engage. And Imagine will be perfect follow-up.
Hopefully they can get him in the right spot. Quas causing so much trouble in that top lane here. Team Liquid definitely showing a different style of play coming into this game. Very, very safe. Hopefully it doesn't come back to bite them too soon. WinterFox definitely has a team that can make an impact if they start to get their own picks. If they, like you said, get that Annie initiation from Imagine. And with Pobelter having that Rabadon's finish, gonna have a little bit more power.
Yeah, and we're seeing exactly why I said the early game was going to be so important for Team Liquid. Because they've been able to establish so much vision control, they haven't been caught out a single time. This is a team with LeBlanc, Annie, and Vi. And,
that's true.
And WinterFox have only been able to catch Keith that one time when he was pushed all the way up at a secondary turret with their Annie Flash. But now Annie Flash is back up. They have all summoners available for both teams. So the next team fight should be fairly dramatic.
I like it. I'm going to hold you to that, though. We do see the critical cloak here for Keith. We can get a little more powerful for Jinx. He's definitely going to be carrying from the backside. Quas is still sitting on that Triforce, but has quite a bit of gold to go back and fight with if they do get into a tussle.
He has a huge, huge amount of pressure that he can apply, especially with his teleport back up and going back to base to purchase right now. Quas is going to be a very big problem for Altec to deal with, because a lot of the WinterFox are going to be looking forward, and they're going to be looking to try and take out Phoenix and Keith.
That's true.
Not much of the CC will be used for peeling here.
It actually looks like you're getting Righteous Glory as well.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Imagine very, very close to going down, but this is big because Dragon was 1 second from being away. His flash just came back up as well, but he's going back to base.
Even though there was no kill there, that's a huge play from Phoenix. The drawback to the support Annie, while she does have great engage, is always getting poked out. And since that threat is removed, Team Liquid will secure another Dragon and the blue buff. You can see how much damage Quas does right now. With the Wit's End on top of it, is going with the on-hit Fizz build. It is devastating with the changes to W. Seastone Trident for him. It's going to be really hard for WinterFox to keep him in check. They need to get one of those combos down. And whenever you do have a front line that's this scary, provides this much threat as Quas does, it makes it a lot easier to play one of those carries that has less mobility like Jinx. Because everyone on WinterFox is so scared of Quas up in the front line. He provides a lot of zoning for Keith.
Right.
And then with just a special back there in the back line to help him, he should be free.
Solidify that first kill, get excited, and the whole slew of kills follow. WinterFox could be pinched out here. Quas is getting the ping down, but Dominate, that is going to be Helios that gets hit up. Pobelter's trying to enter this one as a new challenger, but he is a little late to the party. They're not going to fully get, oh, they do fully get that cleared. That was special, making sure he had his eye on it, and Liquid saved their jungle.
Yeah, they force Imagine back to base again, though, and they drew out his exhaust, which was one of the few tools that they had to buy time for the rest of the team and reduce Quas's damage.
Right.
Without the exhaust for the team fight, things just got a lot more complicated for WinterFox. They definitely need to get fight back in this vision war. Helios right now is trying, but he's outnumbered. Doesn't have any backup here, and he loses out on the sweeper activation.
That's the scary way to ward, when you just want to get the last ward in and your team is already back. He could have been taken out if the right people were right in front of him there. It just Dominate and Xpecial didn't have the damage. WinterFox focusing finally on the last outer turret. That's some gold they've actually been doing without this whole time. So you can see just a little far behind in getting themselves adjusted to the map control. It's been Team Liquids for pretty much 90% of the game. The gold still coming back quite even. 2 dragons apiece as well. So the third one is not going to be huge, but once we get to that 5th, it's definitely going to be the tell-all of the game.
There's the first attempt at the flank, but because the warding from Team Liquid has been so good, off the back of their really strong laning phase, they are easily able to dodge it, and they're the ones who actually come out ahead because they had vision of WinterFox on that engage, and all 5 members were committed to it. They get half of a bottom turret.
just dancing around Winter Fox right now. All the vision allows him to go where Winter Fox is not. Finding nothing but free turrets to take down. Keith clears the bottom lane. He's actually 100 CS behind Altec right now, so Altec's pretty big, but not able to put up numbers in these fights. As one, there hasn't been that many, and two, when there have been fights, Team Liquid usually is the one starting them from a million miles away.
Yeah, and then again, Team Liquid has constantly been sending Quas to split push, so a lot of the extra CS for them has been going on to this Fizz, and that's a really good answer to a fed AD carry. Even though Winter Fox are pouring a lot of money into Altec, this Fizz will easily be able to take that money off the battlefield if he's able to get into that back line.
Oh man, that was painful.
All about the initiation
taunting
team fight. Okay, teleport does come in. Pobelter should be able to see it. However, Maokai's on the bottom side.
Oh, that's so much damage.
Teleport is ready. Oh, they're going all in for it.
I don't know if they're going to have it. That is going to be Dominate Smite. Now they need to back out here. They did take quite a bit of damage. Flash, Tibbers. Oh, he missed special. He actually hit him, but he flashed at the perfect time.
Ooh, interesting little interaction there.
Hashtag what?
Still gets
That was
over
amazing.
the wall.
Great play. Obviously, Liquid's going to pick up Baron, lose a little bit of ground as Winter Fox take mid, but enough ground was gained that really did not matter. 2 minutes until Dragon, and Winter Fox were a little short to the party on that one.
Yeah. So the thing is, now, there's a little opening right now. I mean, not a lot of teams try and take advantage of this. After the opponents take Baron, you should have a moment on the map where you can actually gain something through vision control. Because your opponents just taking Baron spent a lot of their vision moving it over towards Baron and clearing that out. Some teams actually can set up some traps so that when your opponents come back with that Baron buff, you can try and take advantage of them. But everybody heads back to base. Just one turret for that Baron for Winter Fox, and now they'll just try and wave clear and hold on. Very difficult for them because they've got a Xerath poking them the entire time.
The siege is all there along with the poke, thanks to Quas. So big in this game, he can be such a menace. And now they just continue the poke until they can get in range for a Chum the Waters. 30 minutes on the clock, a minute up to that Dragon. Few more. Yeah! No. Oh, drop the beat. All right. I like it. And no, they just gets out of range. So, not needing a banner of command on that one. Able to get the Siege Winion in for a mid-turret takedown. Nicely done. And we see Team Liquid back off. Imagine now coming out of base. He does have his Righteous Glory finished. Bloodthirster up for Altec so he can try and stay alive and fend for himself in these fights. A lot of spike items here for Winter Fox, but they cannot seem to use them. Early game from Team Liquid. Very nicely done to get the lane swap matchup back in their favor. Even though Altec and Imagine went pretty hard, Xpecial was able to disengage, and Keith, they had good trades that early game, and it really helped out the lane.
Yeah, Winter Fox, they really need to make a vision play here. It looks like they are going to try and make it around this Dragon. But again, every time Phoenix lands a large amount of poke on one of those mages, makes them think twice. They can't wait around and get poked out. Need to make use of the flash stun from Annie. Looks like they don't even want to fight at all.
Even on the retreat, they're warded out.
Too much control here from Team Liquid. There are very few spots that Winter Fox can actually fight now. Under the turrets, they're just going to continue to take poke as well.
Well, Baron's down, bottom lane to be pushed here. We'll see where Quas decides to go on this one. His teleport is down, so he may just decide to stick with the team. Looks like Keith wants a little more farm. Obviously got to get bigger. We said third Dragon for either team wouldn't be gigantic. Winter Fox was okay with walking away from that one, but as we get closer to 5, they're definitely going to have to start carrying.
The speed is definitely going to help them out with pulling back because their team comp, they're all about trying to disengage while Winter Fox are moving forward. Buy some time for Quas to move around in the back line. Extra speed on top of the Janna passive. They should be able to run circles around Winter Fox now.
Maybe see some Captain Boots on Xpecial soon here once he gets the money. Who knows? So
with Mikhail's completed as well, that job gets really, really difficult for Winter Fox.
To lock anybody down,
To
yeah.
lock
I thought
anybody.
Altec would have something of that sort, either QSS now or have the Mikhails to get out of Chum the Waters, or, you know, Phoenix is stunned when he gets locked down. Seems like it would be helpful, but maybe not. Hoping Winter Fox's front line can explode those damage factors before they get to Altec. Oh, another Tibbers not fully connecting. Phoenix gets hit. Can he stay alive, though? He goes to the back line. Ignite's going to take him down, and Blue Buff gets transferred over, and the deaths are falling now for Liquid. That's Dominate down. Phoenix already fell. There goes Xpecial, and the long fights are favoring Winter Fox here as they also lose Quas. Keith was forced to run from this one as he was already on the back line.
They finally got it. They grouped up and they rushed him
it.
down. They came through 2 pink wards here on that path. So great job. Oh!
Woo! Little hot rocket
Hit
there.
with the snipe.
Keith was brief. He got himself a kill with the ultimate. We see the push in, the twisted advance, just out of range. Avalon blowing his flash, not coming up with anything on that one. Keith looking for a reset here to maybe get some kills for himself. That's one of the resets. Altac, pretty big though. We know he's got that farm to get the items that he has throughout this game.
That's huge for them, though.
That was huge,
this team
yeah.
It's very difficult for
Oh,
this team to actually
Dominate!
take down inhibitor turrets. He uses the Rek'Sai ult to get out there, but he does not have Keith behind him. If Keith had followed them and kept them in vision, then maybe that play could have worked out. But solo Rek'Sai not going to be able to get much done.
Definitely see a little bit of that play. Dominate was also stopping those guys from being back in time, which in turn slowly stops people from getting here. The turret already would have gone down, but Quas a bit more safety. So Liquid realizes that was a bit of a boo-boo, and they try to react immediately here, taking top turret.
Well, we finally got to see it all come together.
That
all
was
of the
even
hard
a,
engagement.
that was even a
from
missed
Winter Fox.
Tibbers too, technically, and they still won.
Yeah, I'd like to get another look at that one.
Here we go.
All right, so he goes for the 2 main targets. He got both flashes. So it wasn't a missed Tibbers. That was a really good Tibbers.
Yeah, you're right. The stun's
It was
there.
basically the perfect Tibbers. Target at both of the members of the back line who are once again really far up. And then Quas actually uses his first set of cooldowns, the first rotation of abilities on Fizz to assassinate the Annie, who already used Flash Tibbers. Annie already did her job. And Quas takes out the support there. So Team Liquid, we can see how they came out behind on that one. Keith getting position in range for the snipe. Beautiful shot. No time there for Probelter to even react. Came out of Fog of War. But yeah, it was a really good job by Imagine. Coming straight out, not hesitating to use his flash. Got both flashes of the back lines of Team Liquid. And everybody else piled in. This is why Winter Fox always take multiple sets of hard engage. They've got waves of engage.
Was enough to get the fight done, but can they find it again? The Baron says, I may be your opportunity to pile Team Liquid into one spot for that fight. 37 minutes on the clock. I'd be surprised if Team Liquid actually piled themselves right into that Baron den. Looks like they're going to set up a bit of vision here and go for the dance-off first and try to pull Winter Fox into a disadvantageous fight. Imagine getting close.
They gotta respect it now.
Chum the
I mean,
waters.
with distortion boots, this flash is almost back up. Good job though from Team Liquid. They filled in their vision once again, all over the red side jungle. So Baron is definitely prepped. They can try and bait once again. And it is really scary to try and walk into a team like Team Liquid have here with the Fizz and Xerath. If Pobelter or Imagine do get chunked out at all, Fizz Burst and Xerath follow-up long range can easily take any of them out. So they're being very careful, trying to clear out some vision first. We did get Avalon selling his sweeper for the mid game and actually getting the upgraded yellow trinket to try and fill in some of those wards as well.
Definitely good. We mentioned that Winter Fox was lacking in that area, and they'd lost most of their front line turrets for it. Only have the bottom one. Here, gaining a bit back. Looks like this is going to be good for them. If they can hold this, see if Team Liquid bites on the fight.
You definitely cannot move into the Annie Maokai LeBlanc.
No.
Fog of War. Here goes the Righteous Glory, and he gets him again.
The Righteous Glory goes out, and it's Phoenix that gets locked down. Pobelter goes in, but Imagine picks up that kill first. Quas to the back line. He will go down to Altec, and they still have Assault and Battery. Keith goes down. Xpecial's going to be the next focus, and Winter Fox, after waiting patiently all game and being beaten back, turn it on in the past 2 fights.
They just bring so much CC to every team fight here. This time around, Imagine's on the front line grabbing Phoenix, and Avalon actually used his Twisted Advance to peel for Altec. When Quas goes in, he locked him up long enough for Altec to take down half of Quas's life. And Altec, this Graves that they put all their money on, dealing damage the entire time, they're just going for the end game.
They are going right for the Nexus turrets. In the blink of an eye, Winter Fox flips things around, and they're going to be taking out Team Liquid here, Week 5, Game 1. Winter Fox takes down Team Liquid, 38-50. Wow, what a turnaround for a game. Well, said they were playing safe, but I guess a little too safe just kind of hands the game right over.
That's why I keep on mentioning the threat of bringing all of this siege for Winter Fox and why they continue to draft teams that just have so much hard CC. Even if they mess up one of the fights early on, piling in like that.
It makes sense because it goes against what I said earlier. I was saying, you know, Team Liquid's huge. Once they approach these turrets, they have Quas once the poke is done so they can siege. But who wants to siege under a Maokai, under a Vi, under an Annie? Nobody. And once we saw Team Liquid approach those inner turrets, they pretty much walked away with nothing each time.
The mid-game, where Liquid had a strong early lead with taking all of the outer turrets first, they weren't able to leverage that 3,000 or so global gold advantage into much more than a couple dragons that
It's a big surge.
Did not help them much, and they traded those for gold back to Winter Fox.
It's something we'll have to watch. A lot of times it looks like a team surges once they get that gold, but we have to remember that gold is still there to be had by the other team, and Winter Fox kind of spiked with that, right? They took the outer 3, then they took another one, then they had a dragon fight or a fight in mid that was theirs, so their gold came so fast. That composition came together when it needed to. Fantastic play all around from the team. Imagine first game with the team comes up with a victory, but it did not look like they were having fun in that lane. Taking a few shots from Keith and Xpecial in the early game.
Yeah, not too bad of a performance from Keith back on the stage. Got a nice snipe. Strong damage from the back line. But again, running a Xerath and a Jinx into Winter Fox, knowing the type of game that Winter Fox like to play,
just in general.
I just have to question the strategy of trying to take a backline with such low mobility when you know the guys that you're playing against love to run all of this hard CC.
So you're even saying that before Champion Select.
I mean, Winter Fox, we've seen them try and run things with other strategies, right? With Pobelter on support, and it never quite works out. So I'm always expecting them to go with something like this.
Well, we pretty much expect it. Obviously, Team Liquid should have expected going in there. It looked good. They kind of put Keith on maybe what he wanted again. We haven't seen too many Jinx. As I said before, we hadn't seen too many Kog'Maws or Caitlyn, and that's what he brought out in his first 2 games. So maybe rounding something back to the composition to what Team Liquid was using when Piglet was on there. Could be the result there. Could be to freshen up that composition once again.
Well, the other thing is Team Liquid put a lot of effort into Quas and his split pushing, and he wasn't able to transition his split pushing into the mid-game advantage. It was able to apply a little bit of pressure, but Winter Fox had so much threat with the hard CC of their main squad that it was hard for the rest of Team Liquid to play anywhere safe while Quas is split pushing. And then that Fizz, he never got any pressure on the high priority targets of Winter Fox late in the team fights, even though this Fizz was a really strong point for Team Liquid. And in the first team fight, he actually killed Imagine after Imagine had already used, flash tippers and all that stuff.
Well, everything seems to be working. Maybe it's too many things at once, right? We see Quas on Fizz. We saw him on Swain the other day. You now have Keith in there. You're mixing a lot of things up at once. And while a lot of them look good individually, maybe they're not coming together all at once. Who knows? For more, however, we've got Freak standing by with Winter Fox's Jungle Enforcer.
Thank you very much, Riff. What's up, guys? I'm here with Helios as well as our translator, JJ. Helios, first question for you. Imagine just came over. He's been here for a very short time. What has practice and preparation been like with this very small time frame?
이매진이 여기 오신 지 얼마 안 됐는데 여기 팀이랑 적응하는데 어떻게 됐는지 준비 과정을 좀 물어보려네요.
일단 이매진 선수가 왔을 때 저희는 일단 좀 시간이 많이 없었어요. 좀 비행기 놓치고 그래갖고 좀 늦게 왔는데 그래도 되게 열심히 게임하면서 우리들이 무엇을 해야 되는지 되게 생각을 많이 했고 그 선수가 되게 영리한 선수이기 때문에 그 선수가 옴으로써 피드백이나 연습하는 데 도움이 훨씬 많이 되었고 짧은 시간을 연습했지만 어마어마한 효과를 본 것 같아요. 그래서
So he came really suddenly, so we didn't have a lot of time to adjust with the teams. But he's a great player, so we got a lot of feedback, we got a lot of practice together, and we were all able to acclimate with the team very well. So it was a great help.
I'm glad it's working well for you. Next question. You are here along with two other Korean imports, I guess you could say, here in this team. How have you helped your foreign teammates acclimate to living in North America?
한국에서 온 팀원들이 같이 있는데 그 한국 팀원들이랑 미국에서 같이 그 활동하는 선수들이랑 어떤 방법으로 이렇게 팀원들과 같이 적응할 수 있는지 그런 방법이 있나요?
저희 같은 경우에는 이제 저는 팀 자체를 팀이라고 생각 안 하고 패밀리라고 생각해요. 패밀리라고 생각하기 때문에 좀 더 다 같이 얘기를 많이 할 수 있게 거의 아무리 이게 팀 게임이기 때문에 혼자 아무리 잘해도 이길 수 없어요. 그렇기 때문에 같이 친해져야 되고 패밀리라고 생각을 해야 이길 수 있다고 생각하기 때문에 제가 제일 먼저 생각하는 거는 무조건 얘기를 많이 하고 커뮤니케이션을 많이 하는 것 그거를 추천해 드리고 싶어요.
So I believe that this is a team game and it's a team sport, but I believe it's something more than that. I believe it as a family. So just because we're a team and we're just going to practice and it doesn't get us success and victories, but if we think of it as a family, I really value that. And then best of all, it's communication, communication, communication.
Well, it seems like you guys are communicating very well, and your family right now is in third place. You're ahead of the pack right now this game. Earlier, you said that you guys were a summer split team. You were trying to build early in the year, but you're looking very good right now. What are your near goals? How's your playoff run going to go?
시즌 후기 때 좀 이렇게 팀을 살려가지고 잘할 계획이었는데 지금 계획 성적을 보니까 지금 벌써부터 잘하고 계신데 그 앞으로의 계획은 어떠신지?
앞으로는 이제 이매진 선수가 왔기 때문에 더 저희 팀은 잘할 거라고 생각하고 최고 목표는 역시 그 탑3 안에 드는 게 제일 베스트라고 생각을 해요. 하지만 자만하지 않고 열심히 연습을 해서 꼭 탑3 안에 들도록 하겠습니다.
Due to Imagine player joining our team, we're very grateful for him joining our team. And although we have a great victory today and our season coming up, our ultimate goal is to be in the top 3. But we want to be humble and then make sure we practice well and then prepare for it.
All right, well, thank you very much. Halfway through the season, you are top 3. There we go. Okay, we got it. We got that one sorted out. Anyway, we're going to send it over to Dash and Zyrene to break down that game a little bit further.
Thank you, Freak. And I think the first thing we want to touch on immediately is the fact that things were not looking good for WinterFox there with the Fed Fizz getting the solo kill in the 1v1 against Maokai pretty early on into the game.
Yeah, the changes to Fizz where his W does a little bit more damage when it's not active, and then the amplification on the level 6 Chum the Waters took Avalon completely off guard there. He actually ended up getting burst down and blowing his flash, which allowed Quas to get the split push pressure going.
Yeah, not easy to say. No. But of course, yeah, he took that CS lead to an astronomical level. Yeah. Now, the saving grace, though, on the side of WinterFox, of course, rested with Altec. Just absolutely decimating Keith when it came to those CS numbers. We saw about 30 CS in 10 minutes into the game, but by the time 24 minutes rolled around, an entire 100, a century's worth of CS had fallen in the favor of Altec. And that seemed to have been a big factor in those late game team fights.
Yeah, even though Quas was up about 80 CS at the same time and killing Avalon in lane, the fact that Altec had that much CS over Keith was really big because he's a consistent damage source. And then you look at Fizz, he's not the same type of AP burst assassin anymore. He's a bruiser that needs time to tick you down and chunk you down over time. So big problem there was that they were going on Phoenix on WinterFox's side, just blowing up the back line, Whereas Quas gets in, he's like, I'm tickling Altec, who's already got a Bloodthirster, who's sustaining through my damage output.
Right. And given those CS discrepancies, right, because that really just sets the tone for the entire game being played out, what was interesting was the fact that Team Liquid did seem to have cured a lot of their communication problems. In that, in the early game, they were able to secure 3 turrets within 15 minutes. I mean, that is an extraordinary feat just to have that pushing. And for those of you that watched the feature that Team Liquid had put out, their coach specifically stated that one of the roles of having Keith on the team, or one of the benefits of having Keith on the team, was the fact that he just pushed and followed calls, and was this consistent damage output. With Piglet, they were more concerned with funneling the farm onto him, and they weren't able to just kind of make these rotations and play the game in a more team-oriented fashion.
Yeah, Keith does need a little bit more farm, though. The late game damage output's not just going to come solely from Quas there. They need to get some of that onto the AD carry to at least match Altec. Keith, though, it wasn't just the team not funneling into him. That was what it was late game. But the fact that he had made that discrepancy so early on was a huge problem. But Keith does fit their style a little better, because then it allows Quas to continue farming, to continue split pushing. They seem more on the same page. And there's a bunch of team fights in that game where you can see Liquid actually have across the map strategy where it's like Quas is split pushing. So we're going to have these 4 people back up at the same time. We're not going to fight this. Lots of things going really well for Team Liquid that game. But Winter Fox knew what they had to do, and even despite being down, going for the back line and keeping Altec, which we had our eyes on him, want to be like, can Altec carry a game? And we saw that today.
Yeah, absolutely. I do want to jump into our first replay. It's about 19 minutes into the game. We're going to pull that up here. The big thing about this, though, is actually as a team fight that falls in the favor of Team Liquid. And it's kind of an example of exactly what you said, where Winter Fox knows what they need to do. They know they need to get to the back line. I feel they were a little overzealous in this scenario, and we watch Helios end up a little too deep.
Well, the big thing here for me is you're going to see some chompers come out right across here from Keith that are perfect zoning chompers that put Helios in a position where he just gets picked off, but Pobelter wraps around perfectly from the top to make the kill happen.
He does secure 1 kill. Let's roll that clip out for you guys.
And you're going to see he goes really deep into here onto Phoenix, and then the chompers come out to zone off the backline. Avalon can't go through here. Pobelter has to wait for them and walk around. Then they re-engage, and now Pobelter can go to the backline. Quas can continue to be this huge beast that just zones everybody else out, and then he eventually throws a zoning fish that gets them the dragon. But overall, that was really good communication from Team Liquid that they are peeling backwards, and Keith was being supplementary damage instead of the star of the fight.
Yep.
And that's what Team Liquid want from him.
Yeah, definitely the Chompers and the TP in tandem were a big deterrent for the rest of the team. But of course, Pobelter, he does sneak in those individual plays occasionally. Now, I kind of want to jump into our next replay, 33 minutes into the game. We're going to the mid lane because this is an example of where that farm on the AD carry can make a huge difference when the right team fight is found.
Yeah, and right here is actually, you're going to see all the damage come out from Altec throughout the fight. But the big thing here is Phoenix gets jumped on immediately, and then he flashes, but he's still stunned. So the Mikhails comes out a little late from X Special, which allows them to close the distance and get all the damage they need onto him. So we'll start rolling the clip out here, and you're going to see, imagine, new guy, boom, immediate speed boost, gets onto Phoenix, and it takes him a while to actually get that on him, and then by the time that they get there, he's exhausted. He's getting locked up, and they blow up Phoenix. He is the main target. The control mage burns down from the ignite, and then the fight is all Altec. Nobody can reach him. Quas's damage output to him is very minuscule, and then they lock him up because Keith is just not the same threat that Altec is to a front line.
Yep, you saw both AD carries basically free.
I love this.
This is the great ending clip here. Keith does snipe the kill, and then again, to his credit, when they push into the base, managed to get another solo kill by himself. So, credit where credit is due. Yeah. Keith played rather fabulously. He does need to pick up his early game mechanics simply in his CSing, right? Yeah. Put himself in the position that he can lay down the consistent damage they need.
I absolutely love the fact that he has a presence of mind to wrap around and know that you don't expect the rocket to come from that angle. He knows it's not warded up. He knows he can get that. And then to be able to defend in that manner against 2 gap closers from the Maokai and also the Vi, being able to do that is a really big thing because he's not a risk-taking AD carry. But like you said, if he can just be a little more crisp in his CS in the early game, we could see great things from Keith. Now, I really want to know who wanted the lane swap there over the other, because there's an argument like Quas is going to do really good things against Avalon, but Keith, he might have needed a free farm lane.
Well, we'll have to go use our own time to go figure out with them. We'll have an opportunity to talk to those guys, I'm sure. The big things to pull away from this game, though, are the fact that Team Liquid, they looked good. Even in defeat, they look a little bit more back to form. Winter Fox, of course, they look great.
Yeah.
Imagine coming in, playing strong. I love the fact that he has the confidence to make flash plays like that. So either way, great victory for them, putting them in a great position, as Freak mentioned, solidly into their third place spot. Now, don't go anywhere because we'll be right back with more league action, continuing with Team 8 versus Gravity. You're watching the NALCS.
Team Liquid, Keith, is stepping back in as AD carry and hoping to help the team rebound after last week's 0-2 finish. He gets squashed immediately. Quas is going to be coming in on this one. He's the level 12, not even needed for that.
오케이.
걸렸어. 피즈. 나 피즈 못 갔어.
렉사이. 슬로우 피즈. 자나.
피즈 못 갔어. 나이스.
Righteous Glory goes out, and it's Phoenix that gets locked down. Pobelter goes in, but Imagine picks up that kill first. Quas to the back line. He will go down to All-Tac. Week 5, Game 1. Winter Fox takes down Team Liquid. If you've missed any games or want to relive your fantasy moments, favorite moments from this year or fantasy moments, head over to LOLesports.com and check out our VODs spoiler-free. You can also enjoy league action from the different regions and the challenger scene. But now we're heading into our next match. It's Team 8 versus Gravity. And for Gravity, they are coming off a win over their former sister squad, Team Liquid.
Oh, yes, they are. They showed improvement in their team coordination as well in that game. They were able to dictate the pace of that entire game as well, playing to their champion strength in brawls while not allowing Liquid to set up their siege.
Right.
You know, though when they have run into problems in the LCS, it has been due to that disconnect between the shot caller Saint and the rest of the team. It seems to have been patched up.
And that could give an opening to Team 8, who slid into 8th place with Dignitas after a 0-2 week.
And Team 8 do put a lot of stock in their ability to team fight. They see that as one of the group's strengths. So if Cali can get an advantage in that top lane and lead them into strong mid-game engages, then they may be able to come out on 5v5s if they can take advantage of, you know, miscommunication between Saint and the rest of their team.
Hopefully. There's a lot of miscommunication to be had all around. We need to just get it out
We
of here.
just keep saying it over and over. Oh, people need to talk more.
Miscommunication, synergy, rotation. Let's check out the starting lineups on the blue side. It's going to be Team 8. Cali Trolls in the top lane. Porpoise in the jungle. Slushy in mid, Maple Street at AD carry, and Dodo on support.
And on the red side, it's Gravity. Up top is Haunter. In the jungle, St. Vicious. Mid, Keen, AD carry, Cop, and support, Bunny Fufu. Now, while we are making all these jokes about communication,
Communicate
a
with
lot of times, the things that people point out as communication problems are actually just problems that come from not playing with each other enough and not having people understand the game the same way. If you play with someone enough, then you will know how they will react to certain situations without having to say anything. That's the point that you want to get to. You don't want to have to be able to, you don't want to have to say anything. You just want to know how they'll react in that situation.
That is the sole purpose behind Ramblington, the video.
Is it?
Absolutely. Going into picks and bans in this one, Team 8 versus Gravity. Vi, Zed, Nidalee, and Aurelia have all been banned off. A few ladies and the gentleman, Zed. So we'll see what these guys have. Some pretty good picks out there. Obviously, St. Vicious been having some good games on that 5, but this still leaves Jarvan up for the junglers. No, it does not. That's banned out.
The thing is, targeting Saint with bans never really does much. He plays pretty much every champion in the game. So targeting Vi and Jarvan is just like the really strong hard engages, and the only reason to do that is to first pick one as well. So they get the last of the top 3 junglers at the moment. Saint should be fine though. Still plenty of options for him. Haunter immediately locking in the Maokai for top though. As I said, top laners have really been valuing Maokai more and more over the last just week in the North American LCS. And Gnar and Rumble falling a bit. I think Rumble is definitely still a really good pickup for Cali, though. Rumble does have a good matchup versus Maokai in the lane as well as in the team fights. A little bit of a taunt here, calling out the Hecarim from Keen, daring him to go with it.
As Corki as well. Used by Gravity a few times, by Keen, by Cop. And it may be picked up on the side for Slushy in the mid lane. We know Maple Street is really loving the Graves right now. So it could be his, it could be Slushy's, but the Annie is also an option here as pick number 2 and 3 for Team 8 are being hovered.
Now, whenever Annie is picked up as a support, I always look to the tank of the enemy team. One of the biggest counters to having an Annie support for your engage is poke, as we saw in the last game, but also having a really beefy tank to zone out Annie and not let her get close enough to flash on your back line. So a lot of weight on Haunter. If Haunter gets fed, then it's going to make Annie's job really difficult.
Stop it, Cop. Switching around champions. You're going to get yourself stuck. So that Annie and the Graves is locked in. We actually just saw that last game as well from Winter Fox for that very powerful duo lane. Kassadin being hovered. Seen him get picked a few more with some of these junglers, and Nidalee now seeing herself on the ban list. So he may be locked in for Keen here for a little bit of power play after 6.
I'm actually curious. If they lock in Sivir will we get to see the St. Vicious Olaf? He's been a pretty big fan of this. And with most of the top tier junglers banned or taken away right now, very real possibility that we do see Olaf, who's also pretty good against Annie, by the way.
Bring back the Stampede, Kobe.
Team 8, though, still trying to craft their 5v5 composition, as that's what they usually like to go with. Already with a big bursty lane, as we saw, the Graves and Annie.
Well, I don't see like a Cali Trolls initiation yet. Obviously, Dodo can get in there.
He hasn't picked his champion.
I know. I'm waiting. Just so anxious.
What's he gonna make the plays on? All right.
Oh.
So
I don't know.
Cali Trolls as well. Right now, he's got the Rek'Sai for his team. Didn't see much with the Rek'Sai last game. Dominate didn't really take advantage of the mobility or early game knockups. Early game knockups going to be really hard, by the way, to pull off against either Morgana or Sivir. Spell shield's really difficult for Maokai to deal with.
Oh.
We won't see the Olaf. We will see the St. Vicious Nunu, though. That's, by the way, one of the reasons why he replaced me on CLG, because I did not play Nunu, and he did. Rip. All right, Nunu's pretty good with Sivir, too, though, for mid-game. They're going to have so much speed. This Gravity squad is really good at chasing people down. That's where Kassadin thrives as well, chasing down people in drawn-out mid-game chases. So if Team 8 do not group up as 5 and they're not able to pull off the coordination necessary to work with a Gnar, then Gravity can easily kite them while Mega Gnar is up, and then try and re-engage once the bar runs out. So this is really going to put a test to that Team 8 team fighting that they like to talk up, and really test their coordination.
Crowd absolutely loving it. Team 8 is great, mate. I'd rate him an 8 out of 8. Yeah, look at that. A friendly handshake. Good morrow to you, sir, and good luck to the teams for this match. If you're predicting a Team 8 victory, be sure to send hashtag T8win. Or if you think Gravity will take the win, send hashtag GVWin to @LOL Esports. We'll be counting your votes throughout the game, and it will be an interesting one. We'll see if Team 8 can pretty much, you know, they say they're going to be going around Cali Trolls, but also kind of want to switch that style up, and Cali Trolls doesn't want to get his team into trouble with baiting, so there's some communication to be had there, and Gravity really looking to get themselves up in the standings here at 4-4.
Yeah, I do like it this time around. They don't have to completely rely on Cali for the initiation. Dodo with this Annie. Dodo's been a really strong point for this team.
He has the Morgana play into pretty much a lot.
And as we just saw Imagine leading Winterfox in the last game, maybe it will be up to Dodo to take up that mantle and prep a good Gnar ultimate for Cali.
All right, and behind every good AD carry is a good support, and Maple Street says Dodo continues to impress him.
I think Dodo has some of the best mechanics. He can actually hit so many skill shots, and I'm always fairly impressed when he gets on his hot streak. He can just completely dominate a game.
Perfect timing for that one. We were just talking about Dodo. All right.
How'd that work?
They do pass, though, without seeing each other. Keen's going to get the info for his team. They know Team 8 are deep inside, trying to lay down those wards to see if there will be lane swap issues. Pretty much mirroring here from the side of Gravity.
Well, Gravity, we've talked to Cop before, and Cop has been quite outspoken that he does not like to match up. He likes to go for those solo lanes for himself. So we'll see if he can actually get the lane swap in their favor on the side of Team 8. Right now, they have quite the numbers here towards this top lane. Doesn't look like they're going to try to bushwhack out of it, but they are just getting the vision they need.
Now, the thing that I'm waiting for is teams to feed false information. It looks like that's what Gravity are doing. Because teams always put these deep wards to see where the lanes are going, you can feed them false information. You know that those wards are there. So Gravity have just tricked Team 8. They walk Bunny Fufu by the ward, thinking that there's going to be the lane swap top, and they actually send their duo bottom. So good job right there. Gravity, finally somebody takes advantage of the predictability of all LCS teams putting these deep wards to figure out where the lanes are going. And Gravity are going to get their swap, so Cop does not have to match up against anybody in lane.
Nope. And he stayed hidden down here, too. That's his first CS. He didn't try to match the lane up on the first minion, so he was hiding the whole time, so they didn't give up their vision. Nicely played and nicely seen, Toby. Slushy taking a bit of early damage there, even for level 1, but he does hit 2 first. Keen respects that, giving him some space.
Only
the
takes
first
the
time.
boomerang, so
Not
he
the
dodged
first
the
time.
important skill shot there. The charm, obviously. Now, lane swap with a Nunu here. We'll see if St. Vicious can grab some early wards as well. All right, so they're going to switch down. What teammate have done, starting up on that top side and then moving directly down to their red side. We'll see if they can protect their red. Should be able to. So looks like it's going to be a 3-buff start for Team 8, and they're the ones facing the Nunu. Very rare to be able to pull that off. It doesn't hurt St. Vicious very much, though. Nunu can easily just continue to clear smaller camps. We'll see where he goes. Maybe he even moves across the mid lane to try and steal some back.
So saying this laning phase goes quite safe for Gravity. What's the objective of Saint for the team once they break it? What are they looking for?
Nunu?
The whole team.
He's all about applying his blood boil to Cop and then zoning. He's all about trying to zone this team. So it's going to be not only Haunter's job, as I said, in Champ Select, but also St. Vicious.
Okay.
That beefy front line is just going to try and keep Annie away from getting off a good flash tibbers. And they should have a good time of doing it here.
Well, keep an eye on Cali Trolls as well. That Narbar is going to be important regarding these fights. Just waiting for Slushy to get a mouse issue all resolved, and we will be right back into the game. Kind of need that going to mid lane. Helps to farm, helps to get that CS. And Slushy has actually been quite a bright spot in some games for Team 8. Huge in the game where they beat Team Solo Mid on that Orianna play. He was hitting shockwaves left and right. But we've also seen teams allow him to get that Orianna and then play around it very effectively. So it has to be a team effort by Team 8 here to really get their wins in. And so far, we've seen that only a few times. They're sitting at 3 and 5 on the season so far. So not too bad, and still have room to go up.
Yeah, and with them playing this lane swap here, Cali will have a bit harder of a time because there's a lot of threat with a Sivir Morgana combo. If the binding lands, they can get a large chunk of your HP out. So not going with standard lanes might be a little bit more difficult for Cali to get to that point to lead his team. You always do run the risk. As we saw in the last game, though, I mean, Quas outclassing Avalon just 1 versus 1. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, the matchup going the other way. Let's see here, though, because Saint doesn't want to give up on the red. Team 8 tried to go red to red for that 3-buff start. Saint does not want to let it happen, though. I guess they're going to give it up. Even on the weak side, that seems very curious.
Well, they have the vision to know that it reset. So they're kind of just biding their time right now. Nice dodge by Cali Trolls. He's actually about to gnaw out at level 2. This is going to be pretty helpful. Saint's going to head in. He smites and bites it. He's going to be able to make it out with the refresh and getting a red. That's the flash in from Porpoise. He's not going to have that for any early game pressure here. And it looks like Gravity's going to be able to walk right out. Also pulling chaos from the whole team. They walk into Dodo. Cop's going to get hit, forcing the flash on that. And Gravity, they could have just kept walking on that one.
Yeah, might have stayed a little bit too long, but it all turned out pretty well for Gravity. They did get the red buff. And Sivir in a 2 versus 1 having to blow her flash, not as bad as if it was the 2 versus 2 situation. He should be fairly safe. And since they have a Nunu as well, their ward coverage should be just fine for this bottom lane. But we'll see. Dodo 8 down bottom now as well. So Cop, without the flash and heal, will have to play a bit safer. And we will see if those summoners for the red will pay off. Saint coming right back, and there are no wards.
Oh, man, there's no charge as well for Dodo. He's got a few spells to cast before he can make that happen. They're looking to make it happen under the turret. Actually forces his flash. So Bunny Fufu doing some big plays as the bindings are just missing. So I think we've blown almost all the flashes here early game. Maybe the top side of the map has theirs left, but that was some aggressive early game jungling.
Taking off the flash from Annie, always a really, really huge thing too, because he's going to be looking to roam quite often early. And without that, a lot less pressure on Keen. And if Keen can get safely to level 6, and it makes it much, much easier for Gravity. They also have a substantial gold lead so far just from those minions.
Yep.
On Team Gravity.
Getting the swaps in their favor. Maple Street's kind of been taking this time to walk back to lane. He will approach Cop with a pickaxe and that anti-power, but it looks like they're actually getting their back on.
And the thing is, it wasn't even like last game where people were getting outplayed in the side lanes early on for CS. This was actually because Team 8 were focusing so heavily on that 3 buff, going red side jungle to other red side jungle. If it doesn't pay off, then you use all that time walking in the early game without getting any gold or experience income. Meanwhile, Gravity, they had people in all 3 lanes, where teammate basically missed out on a full lane of golden experience that whole time by focusing on the jungle. And we'll see if Cali can recover from this. Haunter was doing great in the 1 versus 1 up top. Maokai versus Graves, even going even in CS with the AD carry.
They really do not like to match up that duo lane. Cop and Bunny Fufu swap back to top. Haunter is going to go back against Maple Street in that bottom lane. Slushy here, he's been pushing in Keen quite a bit for the mid lane, but nobody really has too big of a lead. Keen's 38-28. He just lost his flash to a gank in mid.
Yeah, Keen doing really, really well in this RA Kassadin matchup right now. I think that Slushy's just been missing a bit of CS.
They also pulled down for that fiasco out down towards the
Oh,
red,
it was
so.
the roam as well. Yeah. So not only did it cost them in the side lane CS, but they even called mid laner down for a while. So that jungle play cost teammate a whole bunch, and they didn't even pull off the 3 buff.
Yeah, it's true. Pink ward coming back for Slushy. He can stay safe in the mid lane and maybe go a little bit harder. That cleanup on that last wave gave Keen 45-29 there, so he could start getting a lot of pressure on that mid lane and start his roam as well with St. Vicious. Haunter back to top. Again, they swap the lanes over and over again. They love to avoid that duo.
And Haunter should be able to hold it pretty well. Maokai with the AoE clear.
Hasn't been having
Just
too
try
much
and keep
trouble
his
so
turret
far.
up for long enough.
He's definitely having a better time than Cali Trolls, 47-25. He's got his catalyst, so he just kind of hangs out, levels up, and he's good to go.
Plus, if teammates switch their duo up top, then the early dragons are Gravities to take. They're the team with the Nunu. Really, really easy for Saint to pretty much take that at his convenience. Porpoise, though, wants to go back for the red seal, so that should probably signal Saint to get some action going.
Setting up for just that, as you say it. Be a nice consistent damage from the Tormented Soil. Yeah, they can't even push Haunter out of this one. They may eventually get the turret because of the ability that Haunter can't take them out of lane. But it's ever so slowly. So Dragon for maybe a top turret here, but Gravity doing nicely.
And this is just such...
Oh.
Well, that was just a very poor mistake.
Oh.
You let it release.
Hello.
Cali jumping in. All right, they're going to take it away.
It's like off in the fog of war, we didn't see the Gnar. That's going to be Porpoise picking that one up. And a lot of us are left scratching our head.
The duo is top for Team 8. Because they spent so much mana and health taking the dragon, Saint was too low to keep that fight even though they had numbers advantage. Quite curious there. Keen does not collapse. No support really from Cop either. Just keeps shoving the lane in. So the value of that early dragon isn't that high, but Team 8 are able to shove them off and take it.
Ooh. Not an easy thing to match that charm, but Keen was face to face. And the heal from Slushy pretty much keeps him nicely sustained in these trades. 7-7 here. Slushy, like we said, and figured would catch up in that CS, 55-56. And now he's getting the better of Keen. We do have a roam here from Dodo, which is going to apply a little bit of ward pressure. And may means Keen going down. Remember, his flash was down at about 5 minutes. He'll have that back in about 1.
I don't think Keen's going to go down here. He's got a bunch of teammates.
Not this time, that's for sure. It's going to be Haunter and Saint just on the other side.
Oh,
Bunny Fufu! The no-look from the brush, very nicely done. Porpoise actually uses the farm alarm, and I don't think he got himself into a good situation here. He's going to be forced to tunnel right back through.
Yeah, good job there from Gravity getting the roam.
Good movement by Bunny there.
From Haunter. And Haunter is just so much with the CS lead that he got early and experience lead over Cali, he could just shove the lane in so quickly on Maokai and then start roaming like that. No ward coverage at all for teammate around the mid lane. St. Vicious on his new early rush into sight zone. Very, very common build, able to get a lot of vision advantage around that mid lane.
All right, so it looks like Gravity across the board is going to be doing Rod of Ages. Looking for Haunter and Keen to get those. Not yet charging. Back down to the bottom lane, 88 to 85. We'll see if this actually stays matched up. It's level 5 for the supports, so they don't have to be too worried about a huge engage just yet.
Yeah, and Gravity, right now, they're not really looking to press any issues. They want those mages that they have, the double AP, to stack up first.
Right.
So Rod of Ages is going to take quite a bit longer since neither of them have completed it yet. So they're just going to wait towards that mid game where they can take advantage of Sivir speed boost and the stacked up dual AP. The thing is, as well, cautioned against Maokai getting really fed for Gravity early on is going to make Annie's job very difficult. Haunter's having a great start. So the front line for Gravity should be pretty beefy when they head towards the mid game.
Now, when these fights happen, will we actually see Haunter going for Dodo or just being a wall in front of Dodo and kind of deterring that engagement?
Well, it all depends on the positioning of that team fight. Yeah, can't say without seeing the layout of the battlefield.
Right. Well, right now he's in the top lane, 88 to 58. Cali Trolls has had his fill of pushing that, so he's now joined with Maple Street and the rest of the team in mid. They will get Porpoise now. He's just down below, clearing some wards, making some more tunnels. Looks like teammate does want to try and pressure down this mid turn.
That is bold for Keen.
Trolls goes in, yeah. I was going to say, he took the words right out of my mouth. Taking a bit of damage, he realizes the same mistake. Teammate doesn't get too much out of mid lane as Gravity also places pretty much their entire team here.
So they've also swapped down mid laner to the bottom lane here to match up versus Cop. In the 1 versus 1, Slushie trying to go down there. He does have everything available. So Cop's got to be worried about an all-in. They really wanted to get Slushie that side lane pressure and have Maple Street farm in the mid lane while also allowing Dodo to roam to either side. Now that they have Annie Flash Tippers available, they can actually start to take back some pressure around the mid lane.
This is great. So we're not going to match them. Then we're going to put Maple Street and Dodo in the mid. Try to push these down. Dodo may get a bit of a roam on. He's going to back, hopefully getting Sightstone, get some vision on the map for the team. We already see one on Porpoise Pops. He actually just put that in. So Farmalarn back out. Where does he want to go with this? Teammate not setting up too much, but they are hovering towards the top side of the map at this point.
Well, they have also picked up the Sightstone on Porpoise now. So after his jungle item completed, they want to take advantage of the power that they have mid with a duo.
Just making sure to push
and
forward.
have Porpoise get down some deeper vision. You can see the duos rolling together. Don't want to ever go solo. Into the Fog of War.
Power in numbers, especially against seeing Keen fly around the map, taking these chances already. Don't want to get caught by him. 40 seconds onto the Dragon. St. Vicious and Keen are already towards that bottom side of the map to pick up blue buff for a hopefully easy fight, and those Rod of Ages are starting to charge up. St. Vicious going for the Glacial Shroud, coming in for his second item.
So 23 minutes we'll be looking at for both of those fully charged up. Glacial Shroud into the Frozen Heart is strong against so many auto attackers. Let's see here. Gets the worst end of this fight.
Whoa!
But it's not a 1 versus 1.
There's a whole lot of something, but they got nothing out of it, and Slushie's going to be the one to be able to pick it up. There's the Tibbers down onto one member. Keen actually takes that quite well. Maple Street now trading with Cop back and forth as the ultimate's actually only used by Cop there in the fight. And Keen comes in to re-enter. That's the Ignite. It ticks down. That's going to be Slushie going down.
So 1-for-1 trade inside the jungle is actually profitable for Gravity here. St. Vicious, they don't need much from him towards this mid game, but losing that mid laner and the double summoners on Ahri is quite big here for Team 8.
Definitely leaves Keen in a lot safer of a position to enter these fights next time. But it doesn't really tell us too much about how an overall fight would go with everybody included. And it does look like they still want that. Cali Trolls in the top lane, pretty far from gnawing out on this, and his teleport is down, so he will not be able to participate here. Hauncers is up. Big advantage there for Gravity. Looking for any level 11s. Too soon on that. We're still waiting on level 9, so no level 2.
All right, so last time that Gravity had a man advantage and the Nunu, we were like, okay, there's no way that they're going to give this one up. But teammate, they're still circling around here. They might just go for a steal. He's got a tunnel already there, so it doesn't even cost him anything. If he has an existing tunnel, he can just jump in, try and smite it, and then go out his existing tunnel.
I think he went in a little early.
He went in a little early. However, you should clear out those tunnels in the back of the Dragon Pit so that he doesn't have a free escape and make him burn his flash.
And it's cash money.
Try and get out like that. They do secure this Dragon, but once again, this is the third time they've stolen away this red buff here from Team Gravity. Team Gravity just trying to scale up a bit more, though. Not looking for the early fights.
Yeah, like we said, waiting for those rods to charge up. The BF sword in the hands of Cop as he starts to build up towards his Infinity Edge. Looking at Maple Street's bankroll, he's sitting about 1,600 right now, so he can go back and get a few more items to get his recipe going. Besides, one more wave will be the deal as the rest of the team is keeping it safe. They're actually still keeping Maple Street and Dodo here in the mid lane. So it looks like they're actually not worried about making too many plays themselves because they're obviously not going to have anybody walk up and get tibbered by Dodo. So teammate kind of putting out what they're doing here for the next few minutes on the plate. Gravity's going to say, all right, we'll do the same thing and farm it out. So now Keen matches up with Slushy here in the bottom.
Last outer turret left standing there. Teammate focuses down. Also, it should be a very easy item path for Cali. Mostly magic damage on Team Gravity. So he went the early Hex Drinker, and now he's going to get the regeneration from Warmogs. Still, though, since Hunter had such a good early game, able to keep pressure up top, all he has to do now is get into Fog of War so he can provide a teleport for his team. Gravity can turn this one around. They do have top lane teleport advantage.
There's the pressure onto Slushy. He's trying to bait this fight in. Porpoise comes from the backside there. The binding actually misses. They thought they'd have the advantage. Concert with a bit late of a teleport, more to deter the fight because he's stuck in the top lane.
I think it was stopped by Cali, actually. Gonna Gnar out here. So, big win for Team 8. Not only do they pressure down the turret down bottom, but they also got the teleport down. And it's going to be them with the actual extra man advantage in about 30 seconds or so. Now, this is the big point for Team 8. They are the ones with the Annie and the Ahri, and they really want to start getting vision control of the inside jungles now. Oh, Cali gets caught.
Oh, Cali. One more shot from Cop. That'll be it, throwing down the authority. So they start to get a few picks here and there. Teammates going to have to be careful. Start weighing against them little by little. They are still 1,000 gold up, 3 turrets as well. So Gravity has not really been able to get on the side of Team 8 besides the time that they invaded the jungle.
They're going to try and collapse here. There's no teleport on Maokai, so he has to walk the entire way there. Don't think this is going to work out.
Slow going.
Flanking with Nunu is very underwhelming. He doesn't bring a lot of impact from the side, so it will usually be Haunter trying to flank, and St. Vicious should just stick with his AD carry so he can provide the Blood Boil and just be in the front line to try and zone out Annie.
All right, Slushy's back in. 3 people. Porpoise, Slushy, and Maple Street all have 1,000 gold to spend, and with nothing to farm out and pretty much no jungle either. They're going to go ahead and get those items in. Looks like we will get an Abyssal Scepter coming in for Slushy on his next item. He's piecing that together. Wait for Cop to come up with his next one, a Static Shiv. Get these late waves pushed out because they're lacking a little bit of that. If they keep getting pushed in, it's going to have a hard time getting these waves off the turret.
Gravity do have plenty of wave clear, so I don't expect secondary turrets to go down anytime soon for them. And they can just hold on for another couple minutes. Where we'll really start to see the turn is when Team 8 do start going for that deep vision. Because Gravity, once to the point that they do have both rods stacked, They have plenty of speed to try and chase Team 8 down. So Team 8 are going to have to be very careful with their positioning once they do get into enemy territory. Because Gravity have always been a team, they do like reacting to their enemy plays and punishing them for overextensions.
A lot of that safe play is kind of working in Gravity's favor, because now they'll just wait for the teams to make a mistake. They've already been playing safe most of the time. St. Vicious, however, finding a bit of trouble there. And they're still just pretty much stuck on their own side of the map.
Cop has his ultimate available, but no summoners. Gonna have to spell shield the knockup.
Yep.
Ultimate blown and pressure mid. He still has pretty good wave clear though. That sliver with Infinity Edge.
That's good to go. Definitely a good pickup for the composition. Once they get to these turrets, teammate is forced away immediately.
They have been able to establish that ward control on both sides of the jungle though that we're looking for from Team 8.
It was quick.
They have the vision to work with.
Corpus came out with that early sight stone, started laying down wards immediately, and it has helped quite a bit. Gravity, however, they are kicking and screaming back here. They do not want to go down lightly. They're only 1,000 gold behind. It looks like it's been quite a bit more for Team 8. They're dictating mid as Gravity goes down to get wards on Dragon, but it's going to be a fight for either this turret or the Dragon.
Callie looks like he is going to probably head back top and create the pressure at the turret as well to force Gravity to be the ones to tank up Dragon once again. Mega Gnar form just blown, so Gravity can easily work around that. They will force this fight, and it will be objective trade. This is a good call from Team 8. Without Mega Gnar, they don't want to fight that Dragon fight. So once again, they try and shove up. They're not go for mid turret. They should just rotate up to the top turret because it's going to take a while for Gravity to get in position. They might be able to pull off a clean trade here. Should be able to burn it down.
Make their way out. Nice and easy. Very nicely done by Team 8. Dragon over to Gravity. And the push towards mid. Let's see if St. Vicious and Cop can dictate this one. 2 Glacial Shrouds now built up. 1 for Haunter, 1 for Saint. Interesting buys.
Teleport advantage now for Gravity with Maokai ready to join. So, watch for the flash initiation from Dodo. Gravity's early game plan for the 5 versus 5 is to kite backwards, use St. Vicious to just soak up the initiation from Team 8. And then once Team 8 have blown the Ahri ultimate and the flash Tibbers, they can re-engage using Sivir speed. So it's this 2-part team fight once they do group up for that 5v5.
Teleport coming in from Haunter, bottom to mid.
Cuts him off. They've got him separated.
It's cut off, but he's also stopped by Porpoise, so he's cut off. Keen actually takes down Slushy immediately. St. Vicious goes down as he burns down all the way back near the 2nd tier turret. And it is now 2 for 2 in a crazy across the map fight. Keen's now getting chased down. Team 8 has actually been able to group together now, reassess the fight, finally get the better of it.
Yeah, and they should be able to gain turret pressure as well. They still have 80 carry, 3 members left up versus just a couple of unhealthy Gravity members.
Whoa, that was really big timing there for Slushy to be right under the feet of Haunter as he teleported in, because having that ultimate plus the lockdown would have given Gravity the fight.
Yeah, what a big advantage here for Team 8. Able to clean out the vision in the jungle as well. Secondary turret going down, so there's only 1 left.
Easy cleanup in the bottom lane for Maple Street, 241 to 215, so he's going to extend that gold lead or CS lead that he's had. Let's see this one more time.
Watch the coordination here once again. They still have Bunny Fufu is in the base here, so Gravity makes sort of a 4-man initiation. They do get Slushy early, but they took so much damage here on Haunter on the initiation. Bunny flashing in. Cop got chunked out really low as well. Extremely early on. Didn't catch the beginning of that. I feel like
it was all over the place.
Slushy got it down.
That was an intense fight.
Yeah, we're cautioning against the coordination issues for the fights with Gravity early on.
Right.
Looked like they weren't 100% ready for that one because Bunny was still walking from base.
I don't know if Cali Trolls could figure out what he wanted to do there. He threw the house sideways, jumped towards, Cop could get hit here. The rotation up for the team. Cop's going to be able to fight this one out for just a few more seconds, but it's not enough to do the damage needed. Over to Cali Trolls. Nicely delivered and gift wrapped over to Maple Street. 3-0-0.
Yeah, again, Gravity here pretty spread out. They do have the split push going, though. It was 1-3-1, so Kassadin does gain ground on the bottom side. Not a total loss. Teammate were forced to commit every member of the team up to the top side of the map. So Gravity will come away with a turret for their troubles and for Cop's life.
It's been hard for him to take down this mid turret. Porpoise keeps having tunnels either on the side of Wolves or just at Raptors, and always gets there in time with Void Rush to save it or be in the fight.
Yeah. And the team fights are getting scarier and scarier for Gravity. A lot of magic resist coming in for the front line of Team 8. Makes it very difficult. All that Teammate have to do is take down Cop. If they either get Flash Tibbers or Slushy is able to get good positioning with Spirit Rush, then they can remove pretty much all physical damage from Gravity. And with the tanks building pure magic resist, that seems to be the plan. So a lot of pressure on Cop's shoulders to not only spell shield correctly, but also position accordingly. We'll see if Bunny's able to keep him safe as well. A lot of times Bunny focuses more on initiating as a support with Morgana than peeling for his AD carry. We'll see if he changes tactics this game around, because Cop is going to be very important for Gravity to keep up.
Yeah.
Or else they will have a really rough time of taking down the front line.
That's a big, tall order he's got going for him, but we know it can happen. Sivir not really being one of the huge late-game tank busters, so it might be hard to take down Cali Trolls, but that's where the team comes in, and that's what you're talking about. That's where the positioning for Cop comes in. 2 Dragons to 1 here, 27 minutes in. They're 2,000 gold behind, but obviously not afraid to go for small initiations that can start to give them a lead. Bottom turret's pinged out here by Cali Trolls. His teleport is up, so he's going to go ahead and get a split push on for the team. This is Team 8 and Team 8 formation. Have Cali Trolls split, wait for plays to be made off of his call. See if they can hold out until that happens.
Yeah, and with Haunter no teleport available, he has to be in the mid lane. So Team 8 are gaining the minion wave control down bottom. And again, Gravity are short range, so they're all about catching people out in the open. They do not want to fight up at this turret. Teammate doing a good job of pressing that advantage. 15 seconds though, there's an objective that will appear out in the open, and Gravity can use this dragon to pull Teammate. Cali coming over already. Gnar again. Mega Gnar used right before Dragon.
Right. Good call.
If Haunter can avoid getting hard initiated on for a little bit longer, then Gravity can go after him.
Oh,
and they got Maple!
Maple Street goes over the wall thinking he had enough safety from just Cali Trolls himself. They do turn it, but this could go very wrong here for Team 8 now. Keen in the backside actually goes down to the hands of Slushy, and Gravity is coming up very big. Sandfishes, however, going to go down. They now group 3v3 towards the blue buff here on the bottom side of the map. Cali Trolls forced to jump out. Gravity reassessing the fight just as well as Team 8 did on that one.
The key member, though, Cop, as we've said, he's still up. He's got the Blood Boil, so he's ripping through the team. Blood Boil plus his Infinity Edge Shiv combo. If he's not the main focus, then they have a hard time closing it out.
Pretty crazy move there for Maple Street. I don't think the team was quite ready for that dash over the wall.
Yeah, and Team 8 are the ones with really deep vision coverage, too. They have full vision of this blue side jungle with those deep wards. But another scattered team fight here. And Gravity able to come up with a Dragon number 3. Versus a new team, you always have to worry about those stacking up, too. Only 2 more here for Gravity.
Right.
You know, they are behind in gold.
Wasn't only but a few minutes ago we said Cop needs to get going. That was one of the fights that Gravity needed here to turn this one around in their favor. They're still gold behind. That was a pretty good looking fight for Cop.
Yeah, that was huge. If Gravity focus on peeling for Cop, they can do really well in the next team fight. They've got their Rod of Ages fully stacked for both AP members, and they've got the key Frozen Heart coming in. Zanya's already coming in, so they're ready to take one of these team fights now.
Yep.
And Cop gets a full Bloodthirster off of that last team fight.
Cali Trolls recognizing where some of that damage is coming from. Thornmail quite quick in his inventory for this game. Maybe want to be a bit more present for these fights. He will meet up with Haunter in the bottom lane. Teleports are up for both sides there, so this fight could come down to that aspect as we have a 4v4 mid lane. Actually, Porpoise just off to the side.
Yeah, time really working against teammate here. Think Gravity, even though they're still behind in gold. Definitely ready to take this one.
Yep.
Haunter goes back to base, ready for the teleport in as well. This is the point, though. Sieging up against the turret. This is what's hard for Gravity. Really what they're looking for, the only pressure they gain is if Bunny throws out a really long-range binding and it lands, and then they can combo a little bit of poke on that. Other than that, it's so difficult for them to crack one of these turrets. That's why they constantly are fighting over the neutral objectives, trying to get teammate out in the open. We'll see if Dodo can work around the tanks as well.
That's big for him. We did mention that in the early game, if Haunter would be a problem, if Dodo would kind of be a focus, putting himself in the front, or if he could get off a good initiation, being sneaky. Right now, they don't have much to be sneaky on. Gravity's finally done a good job of getting their own line of wards up here, pretty much past the river. It'd be one of the first times that they have been able to. Teammate has had so much pressure and control over the map all game long. Cali Trolls putting a little bit more of that down with the Scuttle Crab and some sweeping. It's all about the mid lane right now. Pretty much gated by objectives of Dragon and Baron, as both teams just want to find that fight. Or rather, Gravity's waiting for that fight. Teammate would definitely want it.
Yeah, you can tell teammate's vision has come all the way back out of the jungle, and they have actually just been able to get their lineup on the river. Losing control here. Baron cleaned out, though, so they're looking for the bait. They don't really have the capabilities to tank it, especially if Gnar is not inside the pit, so there's not a huge threat for Gravity. They're not really that worried that teammate are doing it if Cali's showing mid lane.
This could be one of those situations. Cali Trolls goes in.
They got the Sivir ultimate.
The team's actually not sure about it. That could be the callback. Haunter gets a good teleport in the middle of the fight. Now the team is going to be forced to follow Cali. This is what teammate is all about. On to Bunny, Fufu, and Cop on the back line. They're wiped out. Fufu just finished that Zanya's, and he gets to use it once, but he still goes down. Now they're on to Haunter, being able to take the tank down, as the third one means the fight will easily continue for Team 8, and they're going to go on to the inhibitor turrets.
Yeah, they're going to definitely lose inhibitor for that. I think that was a poor call from Gravity to initiate on Mega Gnar. Sivir, short range. She gets right into range of Gnar ultimate, and then the combo from Cali. That's the exact team fight that teammate wants.
Yeah.
And Gravity gave it to him with their Sivir ultimate on. They used their move speed to get exactly where teammate wanted them.
And this Dodo right now keeping Keen from jumping in with that stun up, especially a charm from Slushy. They get out clean on that one. They lose somebody, but they're definitely happy with the results.
Let's look at this. So at this point, Gravity can wait till Gnar runs out, but since Haunter TP'd in,
it's not even that long.
They go straight for him, and he just immediately flashes and gets a great ultimate into a wallop on both Bunny and Cop. And Cop is down. After we said there's no AD threat anymore, teammate clean up the rest of the members. There's a really good play by Cali to get that flash off when Cop gets too close to him in Mega Gnar form. I guess they maybe thought the flash was down, but even so, not respecting that Mega Gnar from teammate, and Gravity definitely paying the price that time. They cannot afford to do that again.
I feel like it was maybe we should not, and then okay, let's go, because Cop had already used the ult. Let's use the last bit of the ult and get in. They got something they did not want. Now they're trying to recuperate, repair a little bit of that.
Porpoise, though.
This shouldn't be too bad, but Porpoise, however, like you're saying, coming in with Dodo just on the outside. That's going to be a bit of a fight back and forth, but it more deters Gravity from finishing the Baron, so Team 8 get what they want out of that.
Yeah, trying to do a little sneaky Baron there, just get shoved off. Not a huge deal. However, during that time where Gravity commit to the sneaky Baron, all this time, Cali split pushing on Gnar.
As always.
Getting beefier and beefier.
Haunter not really worried about this, but he does have to attend to the situation in the bottom lane.
So this dragon right now, Team 8 can easily pull back and grab it. They want to knock down the turret first. Meganar pops.
Oh man, that turret is not long for this world. One more wave should be going down. I don't see too big of an engage here from Gravity. That could really turn Team 8 on their head. The Zanyas are finished up, which are going to be good for the long engaged fights here for Team 8. But according to the last one, if Team 8 can get the positioning in these ones, it's all theirs, just like this dragon. Number 2 for them, 35.5 minutes into the game. Baron still stands, so if they decide to go up to the top of the map after a big fight down here, it's all theirs.
Yeah. Cop has really got to watch himself in the next team fight. Because we just saw how Keen does almost no damage to Kali. If Cop does not kill him, nobody is going to kill him.
All right, teammate communicates to go back for now. Let's see what kind of golds we have. About 1,000, 1,500 on Cali Trolls to spend right now. He's actually quite big already, and he actually gets himself a Banshee's Veil. Haunter's had one of those so far. So just the last few defensive items here to keep themselves alive for as long as possible. We see that Maple Street picked up a Quicksilver Sash because he knows that's going to be big to at least cleanse some of the slows or possibly a Dark Binding coming in from Bunny Fufu. 4-1-4. He's been the benefactor of quite a few good team fights here. Not having to make plays, but Dodo and the rest of the team really getting into position. The communication seems to be on point for Team 8 this game.
All right, so once again, Vision inside Baron controlled by Gravity. They have a bit of the Nunu, but they don't have a lot of pick. They have to land a binding from Bunny onto somebody.
Oh.
To really make Team 8 pay for this. Kali at half Rage Bar here is pretty much perfect for Team 8.
Just start chucking your boomerang over the wall. He's actually going to force the fight. He wants the Gnar out here. If the team can wait long enough for that to happen, it'll be good. But they're forced to flash and get into the middle of the fight immediately. St. Vicious with absolute zero zones everything out. Haunter's by himself. He's going to get taken down. And Cali Trolls was fighting 4 members of Gravity on the other side of the screen. And they're able to now fly past him and get to the squishy targets.
So key moment of this fight as Cop tries to clean up here, and they should be able to because they have Kassadin, was Cop spell shielded Tibbers. And Gnar used his ultimate only on Kassadin. So this time around, Cop kept himself out of range of Mega Gnar, and he saw Dodo coming for it. The flash Tibbers done, Cop was able to spell shield it and rip apart teammate. So let's watch again. Kali's going to initiate here, but he uses his Gnar ultimate really early, and there it is. Cop spell shields Tibbers and then destroys Dodo. This time as well,
So
Bunny
quick.
Fufu, we were worried if Bunny Fufu is going to be initiating with Morgana or trying to peel the front line. He gets the Soul Shackles off on the front line, buys Cop so much time. Even though he doesn't finish off Gnar, they were able to take the entire tank line here from Team 8 down.
Fast fingers on the spell shield, saving a lot in that fight with Cop available to continue the DPS. They come up big and come up with a bit more. Teammate now trying to get themselves back out, clean up the resources that they can. The game's 12-12 here as we approach 40 minutes in, and Gravity somehow still 2,000 gold behind, losing their turrets mostly. A few of the lane matchups did not go in their favor, but they are holding on right now in this game very well.
Let's see if Team 8 are quite as anxious to take the team fight when they have no flash on their Annie or Ahri.
Yeah.
Actually, anyone. All Team 8 flashes, as well as Gravity flashes, were blown in the last fight. So nobody gets repositioning tools for free. I feel like that advantage actually would go to Gravity if everybody trades flashes, because Gravity are the ones who actually have mobility just built into their champions and don't have to rely on flash to close their gaps and get those instant initiation.
Why are you seeing things
Gnars or Tibbers?
The Righteous Glory for Dodo. Other items like the Fuhrer Boots for Maple Street to supplement that speed that they do not have. Or actually add I would say, at the speed that they don't have. 1 minute, 40 seconds on. Dragon. Look like anybody cares about that right now. Who is going to be able to fight harder for the Baron? Cali Trolls goes in. This isn't going to be a Cali Troll bait. He's just trying to have a little bit of fun right here. Calibrate his tankiness. Make sure he's good to go for the next fight.
They have a big wave up top, so teammate, if they can get
baby.
away from the Sivir ulti.
Oh, baby! Yeah.
So they kite the Sivir ulti with their Righteous Glory. Big wave crashing in up top, and they can shove this wave up to the exposed inhibitor. But it's very difficult to actually get inside the base for them.
Yep. So good pickup for the Righteous Glory. Keeps teammate safe in that what would have been a pretty big engagement coming in from Cop and the rest of the team.
This wave up top.
Top turret
You've
is
got to be worried. That's
taking
going to take
quite
out
a
at
big
least
hit.
half of the turret.
It's going to have another wave there before this first one's already cleared, so Gravity needs to keep an eye there. See it in the pip, and this is all the freedom that teammate has to work with right now.
Sivir ultimate down is huge. Gravity do not want to fight without it. They should definitely respect the Mega Nod transformation. So they lose out half of the HP of their top turret, but that is about it. Vision control pretty much retained by teammate, but Gravity were able to sneak a couple into the back of Baron, so the bait's really hard. Basically, this is all about who could get the better initiation for the next 5v5, because that is going to determine the game. Also, with the front line here from Team 8, both building Warmogs, it allows them to take a lot more poke.
Yeah.
The regeneration passive on Warmogs is really underrated, especially for the late game when team fights. You spend so much time just trying to position correctly. You want your tanks at full at the beginning of it, and quite often they'll take quite a few hits just trying to position. That Dragon, though, is actually really important. That was number 4 for Gravity, so teammate cannot do that again. Kali gets initiated on. Meganar does get popped.
Cali Troll is quite big, however, also has an Elixir of Ruin in the inventory when he wants to go ahead and pop that. They're not able to do much just off of Cali, but it helps if they can start ticking him down, especially in any form, or rather, he can't heal that health back up.
And this is what we see when we get two teams that are looking for the team fight in the late game. Nobody really has that strong split push threat. So they're just working to get the better vision coverage in order to pick advantageous ground for their team fight. Teammate have chosen the Baron. They're going to try and bait it once again. Blue Trinket does go off, though. Gives them up. St. Vicious really far away. They're trying to burn it down, but teleport blown.
Very, very scary stuff teammates putting out here, but Bunny Fufu getting caught out. Scary for him. He can't afford to Dark Binding just on a Banshee's Veil, so he holds, forces the flash. Corpus pops, tries to get an initiation as well. Teammate is looking very headstrong as they approach this fight. The jump in, he's going to be thrown backwards. St. Vicious is the only one that gets hit by that as Haunter dives into the fight, and this is going to be Gravity taking it to teammate. They're starting to kite this one out now. If Maple Street can turn around and get the damage down, it may help, but Gravity is just bulldozing through this one, past the middle turret, right down to Maple Street. They're going to get one last stun in from Dodo, but Maple will go down, and Team 8 was on their heels the whole fight.
Yeah, much better front line there from Gravity. The Gnar flash in, didn't stun anyone, and only moved back tanks. So nothing gained there. That will be Gravity's Baron. Unless Porpoise is a hero. All right, dodge the binding. That's step number 1. Now try to get past Kassadin. And might cost him his life now.
Nope, nope, minions can't bind. Trying to bind over the shoulder. Oh! Dodges it. Very nice.
Underground.
A little swagger. That's a good play.
Yeah, it is just trying to distract you from what just happened, though. Gravity took the Baron, and they're going to run straight down mid lane.
Well, he got me. I am distracted, but Gravity was not. They are going to go ahead. Oh, my word, these turrets. They are just destroyed instantly. So that is going to be some scary stuff. Obviously, teammate has a better chance with all 5 up, but if Gravity can reach these turrets unopposed, they're done.
So look at the, this is perfect for Gravity. They have their front line up there. Oh, Cop, not only did he spell shield it this time, but he also had the black shield there, just in case Cop was not on target with his spell shield. Bunny Fufu had his back. And then as you say, they pop the Sivir ultimate, chase him down, even after he runs out. He's got Blood Boil even after Sivir ultimate runs out, so there is no stopping Cop at that point.
That is scary to see them coming at you, especially when you think the fight is already disengaged. Gravity has other ideas.
Yeah, one of the big bonuses for Sivir. 2 good spell shields from Cop on 2 different solo initiations from Team 8. Equal Gravity having a couple of team fight wins. I mean, if you're gonna do that Flash Gnar initiation, it's really hard because you're gonna have to coordinate with Dodo as well. Good job by Gravity, kiting back the initiation and then re-engaging as expected with the Sivir team. Shove on down bottom now.
Easily dropping these turrets when they approach, especially with the Baron on. Getting a little extra damage from those double siege minions on the back line. Not a whole lot, but enough to continue their poke on the champions of Team 8, and then a little bit on the turret. They have everything they want right now in their favor. They've been down, I should say we're down 2,000 gold all game. Now Gravity is up 5K, and Team 8's going to have to fight in 2 minutes if that 5th dragon comes up and Gravity hasn't broken the base.
Well, just look at the difference in AD carry power right now. Cop is bringing 6 offensive items to the table. Yeah. This Sivir is ridiculous. This is the end game of all end game Sivers. He's got every slot filled with a damage item, whereas Maple Street, he still has boots, but he also only has a QSS there.
Yeah.
So Sivir is bringing about more than twice as much damage to the team fights. If you do not layer your CC with Gnar and Annie and maybe Ahri, or take him out at the beginning of this team fight, the sustained damage from a 6-item Sivir with Blood Boil, there's no way that you can even try and match that. You're going to have to use at least 2 champions to get near that.
And he just sold the Static Shiv and actually put a Phantom Dancer
Okay,
in there.
that is the end game of all end game. All right.
I was going to say,
there was one more change
more
that he could make, and he just made it. So Cop right now is basically the highest DPS that you can get from an AD carry with Blood Boil on top of everything.
His AD, 494 to the 376 of Maple Street. So we'll see Cop exploding people, possibly Cali trolls the back here. And it does not look like they got the engage that they wanted.
1,400 damage crit there.
That's painful.
From Cop on the minion. 1448, I think. All right. That's going to be hard to deal with.
Hauntzer and St. Vicious are all volunteering. Both of them, they'll be the ones to take that shot. This dragon is big. Team 8 could go and may have to go for broke here. Dodo with the flash up and the Tibbers as well, but he's looking at a Banshee's Veil right there on the front line, and we were wondering how this would happen. Does he just walk by Hauntzer? Does he get locked up? Very tight stuff here. St. Vicious looking to Gravity, gets charmed. Will he be able to get the smite off in time? He goes down. The 5th dragon may not go to Gravity. It's picked up by Keen. Aspect to the dragon for Gravity as they jump into the fight. A double, a triple kill for Cop, a quadra kill for Cop as he lays down the authority.
Oh, well, they burned down the jungler to try and deny the 5th dragon. But once again,
Keen the machine coming up big.
6-item Cop, plus Keen is somehow able to get that while Porpoise is still alive.
Yeah.
Kassadin is packing quite a lot of damage, but that's definitely going to be game. They can run straight down the mid lane here. Congrats to Gravity.
Wow. Two games where we've kind of had a flop of the advantage. The team that was on the run to win the game is not the one to take it overall. Gravity turns this one on Team 8's head. It's going to be just about 50 minutes. And game 2 is going to be Gravity taking down Team 8.
511 CS, 13-2-5 for Cop. Ending that game. That is exactly what you want to see when you pick a new jungle. As a new jungler, you're putting a lot of faith in your AD carry.
Yeah.
And Cop, after the first little misstep where he got too close to Mega Gnar, never made that same mistake again. So Cop learned from the first time.
Never again.
The Flash Gnar ultimate caught him off guard once, but then he followed that up with 2 great spell shields. One on the Tibbers and then one on Cali Trolls. Gnar initiation next.
It was like Keith's learning process, right? You touch it, you get burned, you don't do it again, right? And the AD carries, in general have been really showing up today. Coming into the late game, the AD carry positioning. Obviously, your team has to be there around the AD carry to help, but good game coming in from Cop here, and the rest of Gravity to pull in another win for themselves. 5-4 now on the season. They'll have Impulse tomorrow to go after. This has been a good win for them from being behind pretty much all the game. They lost that inhibitor turret, and then we're like, you know what? Let's turn things on.
The importance of late game team fights, especially on the current patch, ever since the preseason changes, a lot of power has been shifted towards that area of the game. And Teammate, still with some room to improve as far as their 5v5. You know, they really pride themselves on their team coordination, but
yeah,
if they aren't able to take out that main threat, the Sivir with Blood Boil, we saw how the team fights would go since then. And they looked a little bit disorganized, not being able to layer CC.
Right. The early game, they got their feathers ruffled a little bit. Slushy was pulled out of lane. We had the invasion from Saint and Bunny Fufu in the bottom lane. They were able to take over Slushy's red as he got Saints.
Oh man, the game started off so well for Gravity.
Right.
Teammate committed basically CS from all of their lanes to try and focus on this jungle. You know, calling out the mid laner and swapping people like that.
A little bit of chaos. Worked out well. Something like that, especially for Teammate, I was surprised that they were able to kind of recuperate and come out so strong in the mid game and show strong for them, because Cali Trolls was obviously doing well against Haunter, but he wasn't able to beat Haunter. We've seen a lot of the Maokais coming out very strong. So props to him. Props to the rest of Gravity for all showing up together. They're kind of like what we used to say about Pobelter's team, right? Is if they don't all show up together, then it's not going to work. They have a lot of individual all-stars, but everybody's got to go in for the teamwork. Right now, however, we're going to throw it over to our guys on the analyst desk to help us break down Gravity's win.
Thank you, Riv. And guys, if I'm being honest, I have to say I didn't really expect that outcome given the team compositions coming in. I felt the Sivir pick was a questionable one, given the fact that they were going for somewhat of a protect the AD carry comp there.
Yeah, it's protect the Sivir, the 500 range 80 carry. You know, it worked out though. Cop got a lot of kills on himself. He was able to play into the composition perfectly, because this is a comp that wants to fight you out in the open. They want to run you down in the jungle. They want to stay away from walls because of Gnar. So fighting in those mid lane, like really long lanes without walls, and you just stay in the middle and black shield stuff, is how this team operates. Because you can't break sieges because you have no ranged wave clear with Sivir not being at risk. And you don't have a way to siege yourself. So you can't break sieges or siege yourself. So they want to run you down in the open, then get turrets after that.
Yep, and the cool thing is this comp is, of course, good at running you down. Kassadin, Morgana, Nunu, Sivir, all these things are very good at that. What's interesting, though, is that Teammate presented them with so many opportunities to find good battles. Normally, a comp like this is not a good team fighting team, right? Kassadin's not really good at knocking out a Gnar, nor is Sivir. Like, the comp kind of shouldn't work from Gravity, but there were enough factors that made them win anyway. The biggest to me was actually their ability to funnel farm. Cop managed to stay more than 10 CS a minute the entire game. We heard the commentators talk about it. He's sitting there getting, 6 full items. Zephyr sells Shiv for Phantom Dancer, like the AD carry dream, essentially. And that's going to win you an all-out team fight. Like, okay, Kassadin's going to suck, whatever. Maokai's going to tank, that's fine. Nunu, not the best Sivir, I don't care, because it's 6-item blood-boiled Sivir. Congratulations, we win some team fights. And that was a condition that Gravity made that Teammate failed to actually get for their own AD carry.
Which is, you know, interesting given the fact that Maple Street actually was the first player in the entire game to hit 200 CS.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like they weren't finding farm themselves. But things seem to rather slow down quite a bit once they hit that mark.
Right. It's an underappreciated objective in League of Legends is minion kills, right? We talk about teams like, oh man, they're up 3 turrets to 0, and the map positioning is nice, but those 3 turrets are worth 2,200 gold. You know, also worth 2,200 gold, 100 minion kills. Well, guess what? That's the kind of advantages that these guys on Gravity are getting, is a real CS lead that rivals multiple turret kills worth of gold. You think back to last season, oh man, they got all the dragons. Dragons are worth gold, which again is things that you want with the minion kills here. And we saw in the previous game with Team Liquid that they weren't funneling farm to Keith, and so Altec won the game single-handedly. While they were trying to funnel farm onto Maple Street because Maple was getting the most farm in the team, they weren't grabbing the farm from the other lanes. People are at 200 CS in a 40-something minute game, which is really poor sort of catching of minion waves. You're letting so much farm fall away not getting grabbed, and that's thousands and thousands and thousands of gold that are being given away for no reason.
Yeah, and the thing too is they weren't actually pushing the waves up like you were saying and then sieging because they had the superior siege composition. And at the same time, they weren't doing anything. They're like pushing and backing off, then giving Gravity the fight that they wanted.
Right.
Like it's like, we're going to fight you in the jungle with Maple Street out of position, and they did that multiple times. Calitrolls gets very aggressive with his engages. He's like, we cleared one wave, time to go, instead of pushing something that their composition had an edge on.
To your
It's a
point,
big failure
Freak,
in leadership.
Makes an even bigger difference when that 100 CS difference is one individual to one individual, because that's an actual item. It manifests as an item. And to your point, Irene, we're going to pull up our replay 43 minutes into the game because it's an example of everything you just listed there. Over-aggression by Calitrolls in the engage, improperly chasing and putting themselves in a position to then get chased back down the mid lane.
Yeah, so we'll just start rolling the clip out here. And you're going to see this is the rundown composition. And what it ends up doing, Calitrolls goes really hard on Bunny Fufu here, but then everybody just repositions. Look at Gravity. They're like, all right, we don't want to fight there. We want to fight out in the open. Let's trail you off to the side. And then as soon as teammate positions themselves in a place where Haunter can reach the side of the lines, and Cop gets this really nice spell shield on top of his black shield, he's like, it's time to go. They don't have to worry about the Gnar locking them up. They can get to the back line with Haunter and run them down.
And it's just a matter of the fact that Cop is at a gigantic item lead and Sivir's no longer under threat. And when she's not threatened, she gets to do a lot of damage. And again, this is the rundown. This is what we talked about at the very beginning of the analysis, where, look, Gravity are good at actually fighting if they can find a battle that they can win. Well, they found a battle of an overextended Gnar who blew his ultimate, and Sivir has 6 items already, so of course you can win that fight at that point.
This is something I actually like to call a power vacuum. It's like when a Taric is in lane, it's better to hold your stun than to use it, because as soon as you use it and blow it on nothing, you turn the pressure around. So they created a vacuum by baiting Calitrolls all the way up. As soon as they were like, all right, we're backing up, and then that allowed Haunter to get the position he needed and allowed Calitrolls to blow his ultimate on something that they had insurance on, because Black Shield on top of the spell shield. And then they were like, all right, now the power is completely reversed. And I loved that from them because they didn't take the fight earlier. He held on to that Sivir ultimate until the right moment when they knew they were going to turn it around.
Now I want to take a look at Teammate because, again, as we said, this was a game they could have won, right?
Yes.
They had a very solid team comp. When you read down the list, you have Rek'Sai, Annie, Graves, Ahri, Gnar. That sounds like I'd be very happy with that composition coming into a game. Their laning phase continues to be weak. However, the bright spot there was Maple Street this game in having the most CS at the game in kind of that mid-game period. But they're not taking they're falling into these incorrect team fights, which is what we have applauded them for in the past.
Yeah, there's a way to think about it in terms of decision making, where it's like sometimes the right choice is just go hit them, everyone press R, blow up the champion. Sometimes that is actually the best choice, but that's kind of the only play in their playbook. Right? You have the ability to make all these picks with, Graves ulti, with Ahri doing all these cool things. Rek'Sai can do all these fun flanks and whatnot. They had a situation where they took down the middle inhibitor and had a gold lead. And it's like, that should be a 95% winning scenario. Where like, I have map control, for sure. You can't contest because we're ahead and your mid lane's dying. You have complete impunity to control all the vision. You can play for dragons, you can play for Baron, you can play for all the all the tier 2 turrets. All of those should be yours for the taking if you put yourself to controlling the pathway around that. And that is not something that Teammate did very effectively. If they can extend that playbook, they can turn those kinds of leads into actual wins, but they don't have that yet.
Yeah, and you have to set up the conditions for the fight. Like you said, sometimes hitting R and going in is the right thing, but you don't want to run when it's raining on mud. Because they're just like, all right, I want to get in there, and then they end up being like, we took a fight with a poor position, they outplayed us. Like that was straight up Gravity outplaying them, and being like, we need this and this to be the conditions of our fight, and then they handed it right to them. Because that just blows my mind too, because Team 8 was like, even the fight off in the side of the jungle, Maple Street's getting flanked on, all these different fights where Calitrolls is going in by himself. They are not setting up the conditions of their advantage. Like, you can't break a siege. Go push turrets. Go push a turret. Like, you don't have to fight them.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's the right thing. Sometimes it's definitely the wrong thing. Sometimes you put the pressure of the possible fight on them.
Right.
That's what you need to do, is know what you can do and know that the enemy has to respect you at certain points and press that. You don't have to do it. just press the threat of it.
I'm not going to lie. What I got out of that was that Zyrene doesn't like mud runs.
No, I hate mud runs.
Regardless, Gravity, though, pulling out a composition that a lot of people didn't really expect or would have assumed to have success, but they found success regardless. So a good, solid win for them. Now, keep it tuned right here because after these messages, we're going to check in on the conversation happening over on Twitter. Then it's back onto the Rift for Game 3, Cloud9 versus Team Impulse. Stay with us.
We're heading into our next match. It's Team 8 versus Gravity. They
got Maple.
Maple Street goes over the wall thinking he had enough safety from just Cali Trolls himself. They do turn it. Now the team is going to be forced to follow Cali. This is what Team 8 is all about. On to Bunny Fufu and Cop on the back line.
Can we still win? We can still win.
They're so low. They're so low. Or he's dead. Or he's dead. Graves. He's dead. Push mid, push mid, push mid.
The 5th Dragon may not go to Gravity. It's picked up by Keen. Aspect to the Dragon for Gravity as they jump into the fight. A double, a triple kill for Cop, a quadra kill for Cop. Game 2 is going to be Gravity taking down Team 8.
Welcome back, everyone, to Week 5 of the NALCS. Now, earlier in the broadcast, we asked,
Who's your midseason MVP and why? There's been a lot of love for Cop's grab.
Close.
Can I just take a moment? I'm going to take a moment. There's been a lot of love for Gravity's Cop, and we saw him coming up really big in that last game there.
Yeah, Cop's been really great. So he is right now the leader in total gold and total kills this split of the LCS. And it's incredible to see how well Gravity is doing. So first of all, he gets these leads because they're playing around him, right? They're funneling him the gold, they're funneling him the kills, they're funneling him the minions. And that's working, by the way. Cop is the carry this team is in third place because of. And it's crazy to see. Bunny got benched from Curse, now Team Liquid. Cop got benched from that team. Saint got benched from that team. Well, by the way, they're outperforming their old team. These guys are doing great playing around Cop. Massive props to him.
Well, and then, of course, you have the TSM crowd, who are never ones to be quiet on the Twitter sphere. They're tweeting in force with quite a few people voting for Santorin, actually, saying that his transition to the team has been nearly seamless.
Yeah, also his transition to a completely different style. Back when he was on Coast in the Challenger scene and back when he was on Cloud9 Eclipse in Europe, this guy was all about bullying the enemy jungle and going up there to push an advantage. Now, he's about assisting his mid laner and being a facilitator for the team. So Santorin has had basically, like they said, a very seamless transition and into the LCS. Only little bump was at IEM, but he's completely fixed all his problems, and he looks really good.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic scorelines and kill participation from him. And we got a lot of responses that were singing Afromoo's praises. At Candace Grant writes, Afromoo for mid-season MVP. Those skill shots cannot be stopped. Hashtag, where did that come from?
He's just been incredible.
Yeah, I think Afromoo is absolutely great and a linchpin of CLG at the moment. They operate best when he's on a pick champion, because that is what the CLG that we've come to know and love this season is when he's playing one of those.
Yep, they dominate vision control, which is partially Afromoo's doing. They out-rotate you, partially Afromoo's doing, and they pick you off, also part of Afromoo's doing. He's been so great for the team.
Can't argue with any of that. So you can keep sharing your thoughts by tweeting at Esports and use the hashtag LCS. But now we're going to turn our attention to the game at hand, Cloud9 versus Team Impulse. Cloud9, after 3 strong victories that had fans hoping they'd put their rough start to the split behind them, well, they've stumbled once again.
Yeah, this is really kind of heartbreaking for all the C9 fans out there. All these other teams have gotten better and better throughout the years, and Cloud9, you know, they go up and down. Some weeks they look exactly like the old Cloud9, the 25-3 Cloud9 or the 24-4 Cloud9, the guys that go to Worlds twice. And then sometimes look like they did yesterday, or last week I should say, where they're like, all right, their 5v5 is better than us. Let's engage a 5v5. All right, and it's been really heartbreaking.
Yeah, and Cloud9, they used to be the kings of team fighting in the LCS, and they've lost that spark. It's partly the shot calling, it's partly choosing the right engagements, but it's all just crumbling around them right now.
And that's the funny thing about team fights is, I think gone are the days where you win team fights because your players are individually better. You don't typically out-mechanically perform in team fights and win that way. It's about your ability to choose winning team fights. You think about all the great team fighting teams because they would pick 5v4s, where they start a battle off of a binding on the AD carry. Those are easy team fights to win that any team can navigate, and C9 used to be so good at dictating which fights they took. That's the spark that's lacking this year.
Yeah, absolutely. They seem to be taking really any fight. And both teams in this matchup are reliant on their mid laners, Cloud9, to make those calls. But Zhao has proven he can carry his team in the past, but so far this split, we're not seeing that.
Now, it's been a shadow of the Xiao we saw last year. Again, the season MVP, the player that I was sort of looking to most this week, because I thought he was going to have another good year in 2015. So far, not the case. You can't put all the blame on like him getting camped or something. There are ways to play passively. There's ways to not play Yasuo and die solo to Bjergsen in games. This is a player who needs to step up. He's got the #1 solo queue player in Korea, Rush, backing him up. Like, this should be a combo that now we're 5 weeks in, should be working. This guy should be able to get out of his lane ahead, and he's not able to.
Yeah, and Rush just can't dedicate all his resources to the mid lane. And I want to talk about TIP's jungler, Rush. He's looking really good these past few weeks. And when Rush is on point, TIP as a whole is on point. He's the shot caller of it. He knows when he wants to engage, but sometimes he's overly aggressive. He's coming from Korean solo queue, and he chose the NA LCS because it guaranteed him a starting spot. He has that drive, and you can see it in his attitude and his dedication that he's really hungry to make it work. So I assume his shot calling is only going to get better from here because of how much work he's putting in.
Yep, definitely waiting to see him in his most refined form now that he's in a competitive atmosphere. I won't rush him. I won't rush him. All right, well, we're going to send it over to our guys for the play-by-play. But as we go, the carry formerly known as WizFusion had to fight hard and sacrifice to make it back into the LCS. Now that he's here, he says the work has only just begun.
If I wanted to join a team, I had to, kind of pursue it rather than just let it happen to me. I got offered from Coast. I was already accepted into University of Washington. That was when I just made the decision, I should go fully into professional League of Legends.
Look for the talent up here. That's WizFusion diving in there. Nice, man in trouble. The triple kill for Zig.
When Apollo first joined our team, he didn't really have much experience with how to be a pro and things like that. So when he first came on board, I was surprised by how dedicated and hardworking he was as a player.
He had insane work ethic. He was always grinding solo queue. He was super easy to work with and was always willing to learn. And overall, he was just a really good teammate.
My first few games, I obviously had some land jitters. I didn't play as well as I wanted to.
At the beginning of his career, he was kind of scared to make plays, but as he got into it, he was just a really amazing player and made plays when he had to.
Coast backs against the wall. They got a 2-0 at this point. Complexity Black 1 game away from the LCS.
The Nexus is falling. Is it going to be enough? Robert takes it down. Complexity Black make it into the LCS.
It's really tricky for Coast now. We'll have to see what ends up happening with those guys. If they decide to go Challenger Series or if they decide to disband, some of those players have a huge amount of talent.
Being on Coast was a beneficial experience for me personally to improve my play, but it didn't really help me get onto other teams. There was definitely a negative stigma on me saying that, I was too passive a player or I didn't work well with the team. I kind of knew what I had to do in order to get on another team, and I just tried to improve as an individual. I kind of knew that I could be at the same level as other LCS AD carries. It's just a matter of if the opportunity arises. Team Impulse, they were looking for tryouts, so I reached out to them, and then I tried out, and I did well. I think the biggest thing, especially when you're getting onto a new team, is to kind of have a blank slate almost, and so that you can learn as a team, and you don't really have any ego.
从 Apollo 身上，游戏中可以学到很多东西，就是他对这个游戏态度非常好，然后平时打得很努力，然后经常会看录像，然后发现一些就是很特别的地方，然后跟我们去分享。
I'm really unexperienced, so he guides me and teaching me how to play the game. Me and Adrian obviously still have room for improvement, but we're working well with each other, and it's just a matter of time before we work well with the team as well.
When I see him play on Impulse, he just has a vision and he goes for it. He knows what to do and what to play. It just feels like he really has matured as a player in and out of game, and it's really nice to watch him play.
That's the command protect! Apollo with the snipe.
I would like to have kind of a more unique playstyle where you could kind of say oh, this player plays like Imp or this player plays like Death. There obviously has been a change from Coast, WizFusion to Tip Apollo. I just wanted to improve with the team and help them help me improve as a player.
Out with the WizFusion and in with the Apollo, the new age for him, and it's definitely put up some results. He has put in the work, and it's awesome to hear that he's been a mentor for his team, as well as kind of be that guy that his team says is we can go to him for that no emotional filter response, right? You're always going to get a good response, and it's always going to be positive.
Yeah, the change has definitely been good for Apollo.
That's right. So let's check out the starting lineups and get right into the game. On the blue side, it's going to be Cloud9. That means it is Balls in the top lane, Meteos in the jungle, High in the mid lane, Sneaky at AD carry, and Lemonation at support.
And on the red side is Team Impulse. Up top, Impact. In the jungle, Rush, mid, Xiao, AD carry, Apollo, and supporting him, Adrian Ma.
Adrian Ma, indeed. That bottom lane has been quite impressive this year. It'll be interesting to see them go up against Sneaky and Lemonation. If they match, we've been getting a lot of lane swaps lately, but it has been impressive what Apollo has been doing since he was with Fusion.
Yeah, and they talked about the changes too, switching over to Apollo and joining this new team. I think Team Impulse versus Cloud9 is a really interesting matchup because Cloud9 have had one of the best team play in all of the North American LCS, whereas Team Impulse, they were really thrown together and just came together as a 5-man team right when the North American LCS started. So they have not played together as a 5-man group for very long at all. And when you face Cloud9, Cloud9 really puts you in some tough positions and make you choose between objectives, mid-game and late game, that are really tough for teams to deal with, especially if they haven't been in those situations before. So it's going to be really interesting how Team Impulse go up against Cloud9, because they do really live up to their name, and they have a much more impulsive style, and much more solo carry-oriented style.
You could say that. We heard the analyst desk talking a little bit about Rush. He brings that to the team, which he's curbed a little bit. Very nicely so for the team, and they've been able to get a lot of success from him out of the jungle in the early part of the game. Something we've heard as we see the picks and bans going through. No, the Ken gets banned out from Impact. I'm not smiling. Those guys are laughing, though. Is that Cloud9 is not going to let other teams get high-priority picks, which has actually come back to bite them when they still let teams get high-priority picks, like Ahri and Lissandra. This time, the Ahri still stands, but the Lissandra is out, and we'll see if this picks and bans goes a little bit better for Cloud9.
Yeah, the Rumble is still up. That's definitely a big Impact champion as well. Well, there we go. Maokai,
you were saying?
Maokai is still available. Yeah, Rumble is definitely contested between both these two top laners. Really big favorites for both of them. But yeah, the Maokai and Gnar still available for the top lane. Whereas mid lane, you keep mentioning this Ahri. Definitely a strong champion in the current game. We'll see if they feel confident still first picking her.
Only Xiao Wei Xiao has played it once. Hai has not taken Ahri in the mid lane. So switching around, the Maokai does get picked up. We threw that out there to be one of the top picks. We've seen Aurelia and Renekton from these guys up there as well, so Impact may have that as they hover their first two.
Yeah, well, Rush always hovers over Lee Sin and Kha'Zix because of his interview. That was hilarious. But
one day
for Cloud9, I'm always thinking about what is Hai's champion going to be, because they're the ones who actually been outcasted, and that's what he's been going back to recently, and he has had some trouble in the mid lane, as well as a bit smaller of a champion pool and not feeling completely comfortable in everything, because there's a lot of pressure on him. People always look to the mid lane because Hai does accrue quite a few deaths.
That's true.
And he spends more time roaming around and
especially
fighting
with
for vision.
That title of shot caller. A lot is expected from that.
Yeah, so getting him on something comfortable is always optimal. And for Team Impulse, they do have the counter pick available. So going to go with the duo lane first here and grab Apollo. A standard right now. Graves is pretty much the all-around solid AD carry for pretty much any situation in the bottom lane.
Keep it extra safe with a Thresh. Adrian tending to go with Thresh more than other supports. He played that both games in week 1. So now what does Cloud9 decide to start to round out the composition with? Probably an AD carry here. The jungler has not been picked, even for the first round here at Team Impulse.
Impulse not giving away too much.
Right.
Now, Cloud9 could steal away Rush's Lee Sin, which is one of his favorite champions, and Meteos has also had success on it, which would also allow Meteos to make those early visits mid and control vision around mid lane, which has been so important. But
whoa,
as we say,
hot dog.
Italy is still up.
Italy and Veigar are locked in for Cloud9.
And this is the Veigar after DFG has been removed.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have that full burst. The zoning that you can pull off with the Veigar is tremendous, because someone who's put in enough games to get down the exact range of the stun can really turn the tides of a team fight. Lock up not only the carries from a very long distance, but a very large area as well.
Yeah.
So Hai with some new picks. Oh, wow. It's going to be support Veigar.
Oh, yeah.
So
I was thinking.
one more trick. The picks coming in really quick here from Cloud9. Now, support Veigar, especially when you have a jungler like Nidalee who is ranged. I really like what Cloud9 can do here. They can actually call Meteos from the jungle really early on and get turrets knocking down very quickly. They have Trinity Force Spike on Corki, and the Veigar support, who provides a lot of zoning around those turrets. So Meteos on this Nidalee has pretty much free reign. Nidalee can invade jungles really early. She can go to lanes really early and even pressure turrets. I expect Cloud9 to have a very, very strong early game this time around.
It's an advantage for them to want a 2v1.
Not necessarily. I mean, you don't have to 2v1. They definitely can, and that's something that Cloud9 really do like whenever they pick up that Corki.
Right.
So I believe you're on to something here, and Cloud9 definitely enjoy 2 versus 1.
It's only happened every game.
But it's definitely not necessary with a Corki Veigar.
I'm just seeing this Veigar being able to roam with the Nidalee if necessary, even more dangerous. We've seen the Morgana and Dark Bindings, but with an Event Horizon, that range, the ability to lock down potentially the entire team without having it be an ultimate pre-6 is very big. We'll see how Cloud9 uses it. They come into week 5. Very interesting composition.
Yeah, the thing is, Veigar, even if they did do 2 versus 2, he can hide behind minions to avoid Thresh hooks, whereas Thresh cannot hide behind anything to avoid the Veigar stun.
You just disengage whatever you don't want. Throw down Event Horizon. Nobody's going to cross it. The Cloud9 fans are ready. It seems like we had a bit of a C9 mixed section there, but everybody's cheering, and we do see the compositions have been locked in. Impulse on your screen, ready and raring to go. Believe it or not, both these teams 4-4 right now as they look to get a victory in the win column, push each other down the standings. The coaches are ready. They pretty much have to leave it up to the players now, and whether or not that was really up to Charlie or the team, Cloud9 has an interesting one out of picks and bans. The teams are loading in, so head to Twitter and send hashtag C9win or hashtag TIPwin to us at LL Esports. We'll be tallying your votes throughout the game. So with this Veigar pick, is there that kind of potential ability to fall very far behind if something in this composition doesn't work? Or are they kind of all right?
I don't think it's anything more than any other support.
Okay.
Yeah. The thing is here, Cloud9, they may look for a lane swap just because they're so good at pulling off the lane swaps, and they almost always come out with advantages in those 2 versus 1 scenarios. However, it does mean that the mid lane will be left solo. Hai versus Xiao Xiao.
And Impulse are still working on the team's language barrier. Their goal is not to get used to all players using one language, but something else entirely.
We just have to learn terms that we're all accustomed to, right? We still have communication problems. It's going to be a big part of our problem and like learning process, but that's not the most important thing that we're working on. It's a matter of us learning how to play the game so that we don't need communication, if that makes sense.
Well, we'll see if that works. It seems to be a bit of what the norm is, but you got to do what you got to do, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's like that's one of the things we brought up in Champ Select. This team coming together. Not only did they not have much time to play with each other, but bringing all those different languages is harder to work through. And actually, I think that team fight mechanics are actually more important than ever. As Freak brought up on the analyst he thought they were less important, but as the games, we've seen in the last couple of games, a lot of misplays in team fights costing an entire game. And that's something that really does come with playing together for a long time. So we'll see how Impulse can do with their short practice periods. Right now, though, Cloud9 looking to take advantage of Team Impulse's lack of time together. Even Rush admitted in their interview he did not know what to do in a lane swap at all until he got over here. And their coach had him watching videos to try and learn and copy what people are doing.
Right.
So I think that is a good call for Cloud9 to try and lane swap versus Impulse just in general.
That'll be the day, right? When solo queue lane swaps and all junglers are well versed in the happenings. Right now it's going to be that pretty much vertical jungle here. It's going to be the top side to Tip and the bottom side to C9. But they're going to get a push on this turret real quick once they get the minion wave there. C9 trying to do the same, but they're going to go ahead and grab the Scuttle Crab first. We'll see how TIP works this and how they start to spread the lanes. Usually when you get that turret down, you want to match up the lanes.
All right, so the double jungle here from both teams.
Yep.
Both mid laners are actually going to have to be fairly careful as well. Hai is pushing up right now, but you can see he hugs the bottom side of the map because that's where his duo lane is. That's where his junglers are. Very much accustomed to the lane swap issues. Thresh and Lee Sin starting to roam now. Around that 3.5 minute mark, both mid laners expecting some extra presence.
We actually just had the ping out towards Dragon, which was a Scuttle Crab ping for Xiao saying, watch out, they may be coming up the river. So he also hovering top side due to his duo being there in the jungle. And it looks like everybody gets that first pass quite safely. Lemonation is seen as he heads towards the top side. So it looks like we'll get a little bit of a roam on Veigar here. Sneaky has stayed in the bottom.
Support Veigar roaming up. As Cloud9, when they do lane swaps, they pretty much always leave Sneaky as the solo.
Yeah, we expected this
to get that golden experience very early on. They want to get Corki to that level 6 so he gets his rockets as quickly as possible. Corki's all about the mid game. And they'll just have Balls and Lemon lane together there. No strangers. Two laning together. We'll see how much Lemon actually takes as well up in that top lane, because if Veigar plus Maokai versus only AD carry, it is a lot of CC that they can stack on him as well. Here's another mid lane roam from Team Impulse.
Just missed out. Xiao kind of trying to predict the chain there, and a high went the other way. I'm going to see if they go for one more, but it's just going to be a pass through.
And high on Zed, as we talked about, really important getting him on a comfortable champion. This is one of his most comfortable. 11-2 on Zed all time in the North American LCS regular season games.
We talked about which champions could he kind of revert to, and a lot of people forget about this pick.
Yeah, and he has a pretty good matchup here as well against LeBlanc. So he should be able to get to his Bork and Brutalizer fairly easily. Meteos now taking the opportunity to start getting that vision down around mid lane, so that High will have the confidence to go aggressive when necessary.
So funny watching Lemon head up. Not too much harass to be had from him just yet. And Impact is able to stay safe there. No real discrepancies as you go down the CS. Meteos has been hitting the jungle quite hard, however, now by himself. We see Rush is down a few there, trying to make plays in the mid lane. Take it. No. He did.
Rush is spending a lot of time in that mid lane, just sitting here leeching experience away from Xiao, which could be fairly detrimental to Impulse's mid game. It looks like he just was there to help him shove, though. Wanted to get that wave pushed in so he could go purchase. Looks like Xiao on that level 6, gonna grab up his Codex as quickly as possible and come back with extra vision. The lane swap going pretty well for Balls, by the way, as far as CS goes. We'll see how much Mundo can scrap together of this big wave that's at his turret. Lemonation using the sun to try and deny cannon minion there.
Nicely done. Just harassing easily. Event Horizon cooldown is quite long, but he seems to be just throwing it out whenever he wants, as long as they have the vision to know they don't need it for a disengage. Meteos low in the jungle, so we won't see any help from him down here. They are quite pushed up. Rightfully so. They see Rush right in front of them, so they're not going to get any crazy ganks. Vision of Xiao in the mid lane. So Cloud9 is nicely pressuring advantages around the map. We see High now returning with the Cutlass to the mid lane. See if he puts some damage onto Xiao. We do know he's kind of in that phase of wanting to play safer / not die as much. We'll see if he can do that on Zed, who does initially need to go in pretty hard in these fights.
Now he does have the extra sustain as well. Really, though, I want to keep track of Meteos here. He's farming really hard on this Nidalee.
He's going, yeah.
And he is definitely
just back and forth in the jungle. He hasn't really made his way to lane.
Pressuring Rush here. So we'll see when he does start to get deeper vision. Right now, though, he's just cleaning his jungle as efficiently as possible and hasn't tried to affect side lanes. Corki now hitting that level 6. He wants to go buy because they've lane swapped back, and very difficult to lane swap down a BF sword. So Sneaky will go back and try to get his Sheen at least.
Waiting on a potion or so. Yep. And then he's going to head back to lane. 63-65 here, matched up. High doing a great job matching Xiao in CS, for Xiao being the #3 mid laner at CS in 10 and High being the last. He's been doing a good job at actually getting himself in the right spot in the early part of the game. One thing that can definitely help the team if they're struggling.
Yeah, whichever one of those mid laners does gain control and can start roaming first, can have a pretty big impact as far as mid game goes.
Oh, a double distortion there, so it's just to clear the wave. Looks like he's going to have the blue buff ping over from Rush, so delivered over to Xiao there. Pretty much textbook for the early part of the game. A lot of the gold coming from that jungle lead that we have onto Meteos. It's about 800 there, and a few bits scattered around the rest of it.
Yeah, definitely going really well for Cloud9, and I think that they do have better late game options as well.
Meteos actually decided to go in the jungle, faked us out as well. Maybe something on the mid lane here. If they can tag LeBlanc, this could be big. Oh, very close. That would have been like an all-in, and it would have been very nice. Xiao getting himself out cleanly.
Let's see if Impulse can actually make any moves before Cloud9 decide to group up and start making use of their poke. Corki and Nidalee both trying to poke under turrets while they have a Zed split push. Very, very difficult for Impulse to counter here. Because they do have that long Veigar stun to rely on. Hook does land.
The max range from Adrian, but there's the event horizon. They did lose the damage trade, but there's just no follow-up through that giant wall of stun.
Just at level 1, the Veigar stun is 1.5 seconds.
Leave it up. He's stunned the whole team. Fantastic.
Burst's going to be down, though, for Graves. Apollo quick ultimate. Cloud9 can play a bit easier.
Still have Ignite onto Lemonation. They don't have huge burst potential to win a fight on this one. I feel like they've gained enough ground at least to do Dragon. They really don't have too much forward vision. They have obviously the idea that they're clear right now, and looks like that's going to be enough. Good move by Impulse here. Moving faster than Cloud9, and that's going to gain them first Dragon.
Yeah, Cloud9 not paying any attention to the early Dragons here. They've concentrated all their ward coverage up here on the top side. Try and keep track of Rush. And Meteos constantly coming in, stealing a camp or two. And they find him. All that preparation.
Where did he disappear?
So
just kind of like whisked off.
Meteos, not only does he lay the deep wards as on this top side jungle, but he also comes in every time with the Raptor buff already on. So he knows that he was not seen getting in there. And just waits for Rush to walk into his hands.
Yep. That ward he laid earlier when he missed a shot on Xiao pays off for a kill. He gets a little return on investment there, and even more so clearing out more wards. Cloud9 is starting to take control of this early game. Let's see if Impact can react on it. A little bit of pressure towards mid. Looks like they'll be able to drop this one down. Good movement by Meteos. He's been everywhere and still has great farm this game. Can't do much with it, Kobe.
Yep, that's what we talked about. Making that turret defense really, really difficult there with the Veigar. And Meteos on that poke jungler brings a lot of pressure. So with First Blood going to him, we may see them group up even earlier, try and take advantage of it.
Few pings down towards the bottom lane. 80 carries are pretty even, so it's going to be up to who else can participate in this fight to really make it go down. You're going to get a little bit more damage out of Adrian than you do Lemonation, so they do have to be careful.
Xiao does get to make a roam here, though, so let's see if he can answer on LeBlanc. Does have his Morellos completed.
Oh.
Just given away there by the positioning. Anytime Adrian moves up.
Good call.
Cloud9 respecting it, backing off.
A little too close.
Now, think about it, too. They're making a good mid push here. They're punishing Xiao for his roam. So first we'll touch on the turret that finally does go down. But think about it, too. How are Tip going to deal with the shove from Cloud9? When they group up and they have this poke advantage, it's fairly hard for Mundo to really break that because he has to come in with a teleport or try and flank somehow. To come from a different angle from the rest of the team. Because Mundo, if he comes from...
Oh my gosh! I had to stop you for a sec, Kobe. That was amazing. I don't think they're going to do much with it. But back to Mundo.
Another really long-range hook landing on Sneaky here. Not getting off much of these dodges. But
Man,
yeah, if
the
Mundo comes from
plays.
the same direction as the rest of the team, as he dives balls,
What you might have been a mistake there. Thought Rush would be a little quicker getting to the party, and Impact throws himself in the grave.
yeah, a little bit of a misplay there by Impact, not respecting the Maokai burst. It is fairly deceptive how much burst Maokai does pack early game, but Rush definitely, or Impact, overcommitting there. Rare solo mistake. And once again, we see top lane, pretty big advantage here. Balls just solo outplaying Impact when they matched back up after the lane swap returned.
Ping coming in from Xiao, letting them know high back in the mid. Meteos freely with his map pressure, able to clear out wards deep on the side of Impact, Impulse, and Impact. He was over there. But we do see Cloud9 hasn't yet put those wards all the way past towards that red buff and behind. So still unsure about the distance they can go, but happy with their lead right now. Sending Sneaky back down to the bottom lane. Triforce completed for him. Xiao to pick up blue, and we have 2 minutes on Dragon.
And Meteos has double buffs. He is a one-fed Nidalee.
Yeah, he doesn't have to give it to high.
Oh,
over and over.
Yes, just clears so quickly, and with the first blood on top of it, he is very, very dangerous.
And it's almost impossible to ward against that. The path they just took, two completely different ones, and they are just closing off every escape here for Impact.
Yeah, and remember the focus that Meteos put on this top red side jungle. Cloud9 completely ignore early Dragon in order to gain control of this side, and they never let control of that top side go back into Tip's hands. Right now, Adrian making a roaming enter here and trying to gain some control back so that Meteos will not threaten Impact. Constantly taking those crabs as well, really easy for Nidalee since
good money.
Her mark does snare them now.
Wow, that's really the first time we've seen just the initial burst on one catch. That is a lot, and Apollo cannot afford to have that happen again. The big one connecting for Sneaky, and this looks like it will be their turret.
Yeah, we are getting to that really strong mid game now. Even the roam comes down for high, just in case Impulse stick around, ready for the dive.
And why not? They pushed down that mid turret early, so he could get a bit more roam on. He'll be there to stop this wave.
Oh, he used his W.
The distortion won't be used once again. His Mimic's already down. That's going to be the ignite. The death mark does not hit hard enough. And High takes the alt shadow back to safety.
Yeah, so they actually lose out on summoners. Even though High had the advantage there, he burned both summoners, and Xiao was saved by the roam. But now it should be time. Cloud9, both outer turrets, mid and bottom down. They could easily swing the poke squad up top and continue knocking those down because they've gained such control of this game. At this point, all they have to do is ward up around this blue side. No, they don't even have to. They're just going to take the dragon immediately.
Well, they'll be more than happy to take top turret. They just have this first. Then they're going to go ahead and grab it. Impact and the rest of the team forced to stay in lanes, and the next dragon goes over to Cloud9. Level 11 balls here. He does have that second level of ultimate. I don't think it's really going to kill Impact in this 1v1, but they're going at it. There's already, no, I think he smited that, so he doesn't get the Raptor. He was just going for the CS. Xiao steals that away, and he starts his regular CS lead here as he starts to pull away, 171 to 163.
Trying to answer here.
Should be able to get this.
Before they get into place. Well, the missile misses.
Yeah, that would have been a good spread on the minions. Would have been able to clear it. Nonetheless, it is Impulse coming up with the turret. 4 strong in the mid lane. Teleports up on both sides. I think we're going to get a fight here, though. High split pushing in the bottom lane means Cloud9's pretty much just going to kite the fight and let the pressure go.
They might just continue on with a 1-3-1 split push here, seeing as how Ball's got that solo kill onto Impact. Now, though, Impact with his Spirit Visage should definitely not be dropping again.
So looking at 26 minutes for Balls to have his Rod of Ages stacked up. That's been completed just a few ago. And it looks like we're going to get a Rod of Ages as well onto Meteos, just not finished up quite yet. 3K gold lead for Cloud9. They're playing this one quite safe. High still split pushing in that bottom lane. You can see Impulse has a bit of money to spend here. They're just kind of hanging out safe in the lanes.
Yeah, Cloud9 want to keep up the pressure. While they don't have, disengage really with Lemonation, it's sort of counter-engage. If Impulse
a good way to put it.
overextend and they get stunned up, and it makes it really easy to land all these skill shots from the Cloud9 3-man group. Hai going to continue to try and split push down here, and does have that Blade plus Brutalizer combo that he's looking for.
Well, they have the wards to be where they are safely. Good towards the bottom side, they can head over to Hai if they need to, or he can come up to the mid side, and they can add the pressure anywhere they want. And we have 1 minute until the Baron spawns. Cloud9's been making quick work of this game, but we always see the slowdown once you get to the second tier turrets.
Yeah, much harder to break through those ones. Also because they protect against smoke with the extra shields.
Yeah.
So the rockets and spears, you either have to be able to get in and take down some damage on the turret, or just land your spears and rockets on the exact same target and work your way through that shield. So those are much more difficult. That's why I expected them to swing up top and the outer turrets.
Figured that would have happened once at least the camps were clear. Raptors and Krugs are up. You may see Meteos go and smite that quickly. Actually, that's down, so we won't be able to get the buff. But yeah, definitely a little lax on taking this top turret in favor of Cloud9. But they're happy split pushing. Hai's still getting big, staying up in CS against Xiao Xiao. Looks like he's going to have that Youmuu's coming up next, if he decides to. Maybe he would wait for Meteos to start charging up his Rod of Ages. It's not a spike, but I don't know. They're definitely playing it slow for the advantage they have.
Well, they've done a good job of warding up this blue side jungle, because that's the side that Hai is split pushing on, whereas Maokai is just hugging the turret over and over. In come the spears. He's got the blue buff now, so they continue to pressure here.
Oh.
Now, once the cooldown for the cage is up, Cloud9 have to be a lot more respectful, because Lee Sin with Flash can definitely make a play.
Yep. Just about 15 seconds on the baby cage. So if he misses that sucker, it's going to be bad news bears. Hai still alone in the bottom lane. We actually haven't seen the split push strategy from Cloud9 in quite some time. This definitely makes Hai, not on high alert, but just really where he has to stay safe. He can get completely closed in on by the rest of the team. And if he wants to be in that position where he himself said, I need to stay safe, it's going to be even harder. Seems to be working out for him, though. They look to drop this top turret. They're just waiting and leaving it up to Sneaky. He's going to go on a solo mission.
Yeah, it was a sneaky little allocation of champions here from Cloud9. Both top laners recalled, but Sneaky ran straight up the river to gain some footing up there in the top lane, and he's able to knock it down. Grabbing the last outer. Now, double Rod of Ages are stacking up for Cloud9. Balls is actually almost done with his. Over halfway, 6 minutes done. So the Maokai front line is edging towards where they want it to be. They really should probably make use of this Corki right now, though, because this is where Sneaky has a pretty big impact on the game. His rockets are hitting really hard because he has the spell penetration boots, and he has plenty of flat AD to back up his Trinity Force. He hits turrets really, really hard. If they're able to get any poke to land, and Sneaky can quickly take a large chunk out of a turret with just a Trinity Force empowered auto attack.
Yep. Cloud9 taking Dragon into consideration. That'll be up in 30 seconds. Potions and wards across their inventory to make sure this fight goes in their favor. It looks like they're not going to get too much trouble out of it.
And again, Impulse do not have a lot of hard engage. It has to come from a really good play from Rush, or an interesting teleport from Impact in some ward behind Cloud9. I mean, it's really hard because they haven't been able to get any wards on this bottom quadrant of the map where Cloud9 are focusing. Because Cloud9's vision game is so strong, they don't let Impulse get any wards down there by the Dragon. They control this blue side jungle from about 10 to 12 minutes on in the game. They haven't let Impulse venture into that side of the map.
Ball's doing a great job at holding top. A lot of resources here for Impulse. Looks like Cloud9 may try to sweep through the jungle here, almost catching Rush. I thought they were either going to dictate mid.
Oh, they want to collapse on him.
Vision is only the only... Oh, Flash, he almost gets hit by the cage, but he is able to get out. And Rush, as we saw, was able to safeguard it.
They couldn't shove really quickly up mid here for Impulse because Cloud9 really committed hard to trying to cut off Impact. And it looks like they are going for it.
A little bit of ring around the rosy for Impulse, gives them good positioning here in the mid lane. But that means they're also going to get sideswiped here out of the fog of war by that Event Horizon and Sneaky. Back to these guys in the top. The wet noodle fight as they back off from each other. We saw Balls walking over to the rest of the teammates. Power in numbers here for Cloud9, and they know it. Impulse is not taking these fights unless they're 100% sure they have more numbers.
Oh, Eyes going for the assassination
this
here.
Is gonna
Impact.
Be it. Boom. And the bop. He's not even going to have to let that go off.
You can turn off the vision from that ward just by sweeping it, and he went right past it. Trying to take advantage of the low HP Impact. Also knew that he did not have his ultimate, which wouldn't have even helped him anyway. But good play there by High, going deep into enemy territory and just bypassing the ward by sweeping it and running straight through that fog.
Cloud9 using advantages as they used to. We haven't really seen this kind of free play out of them too much within this split. It's been a lot of communication issues and kind of trying to come back in games. But here with the lead, we see High now pressuring some solo kills by himself, and the rest of the team playing very strong. The Veigar pick working out for the team. Hasn't done anything too special yet. Interesting nonetheless. Definitely opening up options if Lemon Nation needs to bring something out due to deep picks and bans. Cloud9 now moving up the mid lane, feeling sure about it. 3-0 on the scoreboard. It's been quite a slow game in kills as Cloud9 has found everything they wanted and safely moved away from either that objective or that turret. And now they're able to even grab on Impulse's jungle.
Yeah, Cloud9's control of the map has been spectacular, and they're constantly returning back to this blue side enemy jungle. There it is, you know, you lock down that stun and all your skill shots guaranteed to land.
Jeez.
There's the siege coming through. If you're too slow to get everybody in position. Even if you do have everybody in position, I feel like Lem can still stun half your team.
Yeah, you're done instantly when you get hit. There's the vision from the spears. They'll be good. Winions on the top side here are going to break the outer line. As Cloud9 says, that's fine. We're going to go ahead and take another turret consecutively here now to the bottom lane. There's the stun once again. Xiao could get hit up. Twisted advanced distortion to the back line. High can also make that move. He gets out with the alt shadow. May go down, but actually lives with a sliver of health and no more. And it looks like Cloud9 is forced to back off after going a little too deep on this one.
And Meteos threw a spear that took Rush down to double-digit health. Almost took him out as well.
Close stuff. Impulse kind of just scraping at these fights to keep them in their favor. Cloud9 knows they made a mistake there, so if it was the engage they wanted, that would have probably been an inhibitor turret down in favor of Cloud9. Good hold by Impulse. Let's see it again.
Yeah, okay, so they're chunking down again, and then once again, we see the zoning of the Veigar. He does land it this time, and they didn't really want to go for a dive, but just because Xiao is Half-Life right in front of Balls, he decides to take it. There's that spear I was talking about. Almost took his head off. But they didn't even need that. They only wanted the turret. They are slowly taking down all of the outer turrets, using the poke to their advantage, playing out this squad expertly. And it seems like Impulse just didn't bring enough tools to be able to upset the early game of Cloud9. Rush didn't get much done on this Lee Sin early.
Ooh. Still see the power there.
Because of the lane swap from Cloud9. And now they have to deal with the poke squad.
These guys are spot on. Credit to Cloud9 this game for hitting their skill shots. Obviously, when they're locked up, it's quite easy, but you can see even Rush trying to dodge back and forth is still getting tagged. Everything working in favor of Cloud9 right now. Looking at a 6,000 gold lead pretty much on the dot here, just 30 minutes in. And with obviously Dragon not giving you as much, we say this quite a bit, that gold lead is coming from their map control. At this point, it's quite a bit. Freely taking scuttles left and right. Meteos grabs another one in the game, 137 to 105, far and beyond Rush. into that CS factor. A few of the other lanes, 274 to 248 in CS as well for Sneaky. We said they're going to have to be using that spike soon of him. See if they can get in the face of Impulse.
They're really going to have to work around the Veigar Sun. You have to flank. Like, that's what I was saying with Mundo, you can't even come from the same direction as your team because Lemonation can cut off an entire pathway. Adrian gets chucked down to half.
And that's the trouble we see Impulse having, not being able to get in, knowing the event horizon is just right there. Still very high cooldown, but as long as Lemonation holds it, they can't do much.
And like the Nidalee was taken really early on in the draft as well.
Yep.
So they knew they were going to have to
Nidalee
face some
Veigar.
poke. And they're not able to get the engage they want. Adrian takes the bunch.
Falls over the wall, trying to get a good initiation down with High, but he can't get himself out this time. That's a bit of the DPS they've been using to win these fights out. Actually, High is out in time, faking everybody out with the shadows. A double kill coming in for Sneaky. Thought High got locked up and taken down, but he gets out valiantly. 3 down for Impulse here as Cloud9 makes their way to Baron.
Yeah, they already had it prepped. Double pink wards in the river, inside Baron pit. It's very dangerous, but Rush, there's not a lot of options for Impulse, so probably going to go for a hero move here and just try and steal it.
It would be the best option.
I mean, they already have a bunch of people down. If he does die, though, Cloud9 can easily them.
They just seal the deal, putting the baby cage around him. They head in, throw him a Rattler, and he goes down. Xiaowei Xiao's in. Can he get it? Oh, he actually takes down the smite. They should have enough damage to finish this. That's going to be Corki grabbing it. Sneaky gets Baron for the team, but they are so low. Impact, this is his time to start pulling the kills back in. That's the cleaver. They give it to him. Xiaowei Xiao's got enough of what he needs, apparently. They want Impact to be tankier. And Cloud9 is running for the hills as Impulse is going to be running for their turret.
Yeah, Impulse probably should try and grab the dragon as quickly as possible, because if they don't get it now, Cloud9 are going to clean up. They ping out the turret, though. They'd rather have some global gold here. Finish off that secondary turret. With High being down for 20 more seconds as well, should probably be able to get this dragon. However, Xiaowei Xiao is low, and Cloud9 know it. So they might try and get over there. So, Balls dodges the hook with his twisted advance and gets right over to Apollo. High with the team fight Zed, getting to the back line, assassinating the AD carry and taking his ult Shadow back out. Just absolutely destroyed from that team fight. They have to have Mundo on the front line at the beginning.
Well, they did pick up the dragon. We saw Xiaowei Xiao heading towards the top lane to get a push on that. And we see Balls cleaning that up right now, doing a little janitorial duty. Whew. Pretty much a fair trade on that. Apollo or Sneaky and Xiaowei Xiao going head to head. Sneaky definitely better off as he's able to heal himself up now with the Cutlass. And Baron to be used by Cloud9 as they continue their pressure. Those first 2 kills were the first kills that Impulse was able to grab within that last fight. So they're looking for more now and more ways to get back into this game as they're pushed up against the ropes.
Yeah, I'm just, with the Baron buff added on to this offensive poke style that Cloud9 have with the Veigar, it just looks really, really dire here for Impulse. I know. Whenever the Veigar Sun is down, they can back off. Just give some space here. However, whenever the Veigar Sun is back up, you stun so many people, allowing those skill shots to land. A little bit slow there. Midos doesn't follow up, but they did get the turret.
Oh, High going deep. He gets out safely on that. And it looks like Adrian's going to be locked up by the team. He will go down. Cloud9 gets what they want along with the inhibitor turret. And they are onto the inhibitor. Xiaowei Xiao's on the backside looking to explode Lemon Nation or Meteos, hopefully. But a lot of hope has to go into this one. He gets Lemon, and he does get it. But he goes down. There's a lot of cost for going for these fights. High risk, high reward. But really the reward here is they just save the rest of the game.
Not really much of a reward for Impulse. They get a support kill.
You gotta take some of the good with a lot of the bad, Kobe.
And now they're gonna have to defend a secondary turret with just AD carry wave clear. They will be hard pressed to do that.
This is a punishing play style here from Cloud9 that they've brought out today in week 5, and it seems to be working for them. Impulse just could not find their footing. Right now, they're clearing up all the waves that are just being pushed into them. due to Cloud9's control. We do see the Talisman of Ascension for Lemon Nation as well. Some options if they can catch somebody with Event Horizon, or even more disengage or counter engage, if we've been calling
it's such an offensive support, FLICKR here.
Yeah.
And you can constantly see them using the stun really, really well.
See what kind of ground impulse can set up. Wards obviously going to have to be something they get out. A lot of the wards are pressed up just to their baseline, and it's not something they're going to be using all the way out here. If they were to get caught, they wouldn't have any vision at this point. Cloud9 doing a nice job at moving forward some of the pinks, adding a little bit of damage on it as well. They're not too worried or in any rush to take this one to the front of the base. They're taking everything before they get there.
Pretty easy cleanup here for Cloud9. Complete vision of the entire map. All neutral objectives are there, as they can easily siege up again as well. All options available.
Every single one.
And this is, again, one of those games where people are like, oh yeah, it is Cloud9. They're fine. They're back.
Yeah.
But again, they've been very inconsistent this season. Hopefully this is more telling of what they'll come up with, because they've always had big strengths in coming up with, especially bottom lane combinations, like the Ashe Zyra combo.
Right.
And working around that. This time around, pulling out the FLICKR poke-assisted team comp here.
Definitely see why they went into this composition, banning things like the Kennen and things that would dive them as well. Rush gets hit up, not much damage on the front line that can access that right away. Xiao down for 20 seconds right now, and the fight is just past the inhibitor right now. Cloud9 looks actually pretty good as they're just standing inside the base. Impact taking all the damage that he can. He should be able to make it out safely, but Cloud9 is brute forcing their way through this entire fight. 35 minutes on the clock. They're onto the Nexus turrets now in a very methodically played game, poking Impulse out of every part of the map. They're forced to back up one more time. Rush does what he can to kick back Sneaky. I think it's going to be the end of Impulse on this one, though, as they try to go for broke here on this fight. Sneaky gets the exhaust, but he knows with the power of the team they can stay into this fight. And Kobe, I think it's going to be a done deal. Cloud9 are going to be taking out Impulse.
Yeah, definitely on form this game around. Meteos back to hard farming the jungle. High making strong solo plays.
Yeah.
The bottom lane coming up with strong roam.
36 minutes in, Cloud9 do take down Team Impulse.
Balls in the top lane getting a solo kill. It's pretty much everything that used to give Cloud9 wins back on form today in full effect for Team Impulse.
It looked really good the whole way around. The FLICKR support was a bit of a mix-up here. And to Impulse's credit, playing against something like that becomes very difficult as well. Having that type of counter-engage coming in from Cloud9 definitely, or I would say definitely, but it for sure threw them for a loop in some sense, because they did not and could not engage in any of these fights. Great matchup for Cloud9. Definitely looking stronger. Whether or not they're back to their old selves, we still have more games to see.
Yeah, and for Impulse, throwing the lane swap, didn't really make any moves early on in the game at all. And just sort of Cloud9's much better constructed mid-game there with all of the poke coming in.
A lot of focus on what other teams were doing from Rush, and that was focusing high. But we saw him not really focusing high, but spending time in the mid lane, more soaking up experience, or being with Impact in the top lane. There was a big farm difference between Meteos and Rush this game. The Rush was just kind of trying to hang out in lane. I think that might have hurt them a little bit, because Meteos on the Nidalee was getting in, invading. They killed Rush and his Raptors, and they just had better vision control off the bat because of that play.
Yep, definitely good job, taking their lane swap advantage, moving that in toward the mid game. And we'll have to see. The only question is, can they keep it up, though? Because Cloud9, every time we think that they're back, they've had games where they make just a lot of mistakes in team fights, mistakes even picking the correct team fights, as Freak pointed out. So consistency is what we're looking for from Cloud9 now.
One thing that'll test that, Kobe, is they have CLG tomorrow, and that's something that's really,
definitely a big test.
really going to make the fans see, and obviously the Chronologic Gaming fans see if it's still the golden age. But if Cloud9 is at where they need to be here, if they're a team that can be that team to go to Worlds for NA, along with Team Solomid, along with the teams who are at the top, and kind of hold the position they were, because fans are wondering, where's the Cloud9 from last splits, man? Where's our 25-3?
Well, they're right here. You just saw them today. Balls solo kill, great shot calling, and solo plays from high. They played their team perfectly. They have this
that's big
poke jungler who just hard farms and then sieges up. They even picked up Veigar to set him up for perfect skill shots to land.
So strong stuff coming out of Cloud9. More matches to come today. Obviously, we have Impulse doing what they can to keep getting wins. They go to 4-5, and they have Gravity tomorrow. So with Gravity surging as well, or having those good plays that they did, and it's carrying that consistency tomorrow, it's going to be tough for them. Cloud9 moved to 5-4. Like I said, it was interesting that these teams are in the middle of the pack this year. Maybe not so much Impulse. People weren't thinking a lot from them. Maybe they'll be at the top, maybe they'll be at the bottom. But to see Cloud9 kind of not know where they are and have these troubles, it's different. It's definitely different for a lot of the people that are like, oh, this will be another fast.
Yeah, they were one of the few teams that didn't have to make a bunch of roster swaps.
That's true.
So that's why people expected, Cloud9 to remain at a similar power level to last year. But definitely working through their own issues.
Yeah, the last time they swapped, what was it, when High got hurt, and it was only All-Stars for Link. So really, these guys haven't swapped throughout normal games. They've been a team the whole time, and we've seen those innovations like you're talking about, the Ashe Zyra from the bottom lane of Sneaky. And Cloud9 is one of those teams that's taken that and said, all right, Ashe Zyra doesn't work. We can mold to the new meta. But this time, I think this year, is that something that they're having trouble with.
And it's also the way that they play around that as a whole team. You can see right there, Lemonation and Sneaky getting ready for their interview. I'm sure he's got some questions centered around the Veigar pick, but we saw how effective it is if you do have that lead, and pressuring under those turrets where the team is bottled up makes it easy to land multi-man stuns.
Just trying to look at Impulse. I'm going to do that a million times today. Impulse's roster. And
that was my
what they could
for the day.
What they could have done different. The Mundo pick, in general, do you feel like that rounds out the composition for what these guys could have had with kind of like, yeah, it is the tank.
So, yeah, I do like Mundo currently versus some pickups. More against like sort of double AP or more poke-oriented teams.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Yeah, he never really got to get off the ground this time, especially since he misjudged the 1-versus-1 with balls.
That was a tough one.
Really, I feel like Impulse were missing some hard CC.
All right, well, we are going to toss it over to the analyst desk right now to see what Cloud9's bot lane duo have to say about that matchup.
Yeah, they didn't.
Thank you, Riv. Want to welcome Sneaky and Lemonation to the desk after a pretty solid victory there, looking back to form. First thing I want to touch on, obviously, Veigar coming out. So the composition in general, Lemonation, what was the goal of the composition, and how does Veigar fit into it?
It's basically a siege comp with Veigar. You want to throw down the stun, and it makes hitting the spears, any skill shots, extremely easy.
Okay, so it kind of takes the place of like a Morgana binding, but
exactly.
It's larger area of effect.
A lot easier to hit.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's super easy to hit.
Now
it also zones them off at the same time. You get a stun, and no one else can follow up because it's so big.
Gotcha. Now, how does that affect the laning phase, though? Because does that mean you're pretty much always looking for the lane swap? Maybe not as strong if you're in a straight-up 2v2.
He's solid in 2v2. We would have been fine in a 2v2 situation.
All right, I like it. And now, Sneaky, over to you. Just something quick I want to touch on with the AD carries is I noticed you went for double vamp here, and you do pretty often like that double lifesteal. What's the reasoning behind that?
Well, a lot of it is just being able to deal with bruisers super effectively. So if a Mundo is trying to solo me, I can heal up my entire life pool back in an instant. Whereas if I only have Bork, like I'll do a lot of damage to him, but if he's trying to damage me, I can't really get my life back. So I think double lifesteal in general is super effective. I really like it, especially on Kalista, but I've kind of like picked it up and applied it to my other AD carries as well.
All right, and we've seen you guys kind of utilize this poke comp and picking up that Nidalee from Meteos has been very helpful for you guys in sieging those turrets, and it seems to have circumvented kind of that mid-game lull that we see a lot of teams experience where they take the outer turrets and then they don't really know what to do for the next 6 minutes. Do you feel, though, that there is enough diversity in champions that allow you to play that kind of composition, or will it quickly be figured out, banned out, or countered?
I think there's definitely enough sieging champions that kind of strat is always going to be viable, but I think the lull still happens regardless. I think we were just enough ahead that we were able to kind of bypass that game, but the inner turrets kind of creates the lull, no matter what.
Well, I think there's still a little bit of a lull through the mid game. I know I was like kind of holding mid for majority, and we couldn't really push much just because like the tier 2 turrets are so strong. Anytime the wave got near it, like he still had the shield from the turret, and he got near the wave, and I'm like, all right, I'm not even going to bother with poke because it's absolutely useless.
Right, yeah, at that point it's a waste of mana. How do you guys deal with that then? Is it just basically this is our time to get the correct vision out and wait for the next global objective to force a fight? Like what are the comms like when you're in that kind of lullish phase?
At that point, since you can't really go for the turrets, you just have to go for other objectives. Like they're blue, red, dragons when it spawns. If you're strong enough, Baron eventually, but it basically just means control the map as much as you can, take any objective you can, and just wait.
Okay, so it requires you to have a lot more, obviously, map control and suffocate them out of the gold that they would normally get through jungle farm and things like that.
Yeah, just by pressuring them, you can try and out-rotate them and end up getting free turrets. I think we did that this game. It just pressures them into going to one turret, and then the other lane's pushing, so you can just go to that quickly and take the turret for free.
Now, on the topic of map control, a recent change we've seen has been to the trinkets, right? We've had a few changes in terms of cost, but also the actual effect of the trinkets. And the old norm was by the end of the game, you'd have the 4 red trinkets and a blue trinket on your 80 carry or something. I'm curious to know what your guys' take is on the new trinkets, because we've seen multiple teams try out different things with like, the pink ward upgrade, or multiple people taking the green ward upgrade for just more vision in general. Are you still looking at the denial game? Where's Cloud9's philosophy?
First off, all of the upgrades are much more efficient now, so we're upgrading them a lot more and a lot earlier. Like basically at level 9, I want to look to upgrade my red trinket. And I think the yellow trinket upgrade is the best of any of them. It's like almost a sightstone by itself, so it's pretty good.
And so in solo queue, everyone should be upgrading at level 9, please.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't pick it up at level 9. I pick it up after about second item. First item, I think it's a little bit too early. I tried a lot, and I just get really weak, and I can't get to my second power spike quickly. So I think second item, it's okay. If I feel like I'm not really getting insane gold income, I just stick with blue orb still. I don't upgrade it usually just because even though you get the little free ward from CV, I don't think it's too amazing. Like I've done little weird things where I just try and ward a bush behind them when they're trying to siege so we can have vision of that area. It doesn't have too many uses though, I think, the blue orb upgrade. It's good, but it's a gold dump, I think. Right. If you have too much gold.
Dies pretty easily.
Yeah.
Absolutely. The final thing I want to touch on here is the fact that Cloud9 has been the subject of some criticism in your team fighting recently. I mean, you've always been known as one of the strongest, if not the strongest, team fighting team in North America. And we've seen, successes and failures so far this split in that area. How would you guys respond to that criticism? And do you feel like you're moving in the right direction to kind of resolve whatever issues lie there?
I think we've just had more of an issue being on focus and like playing as a team than we were in last splits. And I don't think there's like an easy way to fix that except just, I don't know, practicing it as much as possible and trying to get it back on point, try to get our communication back on point.
Absolutely, that's fair enough. I mean, communication is key, and just getting things into your bones, having things be second nature. Well, we've still got more games to come your way. When we come back, Dignitas will take on Counterlogic Gaming. Don't go anywhere. Oh, and Joel, get on Skype.
I think he's mad that he's playing Maokai.
What's your cosplay balls?
Yeah, my branches.
Yeah, you gotta bring that shit up.
I even told you. I brought it up beforehand.
You gotta put that underneath the desk, and when you pick Maokai, just pick it up.
And Rumble, you pull out your flamethrowers and harpoons.
No, you bring out a ladder and just turn it on.
Xiao could get hit up. Twisted advanced distortion to the back line. High can also make that move. He gets out with the alt shadow. Falls over the wall, trying to get a good initiation down with High, but he can't get himself out this time. That's a bit of the DPS they've been using to win these fights out.
Yo, stick together, stick together, stick together. Mundo, Mundo, Mundo. Graves? Can you heal me? Graves? Okay.
Healing Stinky, healing Stinky.
Careful, the box up, okay?
Yeah, can we
get auto attack? Probably. Just wait, just wait, just wait. Feel slow. Nice, nice.
Cloud9 do take down Team Impulse.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the North American LCS. I am David Freak Cheerlead. With me for our final 2 games of the day is Aiden Zyrene Moon. And don't think I wasn't paying attention last week. You were casting with Riv. I'm not okay with that.
Oh, man. Sometimes I had to improve with other people,
Nope, doesn't matter.
You know.
You're here now. We're good. We're gearing up for our 4th match. Team Dignitas versus Counter Logic Gaming, and I'm still mad at you, Zyrene. Last week's all eyes were on CLG's rivalry showdown against TSM. And even though CLG lost, the team were playing incredibly well.
Open caster relationship. A lot of teams that lose a game where they are up 4 Dragons, Baron, and an Inhib would be really discouraged. But counter to that logic, they felt pretty good. Doublelift actually took to Twitter to congratulate his opponents and say that it was the most fun game that he's ever played. And Scar also did a vlog where he said that they're going to bounce back stronger than ever. And a big part of that game and their success has been Zion Spartan in particular. He was playing great, and it looks to be a golden age of his own.
Yeah, he's been absolutely incredible. Overall, CLG definitely a very good team this split. On the other side, though, Dignitas are still showing overall poor results. They're in a tie for 8th place right now. But they're 2-2 since they got Cloud win. They're getting a little bit better. They're better emotionally for sure, and there might be some light at the end of that tunnel.
Yeah, we've heard a few of his teammates talk about how Cloudwin's play style is more in line with how they want to play as a whole. And that being said, Cloudwin is still relatively new to the LCS, and he's making some mistakes while the rest of his team is playing well. So as he levels up and becomes more acclimated to the LCS as a whole, it could see Team Dignitas moving out of the bottom of the standings and being a real contender for those mid spots.
Oh, what better way to prove it than beating CLG right here on this stage. Now, before we get ourselves into the game, let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, Team Dignitas. In the top lane is Gamsu. In the jungle is Cloud Win. Mid shifter, AD carry Core JJ, and supporting Kiwi Kid.
And on the red side, it's Counter Logic Gaming. Top is Zion Spartan. Jungle Smithy, mid Link, AD carry Doublelift, and on support, Afromu.
So Afromu, what some people were considering a mid-season MVP for Counter Logic Gaming. Got to say, he's definitely been impressive, but what I will say is the bottom lane of Dignitas is on a pretty darn good hot streak right now, winning their lanes against the likes of Cloud9, TSM, and more.
A lot of that is Kiwi Kid, too, and just synergizing with Core JJ over time. They're reading each other better when they want to go aggressive and when they want to play passive. And Kiwi Kid fares extremely well on engage pick supports.
Yep.
So we'll see if they can secure one for him here in this champ select.
Annie and Thresh, Annie and Thresh. No surprise, Annie got banned. That's not very fresh. Dignitas have banned away Callista from CLG's Doublelift. The Nidalee goes away from Link, one of the only middle-y players I've seen so far in this league. No big surprises.
Yeah, and still, Lissandra needs to be taken off the table very shortly. Vi is something that Xmithy's been seeing a lot of success on. If they want to leave that up for him, banning a jungler away is not a huge deal. But actually, Dignitas banning away the Lissandra on blue side, so they don't want to first pick this. Kassadin still available as well.
Yeah, that is a very big one. Kassadin a high priority. We're seeing a little bit less emphasis on champions like Gnar. Maokai back in the fold is a pretty popular top laner anyway, and if Dignitas want to play a more defensive lineup, then Maokai is just fine. Sivir, interestingly, the last ban by Counter Logic Gaming.
So right now, this is 5.3, so Ahri has taken a little bit of a revert in her power on a couple abilities. So Shifter, they could first pick that for him still, but the Kassadin is a very safe pick. It's flexible, and they might pick that up immediately here. But
well, they've got time to choose. I, by the way, agree with you on Kassadin. Shifter last week looked better than he has all year on Kassadin, and I want to keep seeing him on those individually empowered playmakers. It's a very long hover on Rumble.
Yeah, the thing here with Rumble, too, is if they pick it first, they take it away from Zion Spartan, who's been showing a ton of teamfight prowess. He's no longer that Zion Spartan that's only going to split push. He's now able to show up to fights and have a very large impact with his champion pool.
Well, actually, keep in mind, Counter Logic Gaming are a team that are happy to play against Kassadin, so grabbing the first pick as your top laner, letting that champion go by for later, maybe smart here for Dignitas. So Rumble, the first pick for Dig Gamsu. Going to be hitting some flame spitters.
Gamsu is kind of the light here for Dignitas. You talked about their bottom lane. Gamsu has had really good performances. Even in their losses, he's one of the, it's kind of what it's worth, lower dying members on the team.
Sure.
He usually has the least deaths, even in their losses. Last week, he was playing Renekton, had huge success on that as a top lane bully. And he's also #1 at CS at 10 minutes. So he is a big part of their early game, and if Gamsu can get off the ground with this Rumble, he can show up to those mid-game fights with a hefty amount of CS, possibly his Sork Shoes already completed, and ready to wreak havoc.
Well, we'll see if he can do that. Powerful laning against a guy like Zion Spartan is sometimes hard to do, but Gamsu has so far shown good results in that position. Counter Logic Gaming, well, now that explains the Sivir ban. Of course, they want that Vi that you talked about for Smithy. Looks like that might just be what he goes for. The Maokai, the defensive tank, will be here. So CLG hiding really all of their lanes so far, just counterpicking what they feel like.
Yep, they're going for some pick here with a little bit of tankiness. Already got their front line locked down so that they can have good lanes for their actual damage dealers here. I think that Counterlogic Gaming over time, their cleanest games, their best games to me, stick out when they are on an engaged type composition that picks you off. So Afromu and Kiwi Kid both play about the same style right now. Afromu has a little more rotational play with his team involved as opposed to solo play. So them taking away the Annie and the Morgana, he's going to have to fall back on something else. I don't think the Janna's going to fall in here because they just want to engage.
Yeah, typically the case here. We'll see what CLG goes for. The Maokai pick now surprises me a little bit because you got the Morgana coming in, who's traditionally very good at Vi. You Black Shield, the ulti target, and life goes well. Shifter is going to get his Kassadin, though. I do like this very much, but CLG famously are, again, a team that is happy to deal with that champion. Doublelift will play new Tristana here. Locks that in right away. And it's Braum for Afromu.
All right, so there is a little bit of pick potential there, but this is shaping up to be more team fighty and peely at this point for Doublelift. This is not the same Tristana that becomes the late game hyper carry. This is a tower destructive AD carry that throws on her E and then just chunks it out. Her attack speed per level is one of the lowest in the game.
Yeah.
She gets 1% per level. And then she really relies on those windows of having her rapid fire on. So Doublelift is not going to be able to make as many plays in terms of team fights, but this is going to be an objective-based pick-you-off composition, which is what CLG likes to do.
Well, that's smart for CLG. The problem is they only have one damage dealer so far in the lineup, so if it's not Doublelift, Link needs to wear the carry pants, and Team Dignitas keep going for very mobile and pretty aggressive champions. So Jungle Rek'Sai comes in for Cloudwin. CoreJJ plays Lucian.
I mean, Dignitas talked about becoming a more ham team, and they're doing it right there. All these champions across the board. The Morgana is there for a little bit of defense, but this is a team that wants to brawl you mid-game, early game, and then have the Kassadin as insurance and hopefully get him online so that they have that late-game possibility.
Yeah, Shifter can definitely do a whole lot of crazy things if he does get himself rolling. Dignitas looking for early pressure, but of course a team with Tristana looks for something a bit similar. So these guys might butt heads pretty often and looking for some similar situations. 24 seconds for CLG's last champion here. What is Link going to play? Is it mid-Vi? Unlikely.
He still has basically his pick of the litter here.
All he's lost in Italy.
Kassadin, Nidalee just off the field, that's it. Shifter went 10-1-9 last week on Kassadin, so he's going to have to pick something that can deal with Shifter early, because Shifter has that very passive play style where he just wants to farm up and then take it to you later on. So if Link is going to try to farm up alongside him, or is he going to take something that he can possibly kill mid lane with?
Oh, wow. So Link looking to maybe push around Shifter and keep him under his turret, keep him under farm. CLG, not the highest damage dealers for the late game, though, whereas Dignitas do have a sort of quadruple threat lineup, with Rek'Sai even having a decent amount of damage there. CLG looking for a lot of ranged champions and a lot of sieging with a gigantic tank line to keep them safe.
Yeah, the thing that sticks out to me here, though, is Dignitas really relies on their wave clear from CoreJJ.
Yeah.
He is the sole wave clearer of this team. And that's a big problem, because CLG can dive you, they can pick you off. If you can't clear these waves fast enough, they out-rotate you.
That's true. Yeah, Tristana, Maokai, all these guys are really good at killing off minion waves, so CLG maybe looking more for a fast-paced game then. If they want to pressure this one in the mid-game, we'll see if they can do it. CLG only one game behind Team Sulamit for first place. If they want to catch up by the end of the season, they're going to need to pick up wins like this. Dignitas, meanwhile, themselves looking for ways, and of course, right, Skara facing his old team of Dignitas, and the nice hug with him with Mylixia as they head off stage.
Found his way off stage that time.
That's true. He's warmed up rather nicely. Now, guys at home, it's time to do the Twitter thing. Send hashtag DIGWin or hashtag CLGWin to @LOL Esports so we can see how you're calling this match.
Yeah, right now, just based off the picks, you have to see how they play it out. But we're going to see in just a second.
Here we go, guys. The big screen. They're going to move sideways after the logos show up, and then Summoner's Rift. It's like behind a vault door. These guys are ready to go. Dignitas out of the blue side. CLG in red.
It's really a curious composition here from Dignitas. They're going to have to make very aggressive moves, and if they fall behind early and CLG start getting those deeper wards in, it's going to spell disaster.
Well, it's going to be a little bit on Shifter then for the late game of Dignitas if they get there. But Shifter himself hasn't been playing at his peak this split. Link, however, believes that it's more to do with his team than the player himself.
I feel like Shifter has been playing a lot worse compared to last season. Before he would always be kind of like that leader in KDA, and like he'd always be the one who's like 1v5ing on his team. I feel like right now I don't know, it just seems like Dignitas isn't like the team for him right now. It feels like he doesn't have like the trust in his teammates or something like that. I don't know. There's just something that's going on where it feels like his mid play just in general is lacking.
Speaking of a team not performing very well, they start the game with 2 deaths. Counter Logic Gaming.
Trust in your teammates was a big part of that. Dignitas had the jump. They had vision of CLG entering the jungle, and then they're the ones who end up losing 2 members. A lot of that was off of Afromu throwing out the Winters by applying so much damage and so much stun here. Dignitas have the jump. They throw out the Q, they get it on them, and they get the 4-person knockup from Cloud-Win. But here's the thing, is the damage output of Rek'Sai is extremely stunted when you start with that W. So he just has to run out of there while he's taking all of these auto attacks.
I like how Doublelift had initially
Start
rocket
W.
jumped in and then flashed backwards and then got the reset rocket jumping for the second one. The chasing damage a bit better. Smithy also started E for the AoE.
Big thing, Afromu tagging as many people as possible with concussive blows. That was huge in that fight.
So, early gambit by Dignitas does fail, and CLG start this game in a lane swap situation.
I was just saying that if Dignitas get behind early, it could spell disaster with this early mid-game composition. CLG, they have about as good early lead as you could have right now.
One of the better starts
Oh,
in
yeah.
the Legends I've seen. Might be a happy play. Shifter up against Link, though. Both these guys level 2. Looks like they did at least get to lanes on time. Thankfully for Dignitas, their deaths were early in the game. But it does mean Smithy is going to look plenty aggressive. Vault Breaker available, and of course with his duo lane topside, should be able to easily acquire this blue buff.
Yeah, and he gets to do that because he has his flash up as well, and he knows that Cloud-Win's is down. So if Cloud-Win shows up, he still has that advantage over him.
That's a pretty good advantage to have. Smite's up. Blue buff should be secured. Cloud-Win, of course, should know he's on the strong side of the map. He's himself looking for a blue buff steal. No flash on him, but I don't believe he's going to be contested as he takes down the Scuttler first.
I love taking out the Scuttler as Rek'Sai because it's basically an extra health potion. It doesn't deal any damage to you, and you get your passive.
Well, not going for the blue buff yet, though. Looking to pressure mid. Link did burn Flash, and Shifter has his with his E charge. Nope, not going to try it all. Take it back.
Yeah, at this point in the game, you really have to take stock of who blue flashes at the start, especially if you're Cloud-Win, and how to push that advantage. Because if you saw that Doublelift flashed, you should head to that lane. You saw Link flash, head to that lane. Rek'Sai has enough early pressure, that's fine. And look at this Smithy trying to push them out. They're still just level 1, and it's been a slow shove. He shows up at the top at the right time. They zone him off.
Such good zoning. They're not even able to fight with the turret behind them, so Dignitas forced to run well away, and they miss the double wave. Smithy showing up in time to make sure no one could defend. Dignitas lose a ton of experience.
Yeah, they can't get any of that experience. Gamsu still level 1. It has been a perfect slow push by Doublelift and Afromu, and rotation by Smithy.
Ooh. Wow, in they go. Gamsu forced to flash away, takes a bomb to the face. He's going to stay alive for now, though, but look at this. Just how miserable life must be for Dignitas down in this lane. CLG playing wonderful over here.
This has got to be the worst feeling in the world. When
Why even stay?
You're still
There's no
level 1.
jungle.
You're not going to get anything for this. They're going to keep doing this.
Yeah, the minion lines die fast enough, thanks to partially the Targon stacks and everything else, that there is no gain for the Dignitas lineup.
This is a shot calling thing. Where do you go from here? Cloud-Win has to direct them to do something.
Go right there.
They should do something else besides this.
And once again, Gamsu getting jumped on. Doublelift does land a few basic attacks. Nice dark binding, but there's no help from anyone else on the team. He sat around, lost 4 waves in a row, and CLG took a turret down.
They get a turret at 5 minutes, and they go up 2.2k gold with 2 kills. This is huge for CLG, recognizing that they should just keep Gamsu down. You first pick that Rumble, lane swap on it, and just slow push it and zone him out. Very brilliantly done, and he doesn't even get a massive wave of experience. Really good by Xmithy and the calls of CLG to pull up at the right time for the denial.
Yeah, very good on them to be there in time. Nice attempt by Cloud-Win. He had you know, he had the chance of stealing the blue buff away. Instead, he went towards his own jungle. He went towards the top lane. He tried to go support his team up on the turret dive, thinking the push was going to come in, but just outplayed by CLG. By the way, Zion Spartan's been 1v1ing down in here.
Yeah,
33 minions. He's actually tied with Core JJ, by the way.
Yes.
To contrast the other lane.
Yeah, and here's the thing, is they're swapping Doublelift down to this lane immediately to continue shoving turrets. Sure, Core JJ is level 5, he got some solo experience, but now Zion Spartan gets to go be level 5 up against Gamsu, who's level 3, close to level 4 after a couple minion waves, but it's going to equalize again. This is really just huge strategic play by CLG to create these advantages.
And I gotta say, that Twitter vote came in before that level 1 in this lane swap happened, because those numbers are going to keep going up, by the way, if you keep checking on these, because CLG has such a high chance of winning this game from their amazing early plays. And now after the lane swap, they could contest Dragon. It's not the answer yet, but also keep in mind there's a long lane top lane that they could keep pressuring as well to just keep punching Gamsu in the face.
Gamsu's pretty much been punched somewhere else this game, because his CS is 18. That is just a big swift kick. He hasn't even gotten it back yet, either. He's just having to stay in that lane forever.
Well, what would you buy? All right.
You can't buy anything. He's got no gold.
Got an Amp Tome and a couple of wards. I mean, thankfully, Ambient Gold is bigger in Season 5 than last year. Ooh. Hey. So part of the reason Lucian got picked, I have to imagine, is because of Braum. His Q can actually go through the Unbreakable shield, so there's actually some way to poke Doublelift down. They are on equal item tiers, AD carry-wise, so maybe something good happens here for Dignitas.
It would have to be in this bottom lane. We've seen a lot of good things happen for Dignitas. They've won a lot of their 2-on-2s that we saw a couple weeks ago when Core JJ and Kiwi Kid were just on the same page with their aggression. Kiwi Kid, if he lands a binding, they'll get really good favorable trades, and then that can start edging Doublelift out of this lane.
Maybe they can. Another Q lands for poke. Doublelift, though, does have a health potion to his name, so sustain might be enough to keep him safe. Instead, though, we're looking at the junglers both top side of the map. Cloudwin's trying to sneak in, maybe make something good happen for Gamsu up here. Smithy is not actually looking anywhere near that, but no gank happens for Cloudwin.
Zion's not even just going to push his advantage. He's going to CS and let this wave, since it is formulating, pushing towards his turret, he's just going to CS very slowly. He has no rush to shove this out and give Gamsu free farm. And that's been the strategy this entire game.
Well, low chance of success for this gank right here. With Raptor buff, he knows he's not seen. And a nice jump keeps him in Fog of War, lurking to go around behind the Kassadin.
This is really risky. He does have the Assault and Battery, but he has to be on the same page as Link. And it is a level 6 Kassadin who has his flash available. There's a lot of distance he can cover.
There's a lot he can cover. We'll see. Half HP turret, not really getting sieged. Ari stays in Fog of War. Are they playing around the blue?
I mean, the blue is up, right?
Yeah. But a nice juke back by Shift. Their wards over the wall says something is wrong, and he's right about that.
Yeah, there you go. So immediately Smithy starts going towards that blue. He had the timer on it previously, so he's just going to pick that up, possibly hand that off to Link. We'll have to see. But spend a lot of time being ready for a gank there. Now Gamsu, he's going to check this.
He's ready for it too. Cloudwin not level 6, can't get across the map. Gamsu, good smite away by Smithy, and out he goes. And Link kills him off. It's the timer for it.
Yep, killed one.
Oh,
still one left.
Oh, shoot. I forgot, yeah, 21 gold is what only one of them is worth. So, who knows? Oh, wow, that was really well played. Flash is up for Afro, but it doesn't matter. Nice gank. Dignitas are on the board.
This is where Dignitas need to push an advantage. Core JJ, he had that level up. But this is the lane that has been constantly winning for them in their games. Even in 2-on-2 against Piglet and Wild Turtle. This lane was flourishing off of engages by Kiwi Kid. Lands the binding on Afro move. Boom. Great trade. Great kill pickup there from Dignitas. Cloudwin, he needs more of that type of pressure, though.
We'll see what else he can find. His flash is up, as is his ultimate now as a level 6 Rek'Sai. But he's got to be careful about this pressure in the top lane. Zion, Spartan, and Smithy are ready to counteract anything that might happen as a big wave pushes in and threatens Gamsu's experience levels. 7 for Smithy. Left side jungle pretty well controlled with a couple of wards. And he's not very good against that.
Level 8 to finally level 6 here from Gamsu. Cloudwin makes his way up there, but Smithy's already backed off. Very, very low on Dragon control this game so far. Nobody's really rushed her in because of that top lane. And then when they swapped it down, it was all about just bullying this bottom lane and trying to get to the turret. But CLG kind of hit a wall. Because normally when you swap it back, you're like, all right, our AD carry has an advantage because we picked up a kill. and then you shove it down to like, I have BF Sword to pickaxe, and you eventually shove it. Didn't happen because Tristana versus Lucian in this matchup.
Yeah, Tristana versus Lucian, no local gold was actually gained by the AD carry itself. CLG, because the turret went down so fast, ultimately, they weren't able to force a better recall. His extra gold went into boots of speed, which, hey, is nice, but you're still facing a standard 2-on-2 at that point without a gigantic experience disparity. So Dignitas, their 2-on-2 power was kind of unthreatened there.
They're going to try to camp this.
Ooh, this is nice. Kiwikid not 6, but Aphromoo is. More ultimates available for CLG. Cortej shows. Does not reveal Kiwikid. Now he reveals himself. Nothing gained.
Ships in the night.
Tries again. Kills 3 minions. That's nice. Nice trick shot. Uh-oh. He got bit by Winter. Do you think in June, Braum's Q is less powerful? I guess in Oceania it gets better.
Yeah, I was about to be like, if you're in Australia, that's fine.
All right. One of their metas backwards.
Smithy is reading this aggression, and he's coming down bottom right now.
He burned his escape right there, so if they can break the black shield with a buster shot from Trist, they don't go for it. All right. He could have.
Just buster shot him backwards, so...
Buster shot to break black shield.
So you can buy ult him under the turret.
Hey, if you were hardcore, you'd do it. Actually, I've played with you. You would do that.
I would. Anyway, so I love the fact that they have all this pressure across the map from both sides and nobody's really taken over this game completely. And now CLG are starting to do the Dragon. Basically, the tempo was that early game denying Gamsu, and they haven't gotten much forward. But look at this, double flashes.
First Dragon goes down, they get the timer. Yep, flash trade. That one's going to be safe. Good read to see that Zion was going for that.
Yeah, Zion couldn't close that distance, and now, after getting that Dragon, they immediately rotate towards the middle lane here. And the bottom lane isn't responding yet. They're still trying to shove this out.
Oh, wow. So they got to pull Morgana up. She's only heading up right now. It's going to be too quickly. Double lift with double AD items, and boom! Turret blows up.
Yep. That's what they need to do with Tristana, is just keep rotating their power and have Tristana be supplemental turret damage. That is how you play this new Tristana. I think they're just going to do that again, except bottom lane. They're just going to keep rotating like this.
Let's see if they can finally push that one down. So far, though, CoreJJ and Kiwikid have been unwilling to give up control over their lane. The CLG might not take no for an answer.
They're even positioned in that lane. They just don't want to leave that lane at the bottom.
That's true. Well, we'll see what happens. They've got Cloudwind nearby as well. Maybe he can do something here. No one else from CLG is ready to protect this. But you got to be careful. Devil just does not want to stop hitting this thing.
Hits it again. That's it right there.
Oh, one more attack. Minions do it. Double Lift gets local gold. 3 turrets right off the bat for CLG.
So now the pick composition has to turn online. Xmithy has to start getting deeper wards, and they have to start picking people off if they want those tier 2 turrets. Their siege is better than Dignitas's, just because Dignitas lacks a lot of wave clear. It's really up to CoreJJ at this point. And Dignitas want to fight you around this point, but they're behind 4K gold already.
Exactly. That's really the big threat, or the big difficulty, is you can't play a chaotic game when chaos ensures that you're going to lose the fights anyway because of the gold disparity. So difficulty right now for Dignitas to navigate this game properly. Thankfully for them, tier 2 turrets are hard to kill. They're generally pretty well protected. Those shields are nice, and we'll see if that allows them the time to scale back up and keep themselves afloat. Shifter, only down 15 CS to Link, not horrible. CoreJJ stacking it pretty nicely. Gamsu is at least getting to freeze this lane, so maybe he comes online before too long. Nice bind. Whoa!
That was close.
Nice.
Both AD carries actually went for, instead of the Cloak of Agility, we see a Vamp Scepter for double lift, and then we see an Avery's Blade here for CoreJJ.
Huh.
That's
okay. So I like Xerxes, by the way.
Yeah.
I like Xerx for doubles because he has no reason to crit towers. They can't. And the attack speed makes his E better because he can stack it up. Okay, cool. This is like him still using the power spike here. CoreJJ is like hoping that the game does stall out off tier 2 turrets, that Rice Blade makes him farm up, and he gets to hit that next power spike sooner. And he's looking at, I would say Shiv probably more so than Yomu's, as his Avarice Blade item.
We have seen a lot of Lucian go Yomu stuff.
That's true. I actually asked Forgiven about it the other day, and he actually doesn't like it on Lucian himself. But there are other schools of thought, of course.
Okay. Yeah, but the Avarice Blade is definitely something he's looking to scale up with, which is definitely something they have to do with this Dignitas comp, because this is not a composition that you look at and you go, oh my god, their late game is crazy. Really only you look at Shifter for that. And Shifter is doing well, just CSing right now. He's a little bit behind, but if a Caston makes it out of lane equal or ahead, you're just like, what? They didn't do anything to Caston.
Ooh, couple of good plays by Core JJ. Decent damage, but Aframoot just...
They're rotating here, though, from CLG.
Blocks it.
They immediately back off.
Yeah, the thing is, they still on the inside track. Dignitas seem to have to be careful. They're really good wards and aggressive pink ward, a couple of greens down there as well. Cloud wins here, but Cassidy is not, and is not a good defender in the first place. Mid lane staying stagnant right now. No one's getting that far just yet. And there goes Ari to pick it up.
CLG have a ton of pressure this game, a ton of presence with these wards in the enemy jungle. They are 5k up, 16 minutes in, but their pressure is very strangulating at this point. Because you're 16 minutes starting to hit tier 2 turrets. It's really early.
Yeah, it's very impressive they've had this holding pattern of controlling all this. PB Kid, though, about to get stunned up. Flashes in with the ulti, but doesn't even matter. After he takes a couple shots, in comes the teleport, though. It's going to be Zion Spartan joining the fray. A 1-for-0 so far, and a CC on a Cloud win. He's got to be real careful. Link picks up the credit on this one. 2-0 CLG off a great teleport.
Immediate collapse off of the pick. CLG know how to collapse when somebody gets caught out. That is their biggest strength right now. And speaking of getting caught out, Gamsu's out of position.
So Gamsu teleported down. He has ulti, though, with a Leandry. This could be so much damage. They get Afro. Double if, though, does rocket jump out. Buster shots back to Cassidy. And all is well.
But meanwhile, not to let up any pressure, Zion Spartan and Link are going to continue to get damage on this mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, Kiwi Kid just now respawned. Cloud win also just himself here, but Link with an extra giant bit of damage does knock the turret down pretty low. Ooh, forces the flash from Zion, though.
Double lift, returning to the scene of the crime. Continue shoving this bottom wave. They just do not stop. They are unrelenting in their pressure. They know where Dignitas are at almost all times, so they just count members. How many people could possibly deal with me right now? We see 4 people. All right, only 1 dude could come get me. That's okay. I'll continue to push.
So far, so good. Counter Logic Gaming playing the map largely very, very well. That said, kill score has actually been equalized throughout the mid game. Okay, COG started 2-0 at 2 minutes in, but both teams have gotten 2 kills since then. So the fights have been, for what it's worth, kind of close. In that both teams are able to find picks, but CLG, of course, playing around turrets and dragons really well, means they are still accruing advantages other than just kills.
The fact that they're not kind of flopping around and meandering and doing nothing after they take those outer 3 is a big sign of brilliance, and actually something that a lot of teams struggle with is once you get those outer 3, what do you do? And CLG just don't stop the pressure. A lot of people are afraid of going past their tier 1 safety net, but because they have the ward coverage, the communication to do so, they're playing it very well right now.
They are playing very well. Double AP comp means that Smithy gets himself a Hex Drinker as his second item here, so he's still tanky, but does a lot of damage. Dragon on cooldown, the effort for CLG. Wards, I want to see where they go. Smithy bought 2 on his last recall. Of course, the Sightstone is here for Aframu. And after Dragon 2, what's next for CLG?
They continue to shove this bot wave out, and they'll get deeper wards, but right now Zion has to kind of cede that top turret to Dignitas. They are continuing to put the pressure up there, so that signals to CLG, start pushing bottom. Start getting on this turret. Double Lift can shred this tower very quickly. 3 people will be here if Smithy rotates, and Shifter is the only one who could possibly answer alongside Core JJ. So a 3-on-2 in the bottom for sacrificing a tier 1 is a worth trade for them.
And Cloudwind does have the ulti available on Rek'Sai, but looks like nothing to be gained for that as there's no tunnels to jump to at all. CLG successfully, they get Dragon uncontested and trade tier 2 bot for tier 1 top.
And that just gives them even more pressure. You can look at how just the wards they've allocated to that right side of the jungle in the bottom. That is some strong vision control. That is what allows you these types of objectives very easily. Like, they make it look very easy. And this turret's almost about to go down too. CLG just playing this very, very clean.
Very, very, very cleanly indeed. Couple of wards right there in the enemy jungle. That one only 45 seconds ago it was placed. Baron's up in 8 seconds, Dragons in 4 minutes or so. And I want to see, again, what is next for them as Dignitas still scraping together gold as best they can. They look for a pick onto Link, but I don't see it happening.
And that's how Dignitas gets back in these games, right? They pick you off with a Morgana binding. They pick you off with getting jumped on by a number of people that you didn't expect to be in that bush. But CLG just have really good ward coverage across the map and really good game sense at this moment. That
yeah.
My Like Brahms back in base, I don't need to push.
Exactly.
Right?
They're aware of when the team wants to push and when the team is backing off. Link clears a wave and backs off because there's no objective at all on the map for them to take right now. It is a very strong team-wide effort by these guys.
Right now, I expect to see just Doublelift pressing top with Zion. This is going to be a push for this turret, but they're also going to shove out mid-wave simultaneously and then chunk that turret out because it only has about 200 HP left, plus that shield. So putting threat on multiple turrets and having superior wave clear allows you to make the rotates very freely.
There's only one, as you mentioned in Champs, like just CoreJJ that's any good at killing off minion waves. Shifter's going to be in a bad spot by himself. Gamsu not going to do a great job either. So Dignitas, though, trying to preempt that, playing more aggressively in their jungle, looking to get a bit of control back and stop that siege before it starts.
They're going
Maybe get the pick.
They're going to go triple threat here and put Zion in the bottom lane to shove it out because he has the TP.
It dies just the minion wave. Shifter, his wave clear is so bad, don't even champions are required.
You can't deal with this on this Dignitas composition, right? Equalizer's basically your greatest wave clear tool here. Maybe, you know, the Lucian with the culling, I guess, is up there too. But that's the thing, is they don't have any ways to deal with this.
You can see the attempt to pick off Doublelift, not going to happen at all. He actually walks back forward knowing that Dark Binding's down, just because he knows he can.
Doesn't care. Keep the pressure up. Keep as many people of Dignitas here so Zion Spartan can slowly push towards the base.
Push towards the base he is. Of course, bot tier 2 is already dead, but heck, pressuring an inhibitor is not a bad thing. I think the Zion Spartan's been in this spot of the map like 90% of his League of Legends games where he's like pushing up against an inhib turret alone away from his entire team.
As Maokai now.
And why not?
He's not an Nasus, he's not a Jax, he's just going Maokai on this one.
Still want to see Ohm record. Do it, Zion.
One day. We've seen Banner of Commands, Stranger Things.
Drop Portal, dude.
Happening. Oh man, that item exists.
Totally fits his playstyle.
I was actually talking with Reyna, the person who was working on that item. I was like, how do you even say that? Because it's like ZZ Rot. Is it ZZ Rot? Apparently, it's almost like if a bee was telling you shh. It's like ZZ Rot.
Okay.
It's like a void-sounding buzz. ZZ
Rot.
ZZ Rot.
Why not? I'm never going to do that right. I'm not even going to try.
Oh, and the ZZ Rot.
Yep, not happening. Sorry. But at least you say Vagar properly. And actually, Dash got it right in the interview today. I was really proud of him.
Anyway, you can see the continued pressure. Gamsu's going down bottom to deal with this, but all 5 members of CLG are pressing this last tier 2 turret that they have to knock down before they're at inhibitor turn.
Oh man, just a great play by Counterlogic Gaming. Gamsu had to go hold the bot lane by himself, but all 5 of CLG were already pushing the top side, and the game is slipping farther and farther away. 8,000 gold puts Counterlogic Gaming ahead 23 minutes in.
8,000 gold with only a 2-kill lead, and nobody is more than 50 CS over somebody else, and that's only 1 lane.
Yeah.
This is a big lead off of turrets, and you're seeing right here, CLG are looking for a pick.
Wow.
This will help them.
Oh, he missed the ward, but they attacked it anyway. They actually didn't see him.
Man, you see a ward, you gotta go for it. It's just your instinct.
Well, turret's gonna get hit. Gamsu did at least get the free time to push this down a little bit, but he's such a slow pusher.
They get complete ward control over this area of Baron that they can start baiting it, but Zion Spartan's gonna back, and they're still gonna try to death brush this. If Dignitas don't check it, they're actually doing the right thing right now, but you can't know otherwise. They do have a scrying orb, though.
Yeah, they
or
just
JJ.
tunneled Rek'Sai, and they can see people are standing around. If CLG move at all, they know they're not doing it.
Oh, there's the TP from Zion to the back line.
Oh my gosh, he is
They're
so
trying to
up.
fight this.
Gamsu is not teleporting in yet. Oh, CC and Cloud win. He flashes, but even Y goes down right off the bat. Rocket Jump in for Doublelift, nearly takes down CoreJJ with a crit or 2.
Once you get a pick, it allows you to go towards that Baron. There's no threat of a smite steal now from Cloud Win.
And the only chance to steal is a whole bunch of bursts from everyone else on the team, and that seems pretty unlikely. And CLG right off the bat are going to start up on Baron. There's no tunnels nearby, so the ulti for Cloud Win not quite a great option. They walk back and forth, waiting for the fight to start. Pink ward near the wall lets them see the advance. Dignitas still won't bite.
Nope. CLG still aren't going for that Baron. They want to start picking you off, or picking Dignitas off, so that they can get a turret. Because this composition doesn't want to be engaged on. You do have a large advantage, but when you're systematically picking your opponent apart, don't deviate from your ways. Continue to do that. Continue to be like, our shot calling is much faster and crisper than theirs.
Yep.
More crisp, I guess. And then you get to the objective faster. So they're just going to continue the pressure, continue getting dragons, and that's how they're going to win this game, and possibly set up picks every now and then. I don't see them forcing an objective haphazardly.
Yeah, seems like not the case for Counterlogic Gaming. They're going to be able to hold this lead, and the number I want to watch is that 8,000 mark. without any more turrets for CLG to be able to kill very easily, because inhib turrets are real freaking hard to kill, what does happen to the gold lead? Of course, Dragon 3 means Dragon 5s in 12 minutes, 37:30 about when that's going to happen. But until that mark, what does happen to the minion lines and maybe the outer turrets of CLG if Dig can get a couple? If the gold gets closer, or even if it stays at 8,000 gold but is later on in the game, that does count as a shrinking lead for CLG.
I feel like CLG are just going to group up and keep this advantage pushing. I don't think it's going to get any wider until they get turrets, but that's the thing is Dignitas is just we clear wave, you clear wave, it's back and forth. Nobody's going to really off-farm and grow anything for themselves, especially since Zion Spartan doesn't have his teleport available anymore. This is going to be looking for picks from CLG, trying to bait objectives, and then as soon as they get a pick, they'll crack the base with their superior numbers. It's the safe shot calling and it's very reserved, but it works.
And indeed it is working. CLG with very few mistakes this game at all. They have 6 times the turret kills of their opponents. Dignitas off the wings do know that CLG are waiting around. They have the inside track in the mid lane. Problem is they're outnumbered, but no Tristana means it's a 5v4 for a short time. Doubles getting pulled in now. Aftermoo, will he look for the engage? Black Shield and Kassadin, of course, can make that difficult.
Double is going to continue to push. They don't want them to back. They're trying to push them off to the side so that they can't reach that top turret fast.
There's a really good way for the top lane turret. It's going to be the ulti in from Rek'Sai to try to defend this sooner. And looks like Cloudwind will be able to AoE just enough to keep that turret from getting solo pushed.
But now Zion's cutting the mid wave so that pushes up faster as well. And now comes the siege where the wave clear of Dignitas is really going to hurt them.
Ooh, Double's on a half HP, but he had, of course, picked an early Vamp Scepter up to make sure he could sustain and stay part of these sieges so that he couldn't get pushed out by Cass. I like that item choice here. CLG once again back over to Baron, though, after they realized, okay, the outward didn't quite work.
Dignitas has zero vision of this area. They have no idea what's going on.
And they just know that the team ran over there. Blue Trinket is up for CoreJJ. Doesn't need to use it once again spotted out. Bit of a waste of Blue Trinket. They actually have Rek'Sai spot them. Smithing gets bound. And down to half health right now, actually.
That's really big. They don't want to engage this when Smithy is that low. CLG has more reserve shot calling than that, but they might just stay off inside of in the brush. They see Xmithy though.
They know he's there, but are they willing to fight? Now keep in mind, Sorcerer Elixir is there for Gamsu.
So yeah, he's still going to stay here. And he's just, that's it. He's going to rely on the Warmog's passive out of combat to heal him back up. I love this item up, by the way, on Junkers. More and more, I'm loving this Warmog just because of the passive regen.
Looks like a lot of it's going to be nice here for Xmithy, though he's still getting AoE'd slowly down by Baron Nashor. The 3 members of CLG are taking it down. It's down below half at this point, but Dignitas are coming in to say hello. Ulti comes in, they bind Link, and the Equalizer only gets a couple of these targets. After takes a whole bunch of damage up front, though, and the first kill comes through. Now CoreJJ pushed out by Link, and off on the sides, Gamsu forced right away. Great charm flash from Link, catches the AD carry. Aftermoo taking as much as he can, gets us under the shifter. 3 kills in a row picked up with no consequence for CLG.
The back and forth there, just going in and out of the fight. They are actually turning back towards Baron right now, but they're just getting coverage of it. I don't know if they can actually just take it out. It's extremely strong.
No, they're going to try. Aftermoo going to put the shield up and tank what damage he can.
All 5 of them are there.
Yeah, plenty safe here. No chance for Kiwi Kid and Gamsu to stop this. And a 29-minute Baron for Counter Logic Gaming puts them now 11,000 gold ahead.
There we go. Now Double is going to shove this top wave out, then back for as much gold as possible. And I love this fight because you see CLG going back and forth. As soon as they see Dignitas focus somebody, they do their damage and then they back off. Double is just saying on the edge of this fight, his damage isn't actually that high here, but he jumps in, goes after Kiwi Kid, swaps to Shifter, then goes out of the fight, and then tags Xmithy in, who's still very low. So it's go in, use your cooldowns, swap out with somebody else who was waiting on their cooldowns, and then just keep doing that back and forth.
And very nicely played. Means CLG, the 3 for 0 and Baron and all that fun stuff. They also didn't lose too much on the recalls anyway. For people being dead means not much happened. The bottom lane outer did eventually go down. So Dignitas are on the board with 2 turret kills here, but CLG now splitting up. 1 minute till Dragon. That would be number 4 for them. Using the Baron buff on as many minions as possible to push into the base.
And a Majai's on Link here. He hasn't died, so definitely not too much of a gamble. They seem to have a very good foothold in this game on CLG's side. That 4th Dragon would give them a lot of power. But then the 5th, the threat of a 5th, is really big against Dignitas. A lot of people don't want to give that up and sometimes just say it's now or never and decide to fight.
Yeah.
Well, Dignitas have been trying to fight though. They contested Baron. That went really poorly, and the gold only got worse since then. Here comes the push for the bottom lane inhibitor
God, that
turret.
turret's gonna blow up.
Giant chunk comes out, and CLG now open for the inhib. They've still got the Baron buff for 2 more minutes, and there goes inhibitor number 1, 30 minutes into the game. CLG can back out, 20 seconds till Dragon 4.
The destructive power of Tristana's E, the explosive shot, the explosive charge, is huge. It has an AD scaling ratio on it to turrets.
Yeah.
It is ridiculously powerful.
So far, so good. Maximizing the damage to turrets pretty much as much as possible.
But I love
A
the fact
AD.
they're playing to that.
Yep.
Right? It's on double lift to know that you have to just rotate Tristana between everything. And Afromu picked this Braum to defend him while he's sieging.
Oh, but the flash engage comes in, a whole bunch of AoE, and they do pick up double lift. A 1-for-0, but Cloudwind forced to run away. Core JJ, though, gets a second. The zone from Shifter keeps him alive. The counter engage comes in. They do trade a kill back, but Zion Spartan now getting attacked. The bind lands. Smithy doesn't get any damage in. It's a 3-for-1 so far. Dignitas finally find the defense.
And I was saying Afromu picked this Braum to defend double lift while he's sieging, and immediately double lift gets jumped on when Afromu isn't there. Cloudwind looks like he's looking for this, though.
Wants to find the tunnel into the knockup, but Link would one-shot him. He's got to be pretty afraid of
Very
this one.
aggressive call. He'd have to back off. Yeah.
Back
Dragon
again.
is live right now. You just take this Dragon to make sure that CLG doesn't get a 4th one.
Oh, they're here, though. Where's the rest of the team? Are they really going to bait themselves into this one? Link and Smithy, they're waiting out the Vault Breaker. Smithy backs out. His smite is up. Not going to grab it. Dragon number 1 finally goes to Dignitas' way.
So you put a little bit longer on this game if CLG is going to close it out with 5 Dragons. So Dignitas picking that one up for themselves is really good. Delays it, starts getting them on the board. But the fact that CLG was out of position.
Oh, hold on. Teleport
Look at
Zion.
this.
Spartan's in. Wow. Gamsu already goes down. CLG.
They're already in position to push again. They have
don't have
waves
Triss.
coming bottom right now. They don't have Tristana, but it doesn't matter. They're still going to shred this turret.
And that is indeed a turret kill after all. A giant wave coming from the bot side as well. And Tristana going to be joining the team in the next 15 seconds. CLG, they could backdoor the top lane turret or just get vision control.
They're going to go top. They're going to shove this out. And then they're going to start getting that last inhibitor turret back. Spend all your money there. Link is currently sitting on 8 stacks of Ajax, so not too many just yet. But look at this. Afromu backed up, waiting for the minion wave, and it caught double lift unawares. And Afromu unawares. He was not there to defend him. They start going on Shifter, but he has the Zonias, and Zion doing the best he can to get a counter kill onto Shifter, but he gets taken out here. And then just it's Smithy and Link. And Link blew his ultimate. Link's damage up, but this isn't the Ahri that's just still blowing people up ridiculously with her W. She's taking a little bit of hits since then.
What's crazy is actually the nerfs were primarily to the range of her abilities, which would say, oh, you know, Link has a higher chance of dying. Still 0.
Yeah.
Okay, a little bit of damage off W, but again, the nerfs were largely range-based, and Link's been playing around those quite well. Props to him. People had a lot of questions about how Link would do with CLG. We've asked this question a couple times. He's always answered pretty darn well.
Oh, yeah. He's been looking phenomenal. He's always been a bright spot of this team. And the thing that's impressed me is his champion pool. He always hasn't been known for that guy who's playing a ton of different things. But he's playing what the team needs. He can play in Italy. He can play somebody who's going to help him with the pick. Look at this. He's also going to play somebody who's going to help them get that last inhibitor.
And the last inhibitor down, taking some health, and right away, Cloudwind gets picked off by himself. Can Core JJ have the rest of the damage his team needs? Equalizer doesn't seem to do much, and in comes the engage. Vi and Ahri together. Link is now dominating. And another kill for Zion Spartan. It's actually a double in this fight. The back line is completely safe as Double Lift squeaks by with his first kill of the battle. And now CLG with all 3 inhibitors down. Look at the Nexus.
That's going to be game here. CLG with an immaculate performance in how to rotate, how to play this new Tristana. You don't take the team fights, you kill the structures.
And they kept the gold lead the entire way through an 18K gold lead at the end. Counter Logic Gaming. Still only 2 losses halfway through the split. Fans have got to be proud of these guys. This squad has come together very well so far in Spring 2015.
Scar said in his vlog that they're going to bounce back stronger than ever. That was the cleanest we've seen them in objective control and map rotation so far.
Definitely very good. I saw one misstep, double lift overstaying the turret. Didn't expect the flash Rek'Sai on Burrow. And, I mean, to be fair, that is good on Dignitas, that they were down all game long, really, really rough to have a level 1 like that backfire. You expected to go so well. And look, there were some misfires. Them staying around on that top lane turret in the lane swap where they were getting 0 XP but stayed for 4 waves anyway, those are some mistakes, sure. But Dignitas found some ways to try to claw back in a couple of decent fights.
Yeah, CLG are going to test your shot calling to the limits.
Yeah.
They're really going to be, like, that's the thing with shot calling, is as soon as stuff goes down, your shot caller has to respond and tell the right people to go to the right place at the right time.
Yes.
If you allocate the wrong people, you're like 2 people go top and deal with this one guy, they immediately punish you with 4 on the other side.
Yeah, you don't want to
CLG test your limits.
Absolutely. You don't want to get left behind if you don't make the right call, certainly. Dignitas, still some learning to do. The game was not 100% over off of the level 1 play. There were certainly things you could have done from there. You can't just say, well, level 1, game's over. Not the case at all. We've seen games come back from these kind of situations. But a team like CLG won't give you a lot of room to breathe. Certainly very nice play by these guys. And down the line, you had great performances from almost every single member of this roster. You had Link going deathless, Smithy on Vi went deathless, Doublelift a bunch of assists because he's the turret killer, right? So turret kills I think should count on that one. So is, you know, that would like inflate the KDA or something. But
I love that Doublelift is able to kind of be supplemental turret damage instead of this frontliner, because we saw him in his game versus TSM just trying to dive in and trying to make a play. Here, just sit back, let your team do a lot of the work, and your job is to hit the damn turret, as D-Man would say.
Yeah, and he did that. Doublelift did a good job of that one.
D-Man's favorite player right now.
Yeah, he hit the turret.
That was his only job.
Without any pause whatsoever. And it's cool to see that comp come through. We were going through Champ Sec and we're like, my God, they only have 1 damage. This is really risky. But you brought out, the Braum is there to try to protect Tristana. Ari is there to make sure that just the mid lane goes well, so there is no losing lane. CLG pulled the lane swap off to make sure that they could actually start pressuring turrets from the very beginning. They don't want to get bogged down in a rough 2-on-2 where Braum is kind of weak to Morgana, to be completely honest. All those things strategically went really soundly for Counterlogic Gaming. Found the lanes they wanted, found the matchups they wanted. Turret, 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 turret. Very great play.
I think it's a really great way to play this game on this current patch. Like, we've said it a million times, but Dragon not giving gold, it's hard to get these large gold leads. But when you have turret destruction on your side, and you play to that strength, it gives you an early gold lead. I think we're going to see more of these types of compositions in the future. Because we used to see teams that take early dragons and then snowball that into wards, into ward coverage because you have the gold, into item spikes. Now I think we're going to start seeing turret destruction teams.
Right. Your goal is to get the turret kills. Use the gold lead to then get dragons, and that's your insurance policy. But yes, primary objective, the turrets, the gold leads, and keeping yourself up like that. Great job by CLG. Right now, they're going to send it down to Riv, who's standing by with CLG's man in the top lane.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I am joined by Zion Spartan from the victorious Counterlogic Gaming over Team Dignitas. Now 7-2 on the split. Not too shabby. You guys are looking good. Something I like is that Counterlogic Gaming puts an objective on the plate in the beginning of the game. This isn't the first time you guys have gone hard with your duo past the first tier turret and kind of denying that CS. Is this something you guys come into the game with, or you guys say, hey, we can do it again this game, let's hit it?
Well, I mean, we always have like a plan of what we want to do with like the comps we run and the champions we have, but we're always ready to think on the fly and like change our strategy. In that game, like they jumped on us like 5 man, like that's the last thing you'd expect, like 5 people sitting in the wolf camp like trying to jump on you. And the second they jumped on us, we're able to like recoup and be like, okay, Rek'Sai, Rek'Sai, Rek'Sai. And since we had Braum, who's such a strong level 1 champion, we just were able to crush them at the beginning. And just like that quick adaptation to be able to focus Rek'Sai, really, I think that's what won us the game.
Yeah, the early game, obviously the analyst desk going to go over that as well. It was a huge part to this game. In your bottom lane, Doublelift and Aframu have always been able to kind of come up with these plays on a top laner and give them trouble. As a top laner yourself, how should you approach that kind of 2v1 or even 3v1 situation if you get put in that early?
Well, I'm the type of player who always likes to, you know, like test my limits, see like how much farm and like even if I can like kill them. But something Doublelift always tells me is like, it should be like a privilege to CS in that 2v1, and that's kind of like how I've been like slowly playing that more, like, you know, going for the farm when I can and being more safe, because any farm you can get is basically just amazing when you're playing 2v1 and you're getting starved out. So you basically just have to be grateful for every CS, and that's how you kind of want to play a 2v1.
Well, it could be that way coming up with your next match. Obviously, Cloud9 is going to be tough. How is Counterlogic Gaming approaching that?
We're definitely not going to take them lightly. Cloud9 always tries to come back towards the end of the split. No matter what happens in the beginning, they always come back strong for playoffs. So we're definitely not sleeping on them. I think it's going to be a great game, and we're definitely going to have to do a lot of preparation.
All right. Good luck tomorrow. Good luck on the win, or best of luck tomorrow, and good job on the win. Now we're going to throw it to the guys to the analyst desk to break down that win.
Thank you, Riv. And Kobe, that game, it comes down to basically what happened at level 1. It's hard to analyze anything beyond that because of how well CLG played the early advantage off of the level 1 fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's the level 1 and the way they played the lane swap afterwards, they just got such a huge lead. So let's pull this up again. Let's pull this up on the telestrator. Ha! Yes.
Boom. Nice.
All right, so this level 1, let's first go over this. Because CLG, yes, they're just trying to get wards down for their lane swap because they have Tristana. However, look at the team for a level 1. They've got Braum, who is one of the best for level 1 because he can apply this slow and you can chase people down, plus you get the stun from his passive. Meanwhile, Dignitas, they actually don't have bad level 1 either because they have Morgana and they have the vision advantage. Problem is they don't play to their vision advantage. They would really like to binding somebody, maybe the last person that goes through, and then focus on that one person and kill them because they've got Rumble who takes Electro Harpoons, single target instead of getting the Flame Spitter, and they have Kassadin who sucks level 1 but could do single target damage. And we'll roll this through and we can see Dignitas, they don't wait and try and single somebody out with their Dark Binding. They hit double lift in the middle and immediately Rek'Sai flashes in with Burrow. He doesn't have any more damage after that because he didn't go with Q, and he doesn't have his flash, so he can't even continue to auto attack in the level 1. He has to walk all the way out. And that's one of the biggest strengths in level 1 is their shot calling to focus auto attacks of champions onto a single target. Because everybody only has one spell at level 1, auto attacks do the majority of the damage. CLG are the ones who call that out better. They have an easy focus since Rek'Sai is in the middle. Okay, everybody focus Rek'Sai. So then that's how the level 1 goes.
Yeah, that's how the level 1 goes. We're going to speed through this just so we can see how CLG then decided to play the advantage, having gotten the 2 kills and also recognizing what summoners were blown and things like that.
Yeah, and the other thing here, look at Afro move. He is a melee support up here, just smashing Gamsu in the face, not letting him get any experience at all. They're taking that little advantage they had from the level 1 and just beating him over the head with it. Afromu continues to zone him. The presence up there is huge. Meanwhile, they also had those lane wards, so they saw Gamsu come up. They know that he's level 1, and they're calling Smithy to come over for the strong side invade. So even though they have Morgana coming in, it's still going to be a level 1 Rumble and a level 1 Morgana versus the level 3 Trist, level 3 Vi, and level 2 Braum. So how you could take the chance of actually hugging this turret with the 2 level 1 champions, you know, and hoping to trade and get a kill on the way out, they actually decided just to abandon it altogether. At this point, you've made the call to abandon that turret. You have to swing somewhere else.
Well, and that's the astonishing thing here, is that Dignitas opted into this starvation situation here when they had the option to maybe go back into their jungle, right? I feel like at this point you have to be willing to say, we're giving up our turret. We're not going to get it. We're not getting that experience either. Let's make the best of a bad situation.
Yeah, it seems like they're like, okay, we're going to send Morgana up there. You guys can, you know, handle a dive because they already saw, you know, Zion's on the other side of the map. This won't be a 4 versus 2 dive. It'll be a 3 versus 2. But they still didn't want to take it and then just kind of hung around. After you have this huge of an advantage, denying 3 members experience for that long, it's so difficult to come back.
We had a 2K gold lead at 5 minutes in favor of CLG, along with 2 level 1 in your top laner and your support to the level 4, 3, 4, 3, like across the board. It's just, I don't, you know, you can't, it's just, at that point, yeah, it really is hard to, you know, to place value on anything that happens in the game after that. And so when it comes to breaking down things for Dig, they got a couple picks throughout the game. Fantastic. But given their team composition, they were in no position at any point during the game to kind of claw their way back into it.
Yeah, and I think revisiting the way, since they planned out the level 1 really well, they wanted to take advantage. They know teams are going to come in and place these wards to look for a lane swap. You know, they had the vision advantage. They had Morgana, the ability to pick, but they just jumped the gun a little bit.
Yeah, unfortunate there. Well, Cloud9 is going to be playing CLG, who just picked up that win. So both of those teams looking pretty good today. It'll be interesting to see who comes away with the win tomorrow. We do have to step away for just 3.5 while Team Solo Mid and Coast load onto the stage for our last match. We'll be right back.
Remember the Bane game where we pooped on you guys?
What?
And that was in Vulcan?
No.
I still remember that. You guys got pooped on in Dragon.
That happens a lot, man. I can't remember them all.
Wow. One here, one here, one here.
Oh, they're here. Cut back.
Oh, right side.
I'm walking forward.
I'll try him up at 6.
They're almost done.
Hey, Tristan, Lucian. Kill.
He's dead.
I got try him up. Try him.
Back. And off on the sides, Gamsu forced right away. Great charm flash from Link. Catches the AD carry. Aphromoo taking as much as he can. Gets us under the shifter. 3 kills in a row picked up. Flash engage comes in. A whole bunch of AoE. And they do pick up double lift. A 1-for-0, but Cloudwind forced right away. Core JJ, though, gets a second. The zone is from shifter. Keeps him alive. Can Core JJ have the rest of the damage his team needs? Equalizer doesn't seem to do much. And in comes the engage. Vi and Ari together. Link is now dominating. Counter Logic Gaming. Still only 2 losses. Welcome back, guys. Here's Dirish and the TSM fans celebrating their last week win over CLG. The Lust Boys only been on the team for half a year. Guys, it's not hard to get swept up in the rivalry.
TSM과 CLG의 라이벌 관계는 알고 있긴 하지만 저 아무래도 TSM이 처음 들어왔고 그 TSM과 CLG 옛날부터 시작된 그 라이벌 관계를 직접 진짜 경험해보지 않았잖아요. 그래서 그렇게 경기 시작 전까지는 크게 나와닿지 않았는데 관중들이 TSM 찬타기 시작하니까 갑자기 좀 긴장되더라고요.
Well, hopefully this crowd doesn't make him too nervous. I heard a Go Lust Boy shout, by the way, when that video ended. Guys, it's time for our next match. It's Team Solo Mid versus Coast. And now for TSM, they are no doubt still riding an emotional high after their win over their rivals last week.
Yeah, that game was on a razor's edge at times. CLG was building a lead, but TSM fought their way back through a couple decisive team fights to turn the game around. They're playing really well, and now they've got the longest current winning streak with 6 games and started the week in sole possession of first place. Let's see if they can keep that up.
Well, at worst they can tie. Actually, no, because they'll still hold the head-to-head, so we'll see if they can, how long that streak stays alive. It will be a big test, though, for Coast's newest member, ManCloud. He's taken over the mid lane from Jess's, but what a tough first test, facing off against Bjergsen. Now, ManCloud is no stranger to people, of course. He was playing the very start of the LCS, team known as Vulcan for a while, even was the league kill leader in 2013 summer with 167 kills in those 28 games, so certainly has had some great performances before.
Yeah, still holds that title, but Coast made a point to say that the decision to bring on ManCloud was purely based on what they thought he could bring to the team. Coast are on a 6-game losing streak in contrast. They're in last place with 2 games separating them from the next team. So now is the time to make a change and try something new, especially at the halfway point of the season.
And we'll see if the guys are going to start going upwards in this one. TSM's Lustboy describes his support approach as more calculated. It's a play style that he says is very different than his opponent in this match, Sheep.
저는 좀 운영적으로 플레이를 만들기보다는 운영을 통해서 천천히 이기는 스타일이고 쉽 선수 같은 경우에는 모르겠다 그냥 욜로 서포터 그렇게 말하고 싶고요. 아무래도 그냥 그 욜로 몇 번만 막아내면 쉽게 저희들 템포로 돌아오지 않을 것 그렇게 생각하고 있어요.
I think it's how I cast. I don't know what's going on. Pun.
YOLO!
YOLO.
Gotta go hard.
You gotta go hard all the time. Guys, let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side is Team Solo Mid. Dyrus in the top lane, Santorin in the jungle, Bjergsen in mid, Wild Turtle on AD carry, and Lustboy on support.
And on the red side, it's Team Coast. Chris in the top lane, Impaler in the jungle, ManCloud in the mid lane, Mash on AD carry, and Sheep on support.
YOLO indeed for that guy, though. He's going hard. He's a wolf in sheep's clothing, apparently.
No. But
I like how I don't talk and applause happen. This is great.
It's like one of those hold for applause things. But anyway, you're really proud of that one. It wasn't even that good.
No, it wasn't. But your response made it better, which is all it's about, by the way. The content is irrelevant. It's you guys that make it good. So thanks.
All right. But this is the top of the table versus the bottom of the table here. So Coast are looking to make some adjustments with ManCloud. His aggressive style that he was known for previously is something that they're banking on here. Because with Jess's, he has a very reserved style. Jess's wasn't going to win you the game, but he also wasn't going to lose you the game.
Yeah.
ManCloud has more variance. ManCloud can go really hard and pay for it, or he can take over the game.
Yeah, it honestly just depends on how much pressure is around where ManCloud goes. Like, he is a guy who goes hard. Again, he is the kill leader for one of the splits. When he went to Worlds, when his team actually had a pretty darn good performance, they beat Fnatic in the group stage back then. Like, his old Vulcan team, they were pretty good, and it was ManCloud who made a lot of that happen. But that's 2 years ago.
He'll probably always hold that title, too, because the season's shorter.
Games.
Yeah.
Until the meta becomes like full China, where you get 15 kills a game, then you'll see someone beat that. But not the case right now. Now, you're right. I want to kind of keep you on the Justice point, though, for a second and talk about the difference in styles, because I feel like, and maybe this is a dumb way to think about League of Legends, but this is how I feel about it, is it's about game theory. It's about sort of playing a lot of percentages and making estimates based on what you know and what you don't know. And Jess's, you're right, he would never lose you the game by himself. But I feel like he's like a 40-60 kind of player. He'll never, ever build an advantage, and once in a while he'll get soloed in lane. And so you're kind of 40-60. You're kind of losing a little bit in the mid lane anytime you play with a player like Jess, because he cannot have like that upper hand. Whereas ManCloud, maybe he's a 50-50. Maybe he's 40-60, but it's just really high variance. But
Coast looking for some actual advantages to come out of those lanes. And you talk about players like Impaler who, want to be shot calling, want to be making plays, want to be going hard a lot of the time. Let's get another player that can support him in that play style. They can go together and make plays. That might be really helpful.
Yeah, ManCloud right now for me is a 30-30. And the other 40% is I have not seen ManCloud in a while. So I don't know what he does at this point. If he's the same or not, or if he's gotten worse or better. Because we saw him in Challenger on a bunch of teams. He was hopping around, and he just wasn't finding success. He wasn't finding the same success, the same assassin style. And now it's a lot about control mages. A lot of assassins are secondary to that at the moment. But they don't want control mages on Coast. They want these assassins. They want somebody who can synergize with Impaler and make plays.
Yeah. Zed, Ari Kassadin.
I expect to see those.
Jump in on people. One of his best champions was Jace as well, actually, which we don't see very much of, but also adds an emphasis champion, right? Jace is a guy that has impact and says, hey, by the way, deal with this poke, deal with this siege, we're going to deal with you guys.
Puts on his glasses.
Yeah. And also one thing that's really good for Coast as well, I think, is you look at Mash here on your screen. Mash has actually been pretty consistent with the team so far. I've actually liked his play overall. Oh, that's right. It's Bjergsen's birthday, by the way, today.
That's right.
So the crowd.
Not only does he have the crowd behind him,
they're also in front of him.
Because it's his birthday. He's also got it because he's on TSM. And so ManCloud has to deal with not just Bjergsen. It's Bjergsen on his birthday.
It's true.
But I also heard he's sick. He's a little sick right now.
Sorry.
Tweeted earlier, out of all the days to be sick, it's my birthday.
That's too bad. I'm sorry, Bjergsen. It's okay, though. We believe in you, and we think you'll get better. But at the same time, I think that Coast, we talk about them still a little bit more. With the addition of ManCloud, I think them getting someone else to be threatening to alleviate some pressure off of MASH. Think about this lineup. It's a whole bunch of guys going YOLO all the time, right? Chris will start a game 4-0 and then not know what to do with his lead because the rest of his team's doing poorly, and he'll start getting caught out and lose. Impaler wants to go in all the time, period. He's one of the better Rengar players in NA. That's all that champion can do is go hard and try to kill people. MASH, very aggressive AD carry. Sheep, another guy who we just heard him get talked about. He's a YOLO support. He's like, I'm just going to flay you guys in. We'll just fight. I don't really care. And having ManCloud on that same page as well, so much chaos, I think is an advantage for Coast. They need some 50-50 games because they're 1-7 right now.
Yeah, they need a YOLO commander on this one. They need somebody who's going to organize all the chaos and start sending it somewhere.
Yeah.
But TSM, they have looked really good lately. Their game against CLG, they did have some slip-ups there, which put them behind at the start. But their team fighting and taking advantage of small mistakes is what put them back in the game. Just tiny mistakes and capitalizing off of them is how they beat CLG. Against Coast, I expect there to be a lot more mistakes.
True.
Because ManCloud is new to this roster.
Absolutely. You can only expect so much practice from these guys of Coast. Once in a while, a team just clicks, but that is a rare situation to be in. So Coast, a very uphill battle and an incredibly difficult first test for these guys, but you've only got 10 games left in the season, and you're 7 wins behind TSM? 6 wins behind TSM. You got a lot of ground to cover up if you want to move up in the standings.
A lot of ground. Indeed. I don't even know if it's possible they could do it, but TSM, of course, would have to lose pretty much every game, only win 3 more.
I guess to be fair, they need top 6 for playoffs. I'm not saying, okay, take first place, but they need
you're right. It is halfway through the season, and I think now it's time to start thinking about last place gets relegated. You end up in Challenger again, and Coast don't want to be back there. They make that last-minute swap, or this mid-season swap, of ManCloud for a desperation move to swap up their style, switch it up a little bit, see if they can spice up this roster and have it click. It's a risk, but we'll have to see if it pays off.
I think risks are what Coast need right now because the same old course wasn't working for these guys. Aurelia goes away from Chris, Morgana away from Sheep, and Jarvan away from Impaler. Meanwhile, Lissandra, Callista, Annie dropped away from TSM. A lot of bans we are used to seeing here, especially with these teams considered.
Let's see what they secure for that first pick here. Callista still up. No, sorry, Callista banned away. I don't know what I'm talking about. Anyway, Kassadin still up. Different K champion. Kassadin still up, but they're going to go with the Janna here. They're going to put Lustboy on a disengage. Different priorities here.
TSM has always been about this split, it seems. Picking their fights. Janna Sivir is like their core combo they go to time and again.
And I want to see if Coast wants to steal it.
You just heard Lustboy talking about how they want to win the game slowly. Janna's going to punish you for going YOLO.
It's true.
Janna can disengage you, restart the fight, or throw you into her own team. So that's a really good pickup here for Lustboy, who likes to win the game slowly.
Weirdly, Janna actually one of the worst win rates in the NALCS, 8-16. Coast, though, looking to go aggressive right away. Kassadin, right off the bat. ManCloud playing something aggressive. Impaler, Rek'Sai, something aggressive as well. Now, if they can kill you before Janna gets her knockbacks in, maybe it works, but playing right into what TSM seem to be wanting to prevent.
Going immediately for the engage here in Santor, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him pick up the vibe for himself. He wants a champion in the jungle that's very strong. Lee Sin, not any good anymore. J4 off the table. Rek'Sai taken as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're just trying to hide more of their hand longer down the line.
Seems to be the case. TSM could safely pick up Sivir or their mid laner. I don't know if Chris is a big Kassadin player. I don't believe we've seen him play it yet.
I think the Sivir would be pretty safe here. It'd be a pretty safe pickup as long as you junction it with this. But
this is the other combo TSM goes for with Janna. They seem to go back and forth between Sivir to pick fights and Jinx because they can keep her alive. She is, I think, one of the only 2 remaining hyper carries in League of Legends right now. Her and Kog'Maw, now that Tristana got her changes. And Wild Turtle happy to take the resets and go hard. Right off the bat, though, Coast say, great, we'll take the team fights, we'll take the engage. Pick me Sivir.
Yep, they want to go ham. They want to go hard. They're going to rush in there, YOLO it up. And now, the picks that they have left to secure are their support and possibly their top laner / mid laner here. I assume that Kassadin, just by looking at it, is going to go to ManCloud because of his style.
Yeah.
But that's not something that's going to win lane. But who wins lane against Bjergsen?
No one, by the way.
There you go.
Unless you're like Pawn. Then you'll probably
Who
win
in the
against
North
Bjergsen.
American LCS?
Yeah.
Who wins lane?
Ooh.
Damn.
Blitzcrank for Sheep. That's going to be good.
We talked about in the middle of the season, you got to take some risks.
Yes.
There's a risk right there. But hooking a Jinx definitely pays off.
Dude, this is actually one of the best lane matchups in the game for Blitzcrank. No escape AD carry, and Janna is the freest support in the world to try to Blitzcrank hook. She has no way of punishing you for playing aggressively, so Coast should be looking to 2-on-2 this lane.
That is a really good pickup there. And the fact that Sheep, he's known for his Thresh play, and I'll stop talking about Thresh play for a second here, but I don't think that's going to get locked in.
Man, we saw it actually.
No,
we saw it in China, Hecarim getting played.
That's true. Hecarim top is not that bad at all. Hecarim middle does very well against melees, but I assume this is going to be the safer pick here for TSM. Even when they're facing the 10th ranked team in the LCS, they're still going to respect their opponents and pick just a straight-up composition that they know they succeed on.
Yep, looks like a standard TSM lineup for this one, guys. Maokai top for Dyrus. Santorin on a playmaking jungler, especially with the level 6 power spike. And no surprise, they can get Bjergsen fed up in that mid lane with Vi Ahri for the gank combo.
Vi Ahri was a really big combo a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
Season 3 Worlds, I think. Yeah.
Wow, yeah, way back then, yeah.
When people were like, Vi's a fantastic jungler. And then they started getting that pick combo and getting their mid laners ahead. The game is kind of coming back, at least for TSM style, to be very mid-centric. So having that champion on Santorin and having him be that facilitator of Bjergsen's lead is really good.
Could be really wonderful for TSM. They are back on kind of home soil champion select wise, and now Team Coast. They first picked the Kassadin, first round. Is it actually Chris? Is it actually ManCloud? They did not pick another solo laner the whole time, and now they get to decide where that actually goes. Zed, that was a thought. Will they run double assassin, and what better way to create chaos than exactly this? Zed Kassadin, the solo lanes for Team Coast. Chaos ensues.
Zed has a little more kill pressure in the lane than Kassadin does at early levels, so that seems like a more ManCloud type of champion. But this is a team that wants to go into you and also bring you into them at the same time for Team Coast. They're going YOLO, but they're going to make one person YOLO them.
Well, unfortunately in League of Legends you do live more than once.
Yes,
Respawn timers do exist, and the game can keep on going, but certainly Team Coast looking to create a whole bunch of chaos. ManCloud making his premiere in the 2015 North American LCS. He's fighting Bjergsen of all people, and he's like, give me Zed. I'm going to go beat up an Ahri.
We'll have to see. It is Bjergsen's Ahri, who he had great success against CLG last week.
The fans are ready. I am certainly ready. And the players, I sure hope, are ready as well. TSM looking to extend their first place streak. CLG right now are tied with them in wins, so TSM would want to take this to guarantee first place. There's a handshake as everyone else leaves the stage who aren't playing League of Legends or reffing it. And I really want to see this matchup because ManCloud used to be the best mid laner in the NALCS back in 2013. Bjergsen arguably took that title in 2014. They're matching up again this year. I do think it'll be a very fun matchup. And if you guys think it's going to be fun as well, then tweet us. Tweet hashtag TSM win or hashtag CST win to @LOL Esports based on who you think is going to win this game. Bjergsen getting himself another Ahri, ManCloud debuting on Zed. And an interesting Maokai versus Kassadin top lane matchup. I know Kassadin gets flexed sometimes, but I want to see how he does up here facing a tank and trying to scale up for the late game.
And the big thing here with the Kassadin matchups that I've been noticing is lane swaps are pretty good. Lane swapping on a Kassadin is not a bad strategy at all.
Yeah.
And here's the thing too is, and we're just going to stop talking about that because Coast is going YOLO right now with the Blitzcrank.
Well, they're going to run away.
Oh,
And
he put the brakes on.
yeah, no one in range at all. Okay, so far safe. TSM do back out, but they give away jungle control to Coast. TSM immediately react by running their way over to the east of the map. Looking to get some similar wards down.
So lane swap situation here, you don't want to get hooked in if you're Jinx or Janna. You talked about how that is a terrible matchup for them. But lane swapping it would most likely be in TSM's favor. They have the synergy down between their jungler and their mid laner, and that is what lane swaps. If you make it about that, you can make it all about that. Because the mid laner's on an island. They're CSing against each other. ManCloud versus Bjergsen, pound for pound, can they go at each other? Impaler plus ManCloud, I don't know if the synergy is there just yet. It would definitely be in Santorin and Bjergsen's favor from what we've seen.
Ooh, Coast trying to play the mind games here. They started some recalls, but Sivir and Blitz will be top lane, and TSM will be on the bot side. So lane swap found right now for TSM. They will dodge the Blitzcrank matchup. Now that said, Sheep being allowed to run around the map does mean he can go for the hook plays. So it's not all negative for him. He starts the jungle with Impaler. And they will realize right about now that they've been had.
Jigs up. So he freezes the wave there. They both do it on either side. Sheep now gets to roam around, place no wards, because he used his previously. His will be up in just a second, but he gets to try and make a play around the map.
Dyrus actually does clear off a Wraith camp and then immediately goes for this. Bjergsen, level 2 for ManCloud. Hook, not even going to land. It takes 2 turret shots for his trouble. Bet he's feeling pretty sheepish now.
That was bad.
Yes. Join me in the dark side.
He has to go back up to the top lane with half HP. His sheep tail tucked between his legs. They're actually pretty small, so it actually wouldn't be that easy.
He's a flexible dude. I don't know.
But he gets to go back up top. He's going to use some of his stacks here to get the HP back. But Dyrus, we just heard Zion talking about if you get farm in a 2-on-1 lane, it's basically given to you. It is a gift from the League gods. And Chris,
they allowed me minions.
Chris seems very atheistic right now. He's not getting any.
But ironic based on his name.
Ah. Well done. Thank you. But the fact that they lane swapped on top of the Kassadin, like I said at the start, before the 5-on-5 was coming out, the Kassadin getting lane swapped on is really bad for Kassadin. It's so hard to CS underneath the turret.
Yeah, I agree. He's absorbing XP.
And Smithy, Santorin, different buy, different game, different team, is now coming down bottom, and they're doing the same thing here. They're just going to 3-man this turret.
A good safe trinket ward used by Chris. Spots the gank attempt. He's going to back out nice and safe for this one, but it means he's getting no experience at all. Meanwhile, Dyrus actually is. He's level 3 just now. No dive actually happens. A much better played lane swap so far by TSM.
Yep. CLG did it first, but TSM, not to be out-had, do the exact same thing. And here's the thing, is MASH doesn't get to push this lane. Sheep has to go bottom to respond. And Impaler gets to do nothing to Dyrus.
Coaster is late to the party. TSM just made all their choices sooner, and none of it really paid out. They could have went hard to push back Dyrus, didn't do so, didn't push it in. Could have went to defend the turret, didn't do that in time either. A double wave got lost. This turret's almost dead already. Hook, nope. Minions came in.
Get hooked into a Cassidid. Oh no!
Yeah, this is not a good 2-on-2 lane matchup. Like, this is actually, like, the way these lanes now pair out. Look, Janet Jinx doesn't want to Fate Blitzcrank, but there's no backup for Blitz oh, okay. No, he's fine. But there's no real backup. Sivir would do so much more than Cassidin would if a hook lands. Not to mention actually can CS.
If he gets the slow, the force pulse down, then maybe, but that's about it. I do want to turn attention, though, to this mid lane. ManCloud's up.
A lot.
17 CS. Yeah, that's some ManCloud fans. Those 3 guys in the audience.
Hey. He will, I assume, build a whole lot more throughout this season. I do have high hopes for the XXDG member.
They've been waiting 2 years for this moment.
Bam. Turret goes down. Wild Turtle runs really fast to nowhere. And here's the attempted gank. Flash knockup comes in. Bjergsen is slowed, forced to flash himself away. Impaler charmed to the turret. He will live, though. Burrows under, heals up.
They've drained all of Bjergsen's mana, too. He has to back here. And so Santorin is going to hold this. And now they get to shove this wave out in the middle and just have all that experience in CS go over to Santorin instead of Bjergsen.
And such smart gank timing as well. They do it right before
they're
Ahri
wrapping
hits 6.
around bottom. They're trying to go for this lane in the bottom lane.
Oh, this is cute. Sheep is spotted, though. Level 4 for all these guys. Nothing done by Sheep. Zed does not make his roam happen, and he's going to get a late recall.
Yep. Because of that, like you said, the late recall. So now he doesn't get to get back to lane. At the same time, Bjergsen now has the opportunity to shove this wave really hard. Although it is a cannon minion wave, has a little more HP in it. He's not going to be able to have it bounce off the turret fast enough.
But we'll see how much gets denied away from this poor Zed. I like the item build, by the way, of Bjergsen. So he's going towards the early Zhonya's because he's aware that Zed is a jerk and tries to kill him. But he actually buys a second Doran's Ring, partially for the health, but also to give him enough mana regen to actually stay in lane without ooming in case blue does get stolen. Since, of course, his blue is on the weak side of the map.
He hits 6 sooner than ManCloud as well because of this. So he shoves this wave up. He's now allowed to go roam somewhere and use his ultimate or go place wards deeper.
Oh, there's one deep-ish ward.
Looking for the play. Yep, he sees ya.
Ooh. Tagged him anyway.
That looked like it was floating a little further than it should have. But speaking of floating around, Nash.
Oh, the spell shield goes down. Doesn't get used for anything. Impaler will defend the guy. But ulti down. ManCloud at the all-in gets outplayed by Bjergsen in the one-on-one. Right off the bat at level 6. Nicely done, Bjergsen.
Weren't even allowed to look at it. It was so good.
Well, happy birthday, Bjergsen. You are awarded with a solo kill first blood. It's like every week's his birthday.
I'm pretty sure he's the solo kill leader at this moment in the NALCS.
Yeah.
Before 15 minutes.
Oh, man.
Easily.
He's destroying. And look at this by TSM as well, by the way. They had the lane swap happen. They took down the bottom lane outer turret. They swapped their AD carry back in with a BF sword. Did the same thing again, even in face of a 2-on-2. And TSM absolutely crushing the early game. All lanes.
We're going to see this here. He uses his shadow and gets hit by a charm, and then it is an all-in. Oh! He tries to retaliate, and Bjergsen is having none of that.
Yeah. His Q and E were on cooldown when he went for the death mark, and then Bjergsen just with some very good dodging.
It was a desperation death mark. He used it when he didn't have any cooldowns available, like you said.
Yeah.
So the damage of the death mark was not going to be enough to blow up Bjergsen, and it was just a panic move.
Well, Coast still trying to make some plays. Sheep only level 3, roaming around with boots 1, not finding much. Bjergsen, maybe another attempt. His ult is, of course, down. A lot of burst through. Charm still lands on ManCloud, though. And a shield from Lustboy keeps him safe.
Oh, Lustboy!
Hold on, goes in. Sheep taking a whole lot of damage. Wild Turtle suddenly shows up. Looks now for ManCloud. Out goes Impaler. Zap hits him. He gets 1. He gets 2. Looks for the 3rd. Not going to find it. Out goes ManCloud.
They're going to continue to push up this mid lane here. Wild Turtle and Lustboy showing up at the right time. Here comes the rocket.
Oh, no!
Ow, it hit me! They're continuing to shove up this wave. Impaler, he's just going to be on the side just so he's present, but he can't do anything about this push.
Can't do anything at all. TSM already. All 3 outer turrets 9 minutes in. 4,500 gold lead for them. Dragons on the table if they want it. First some wards. then some recalls, and then evil lizards.
And now you can see just the CS advantage that they've created in that top lane for themselves. Bjergsen gets out here, though, purely based on the massive movement speed from the Q. Just rushes back, and he's out. Sheep has to run out. Lustboy flashes into that.
That's amazing.
Just wants to be a part of it, and then he gets the Q across, which locks up Sheep long enough for Wild Turtle to close the distance and not have him react. Great trail off there, and the fact that they were all showing up at that time, predicting that Bjergsen was going to get jumped on. But speaking of getting jumped on, Dyrus here.
Attempted dive. Dyrus forced to flash. Will they let the hook? Yes, they do. Dyrus gets pulled in. There's the death mark as well. Ulti popped by Dyrus. Now, can he limp away? The answer is yes. 1v3. Dyrus lives.
It's all that CS he acquired for himself in the lane swap. Handed over to him. Dyrus has the highest CS on TSM after being lane swapped on.
Absolutely incredible. Dyrus massive. He's level 8. All is going well. Mid lane died for that attempt.
He just
TSM massive.
He just pulled so much pressure because of that. It gives TSM that turret. Handed to them. Coaster just handing them all these different things. CS onto Dyrus. Mid lane kill for Bjergsen. This turret push into mid lane. That, you just can't do that. They're being punished for these mistakes. And TSM, they punish the smallest of mistakes, but when a mistake is that big, they take your whole arm.
Yes, they do. Give him a finger. Now it drops away.
They take your whole body when they give you a finger.
That's weird.
They just don't like getting the finger.
Yeah. Well, Dragon doesn't have fingers, has talons. TSM going to take those anyway. So, Dragons don't have fingers. They don't. Bam. There's the dragon. TSM well in control.
They have claws coming out of their fingers.
No, they have talons.
If they had talons, they would just be like a full.
Look, I know like
talent.
chicken fingers are called fingers. They're not actually fingers.
It's the new delicacy, dragon fingers.
Fingers. Dragon tenders, maybe. 4,000 gold, though, puts TSM ahead. Coast have a lot of work ahead of them if they want to come back in this game. Sheep still without an ultimate at 12 minutes into the game. Is a rough situation to be in. Mash will have a freeze created for him, and the question is, we saw CLG play for Tier 2 turrets. They managed to make some nice out-rotation plays, knock them down in a decent amount of time, and then play for Dragon 5. I want to know, with Coast trying to freeze, how much pressure TSM can get, since Baron's not even up and Dragon's gone for 5 minutes.
Yeah, they really want that bush warded. 2 pink wards in there. They want to keep you in there for 10 hits. But the way that TSM are going to break sieges or break freezes are just shoving down as 5. They have a really good composition for team fighting and picking. So they want to shove waves. They have great wave clear. Then go to different objectives, bounce between the two, catch people possibly, but Wild Turtle on that Jinx is going to shred turrets still.
Absolutely going to. Early Berserker's Griefs and going towards a Static Shiv later on, that's fine. But the attack damage core is there, and that's the big thing you need for the turret damage. So a lot happens. The 10 auto attacks go through. Santorin with the double kill on pink wards. TSM unsurprisingly 90% win rate via Twitter votes. Chris versus Dyrus 1v1. Chris is down a level and forced to run away.
Oh, here comes Impaler.
And in comes Impaler. They're trying for round 2. Dyrus ulti is down. The damage is probably going to be enough. His flash gone as well. Does what damage he can. But Chris will be not donated the kill. Goes to Impaler after all. But by the way, top goes down.
I said it after the previous game. Your shot calling is tested by these top tier teams. If you're sending 2 people to deal with 1 guy, they immediately punish you with the other 4 on 3 on the opposite side of the map without not a fight, but with a turret. So TSM are getting turrets this way off of a split push of Dyrus. That's drawing a lot of attention. And that's another thing that's handed to you, though.
Yeah, absolutely. But think about the way TSM goes about it. You theoretically, Sivir, Blitz, and Zed are threatening enough to defend the turret because you don't want to get hooked. But with all the ward control TSM has, they show up unannounced. Coast aren't ready. They're not in position. Down goes the turret. So TSM have taken 2 of those tier 2 turrets down already 13 minutes into the game. And Coast really unable to press any advantages.
Man, the support defending the turret immediately makes Chris back off.
There's no vision for him.
Exactly. The vision is very, very stark for them. They can't see a whole lot of this map. They don't know any of that deep vision either. Like they have it's very scarce, very shallow. It's all allocated on the right side of the map, the top right for them.
Much like a Coast, the vision is shallow.
Hey! No.
Team Ocean would get deep vision. And the tunnels collapse. TSM continue to restrict the options available. Nice hook attempt there. Not going to happen though. Santorin smites the Wolf Spirit for even more vision, as though wards weren't enough.
And now here's the wave. They're ready to siege it up. Dyrus is here. Look at this. Chris
All
on the
five
opposite side of the map. Impaler on the opposite side of the map. It's a free tier 2. Coast are just letting them have this.
They are absolutely letting them have it. TSM, 15 minutes in, have 6 turret kills and 6,000 gold worth of a lead right here. They are absolutely destroying this game right here. Coast, well, the variance ManCloud tried earlier on, but now he's getting jumped on.
He doesn't have a turret there either. They decide not to go hard for it. But this is what Coast is getting for this, is Chris shoving top lane and Impaler possibly being able to help him out to get this turret. But Dyrus is here to answer, and he'll buy a lot of time. But if 2 people are shoving top and only 1 person is there, you have 4 people shoving somewhere else, possibly mid lane. We'll have to see. Oh, they're all going to back.
Looking for Dyrus and another attempt, though. Ulti should be up for Maokai. Indeed it is. Gets a bit of a knockback and a nice slow, but nothing really else gained. He should be able to clear this wave pretty safely.
Just wants
does so just fine.
Exactly. Just wants to clear it because the 4 members of TSM were backing so that they can re-shove out mid. Dyrus can cause pressure in this top lane and relieve the pressure that Chris just spent that entire time building up.
Yeah.
He had to take that wave from his tier 2 all the way to their tier 2 just to have it cleared and to lose the turret at the same time.
Yeah, it's just really grim for Coast right here. Team solo mid really not being dictated to at all. All Coast could really get as an objective is losing a flash maybe. They're trying to get some farm on decent key members, just no real progress being made in the game.
And here's the thing too, is it's actually a 4-on-5 right now. Dyrus is in the base. He does have his teleport and he's been holding onto it for a very, very long time. But Coast still can't do anything, despite the number advantage for themselves. We quickly turn into just numbers being even. There's not a lot of windows of opportunity here. TSM don't show a lot of weak points when they get to this point in the game. When they get a lead and start getting these turrets down, they don't struggle from getting the tier 2s. The inhibitors, though, are a different story. But they have dragons falling into their laps to help them with that.
It's worth keeping in mind, though, Dragon 1 went in like 11 minutes into the game.
Pretty
It's a really late first Dragon. So I can't imagine Dragon 5 being a real thing this game. That would be such a great delay by Coast if it did get that far. But right now, Dragon 2 is turret damage. That'll help if TSM can get that 1 pick in the out rotation. But Baron being up in 3 minutes may be the realistic siege objective.
Yeah, they're pretty much taking dragons to get the turret sieging bonus, the number 2 and then number 3 for movement. But also, they're doing it to make sure that Coast don't get any and don't have that possibility to stall the game out. So taking more tools away from them, taking more options away, so that they can get to a point where they are completely 100% in control. Because right now, they're almost there. They're like 95%. Yeah, there's tiny things that Coast can do to get back, but TSM are closing those windows.
They are closing the windows, but if there's anything at all, Coast needs to try. Of course, they haven't surrendered. They haven't left the game. So there's always
You
the
can't
chance.
surrender this early.
Hey, I wouldn't even if I were able to. You always got to fight on. You've always got that chance. I mean, keep in mind, TSM had a lead against them similar to this in their CLG game.
Ooh.
And hooks like that are ways you can get back in.
Yeah. Well, not hooks like that.
Okay. That's fair.
Having ward control the brush and throwing hooks that land out of it would definitely help you if they're on the right person.
Pretend I said that.
All right. Hey, Creed.
I'm smart,
Great
right?
insight on how Coast will get back in this game.
Thanks, man.
But yeah, that's how Coast get the control of this game.
Oh.
Look at, they're going to run down.
Wild
Turtle
Turtle's very
out of
alone.
position.
Forced to flash. Chris does not land a slow just yet.
Everybody's trying to get him.
Jumps over,
Plus
gonna
boy
be
on the
soon.
side.
Sheep's around. They're teleporting in Maokai. They're going to one-shot the AD carry. 5v4. What can happen now? Lustboy isolated. ManCloud getting jumped on, though, and in comes Santorin. He does dodge the charm on in. Oh my god, Bjergsen! That charm was gorgeous. That's a 1-for-1 so far, and the fight's going to continue with TSM having a gigantic gold lead. Chris is going to get taken down, and now Sheep running away.
Bjergsen looks like he wants a little bit more of this.
Uh-oh. He does want a
Has
bit more
his
of
charm.
this. Jumps in. Nice
It's
juke
a
on the
Paler.
charm. It catches the Paler. Oh no. The flash on in. Maokai catches up and Paler gets him bailed. Down he goes. A 2-for-1 TSM.
Yeah, when ManCloud ultied Lustboy, Bjergsen went happy birthday me and threw the charm out immediately where he was going to be. Great recovery there from Turtle being caught out.
Yeah, TSM just running on in. They knew they had the gold lead, that they could limp into that fight a little bit slow, and it would be fine. Indeed, it was. Coast just takes so long to make the plays. TSM being unpressured means their flashes and teleports are always up.
Yeah, they use a lot to even reach Turtle in the first place. He eats the hook and is immediately out of the fight, so it's a 4-on-5. Then the exhaust comes down on ManCloud, and he has to wait it out immediately, right here. Boom! And they use a lot to take down ManCloud, but it's worth it at that point because he can't snap back to his clone and get out of there. Dyrus immediately trails this off, and now Bjergsen still has remaining charges of his ultimate to close the distance. Really well played there by TSM. Wild Turtle, though, being caught out of position was a pretty big blunder.
Yeah.
And I see TSM, when they get big leads like this, they mess around a bit.
Yep.
They kind of phone it in at some point.
I want Bjergsen back for Ravenous Hydra at some point.
Oh, man. He did. He did that in that one game. I don't think he's going to do it this game.
Polidarian. Do it. 5 Ohm Wreckers, TSM. Up Adam's win rate. You have the power to shape the meta, TSM.
Ohm Wrecker would not be terrible.
No, you're right. It's actually quite good. That's why I suggested it.
Banner of Men would not be terrible.
Taking Baron would not be terrible.
Zhishirba Portal would not be terrible.
Oh my gosh. Whoa! Rek'Sai flying by like ships in the night. Doesn't get the smite down. 4,000 health on Baron, but Charm says hello, Impaler. Jumps in a little bit early, knocked around. Kill goes through to TSM. Low steal attempts. Sheep looks for a hook. Pulls in Dyrus, maybe not who he wanted. And in goes Chris as well. He's going to likely get dropped. They're trying what he can. ManCloud limps away, though. Does dodge the zap, but he's on the wrong side of this fight now.
Bjergsen's going to go deal with him. Everybody else is going to push the mid lane right now. Whoa!
Juke! Oh, hey! The coast is clear for ManCloud. He's good. Yeah. But by the way, TSM push the mid lane with the Baron buff. This inhibitor is not long for the world.
They're going to continue to push this up. They're going to get this inhibitor turret and the inhibitor and crack the base. The 10k gold lead at 21 minutes and the Baron buff. They have a lot they can do here, but they have to back off now. Man, that play Bjergsen just made. That's something you do on stream because you're like, hey, I either make the highlight reel or I just look really bad. It's the highlight reel play.
Dude, my highlight reel play was I had the tornado ready on Yasuo, and I randomly tornado the wolf camp and just spam R. I have no vision, by the way. And I teleport on the enemy jungler and kill him. And I was like, no cost, looked cool.
That didn't have a risk to it, though, because you wouldn't have, unless it was all
the rest of the team was there.
The whole team was there, then maybe. Yeah. But I like this, that Bjergsen goes off and goes after the jungler. You should always, if you have the option to, single out the enemy jungler. If you're the support, if you're the mid laner, you can kill him, then great, because it doesn't become the 50-50 Dragon Steal or Baron Steal. It becomes, we have Smite, it's now all on our jungler's shoulders to look at that number and be like, okay, do our numbers match up? Crunch it? Speaking of number crunching,
oh, that was really smart by Zed. He stopped as soon as the reveal wore off. So Bjergsen was leading the way, he was moving. See, Bjergsen's played Space Invaders before. You have to go at where they're heading, not where they are at the time. But mind games by ManCloud. Hold on, though. Wild Turtle is getting jumped on. The team is kind of around. Chris nowhere to be seen, though. Mash nearly gets one shot, and actually, yeah, that's going to happen. 2 more kills for TSM. 10-2 in this game.
That's the huge gold lead there, showing itself in pure combat prowess. Lustboy coming up to save the day. The Flash.
That's a surrender.
Yes. They come in there at the turret. 23 minutes.
Wow.
Surrender.
Team solo mid with one of the most brutal games I have seen in the North American LCS. Every lane crushed. Bjergsen got the solo kills, as you expect. The team fights were awesome. The lane swap was incredibly well played. Nothing but good things to say about TSM.
And TSM maintained sole possession of first place at the halfway point in the season. Bjergsen did 3 times more damage than anybody on Coast's side. He basically did everybody on that team's damage added together.
Yeah, and double anyone else on TSM. Smiles for these guys. They were in control the whole time. I don't think the end of that game was a surprise to them. waited around for that Baron, used it to win the game. And what's crazy is, in a game like that, you don't always expect a lot of highlights. You're like, all right, well, they're winning, and TSM's going to win, and so they win. And yet there were so many cool highlight reel plays still there. Bjergsen, with the charm off the death mark, was freaking ridiculous. Dyrus got the ward over the wall, stood in front of Blitzcrank to block hook, just in case on the Baron attempt. You say, sometimes they might mess around, they might lose focus, but honestly, TSM looked very well controlled and still had so many good plays throughout that short 23-minute game.
They do have to reel Turtle in a little bit.
Yeah.
Because he seems to be where everybody heads when they try to look to get back in the game. When Turtle is alone, they'll rush him, and then that's the bright spot for other teams. But can't knock them too much on that at all. They had a really, really good game there from start to finish. Bjergsen was down in CS over ManCloud, and then ManCloud handed him the advantage in the mid lane.
Yeah.
The lane swap got sniffed out there, and I thought that was really good by TSM to just be like, all right, your Kassadin is going to get no farm. Dyrus gets so much farm.
Got to 1v1.
In that 1v1. And then Sheep had to go bottom. They ended up pulling them down there. And then they pulled their jungler over. Santorin was there for the 3-on-1 push. Really, really well done there by TSM to make the early moves and force Coast to react to them when they have a new person on their roster.
Yeah, a lot of really clean plays by Team Solo Mid overall. And it's, as you said, halfway through the season, they have dropped one game to Team 8. Otherwise, these guys have been destroying everybody. TSM, with 9 games to go over the next 4.5 weeks, might be looking at a very low number of losses for a split. And heck, I don't know how you want to count the records, right? Cloud9 standing record being 25-3, but by win percentage, TSM are on pace to break that, to be the most dominant team we have ever seen in the North American LCS. And hey, props to TSM, they can do it, but we've got a lot more games to go before that happens. Right now, they're going to check in with Riv, who's standing by with TSM's birthday boy.
Well, I'd say 9-1 is pretty good coming to this one. Definitely shooting for the top spot on that, as well as the fastest game this split you guys were able to pull out. And you were just telling me, unfortunately, you lost last time on your birthday. So big win here, but coming into the game, you struggled a little bit against ManCloud. What was it like playing against them again on the LCS stage?
It wasn't really as much about the 1v1 matchup. They had Blitz just constantly roaming from the top lane. He was missing for so long while we were focusing more on denying Kassadin. So their playstyle was more towards getting me behind, and we were more about getting Kassadin behind. I feel like I did a better job of coming back in the game, and Kassadin just kind of stayed down. So they focused me very heavily in the early game, and it was just more about the constant pressure from Rek'Sai and Blitz.
Well, a lot of things have looked good from Team Solo Mid since the first half of the split is now coming to an end. We start going back to the roundabout tomorrow. You guys have looked so good. What is TSM going to look to improve on in the second half of this spring split?
The biggest thing we're improving on right now is different play styles. We want to be able to carry through all lanes and play a lot of different champions and play a lot of different play styles. Reginald always likes to compare us to Samson White, not because we're as good as them, but because he wants us to be as good as them. So he says they could play this, they could play that around Worlds, and he wants us to be able to do that. So he always uses them as the example, and it's something we have to live up to.
And Bjergsen, it looks like you guys are having a blast every time TSM takes to the Rift, even when you guys were down against CLG. What's the mentality of the team this year? Has it changed? Is there a new dynamic?
The overall mentality of the team is obviously really good. We've been winning a lot, so it definitely helps keeping us on top. But they're all just really nice guys, and we all enjoy hanging out with each other outside the game too. We're also friends, and I think that's what keeps a team together even through losses. Because if you're not friends and you're going through losses, then you're going to want to replace players. You're going to want to put the blame on people, but we're also friends, and we stick together.
All right, Bjergsen, final question. You guys have Team Liquid tomorrow. How are you going to approach that game?
We're going to just approach it like every other game. Prepare, pick some bands, look at how they play. Obviously, they have a slightly different team dynamic now with Keith, where they might put some more focus on Quas. We saw Quas get a really big advantage on the Fizz, so I don't know. We'll see.
All right, man. Happy birthday once again. Congrats on the win. We're going to throw it to the guys at the analyst desk to break down the rest of the day.
Thank you, Riv. Again, I want to extend our happy birthday wishes to Bjergsen there, who played fantastically, added a couple highlight plays to his reel there in that game.
Yeah, I mean, he had the outplay, 1 versus 1 with ManCloud. I mean, they focused him really hard. Costa's plan, you could see it. They were trying to keep Bjergsen down. They got ManCloud a CS lead by all those repeated ganks, but he still came out with that solo kill. Then plus, even the play that he missed the charm, I just want to point out how good Bjergsen's calculations were. I mean, he took into account 370 move speed was the last speed that he saw Zed at. The trajectory due south, the last known trajectory of Zed. So that plus 1.2 seconds, and he almost got him. I mean, if he had kept moving in the same path, that charm was going to land. But Zed just stopped moving and started recalling as soon as the vision wore off. So good effort, Bjergsen. It would have hit.
He overthought it. Too much time spent on the calculations.
He's too good.
Right? That's what it is. He's too good. He predicted everything a bit too much. All right, now to the actual gameplay, break down the game itself. We found, as you mentioned, Coast dedicating a lot of their resources to that mid lane in an attempt to put ManCloud in a good position. And although they did establish that slight CS lead in the mid lane, ultimately it left them exposed in their outside lanes.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, TSM played the lane swap really well, but having to also use this Blitzcrank about half the time ganking mid lane really did cost them. They couldn't keep Dyrus down. He got really strong in that in the lane swap situation. So then they had a fed tank. They came out with the gold lead already, and they were able to knock down turrets with the early lead as well.
And I have to say, the only other thing I want to talk about here is what Bjergsen actually mentioned in his interview just then, is that Reginald pushes them to emulate teams like Samsung White, in that he wants them to find more ways to win than one. He really wants them to have, you know, an expansive toolbox to pull from.
Yeah, I like that too. We saw in the TSM, their show that they have, where they put out their own videos about the team life. There's a lot of discussion about preparing for the future and preparing those different strategies for when they do have international competition. And lane swaps are definitely a big part of that as well. We've seen back-to-back games now where the more veteran team absolutely crushes with the lane swap and takes that early advantage and never lets their opponent back into the game.
Well, as we've seen, they're looking pretty strong already, TSM. We'll see if they continue to expand that strategic pool and rise up the standings. We are going to pull up those standings, though, to see how things look after today's matches. In the top spot, it is Team Solo Mid with only one loss, and one game back from them. In second, it's CLG. Cloud9, Gravity, and Winter Fox are sharing third, followed by Team Impulse and Liquid holding sixth. Team 8 and Team Dignitas are in eighth, with Coast sitting in last. We have now reached the halfway point, so tomorrow we'll get the start of our spring split rematches as teams meet for the second time. We'll kick it off with a pretty big one. Cloud9 versus CLG, followed by Team Liquid facing off against Team Solo Mid, and we'll conclude Week 5 with Team Impulse versus Gravity. That will hit your browsers noon Pacific, 6 p.m. Central European time. So be sure to tune in for those, as, again, there are some pretty big matches tomorrow. Now for myself, the casters, and the entire broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you back here tomorrow.
A lot of fans are excited to see how these teams will perform today with their new rosters in place. Imagine picks up that kill first, cross to the back line. He will go down to Altac, and they still have Assaulted Battery. Winter Fox takes down Team Liquid.
They're solo. Ari's dead. Great. He's dead.
It's picked up by Keen. Aspect to the Dragon for Gravity as they jump into the fight. A double, a triple kill for Cop, a quadra kill for Cop. Game 2 is going to be Gravity taking down Team 8.
Rumble blue?
Rumble band? Yeah, Rumble band.
No, Rumble isn't blue though.
왜 마오카이 럼블 나눠보면 되는 거야?
blue? Is he?
괜찮아.
Okay, Rumble. No, a little bit.
It's gonna be a rocky ride. Bumpy ride. I know, but the chair's rocky, so I changed the lyrics. You mad?
Xiao could get hit up. Twisted advanced distortion to the back line. Hai can also make that move. He gets out with the alt shadow. Cloud9 take down Team Impulse.
They're here. Come back. Right side. I'm walking forward. I'm trying up at 6.
They're offside.
Hey, Tristan, Lucian. Go.
He's dead.
I got climb up.
Counter Logic Gaming, still only 2 losses.
Push the mid lane. Whoa!
Duke, oh hey! Then he jumped on. The team was kind of around. Chris nowhere to be seen though. Match only gets one shot. And actually, yeah, it's gonna happen. Team Solo Mid, one of the most brutal games I have seen.